Directorate Against Corruption. This follows startling revelations from the Madlanga Commission that suggests that some IDAC officials were using it for some nefarious reasons. The Commission also heard that the case against the now suspended Police Commissioner, Fani Masemola, was in fact fabricated and had no basis. But Ramaphosa says he will allow the Commission to finish its work before commenting on any matter emanating from its proceedings.
As I always say, I do not run a running commentary on what is happening at the Madlanga Commission. So I leave all that right to the end. If I run a running commentary, I'll soon be like you, a journalist. So I'm not a journalist, I'm the president who has appointed a commission. So please give me some peace, allow the commission to finish its work, and after that, then you can ask me all these questions.
IDAC's Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Peter Sirunier, has alleged that other things were happening in the background surrounding the arrest of Crime Intelligence head Dumisani Khumalo and his 6 co-accused. He's testified before the Madlanga Commission about the prosecution, which was over the appointment of Dineo Mukhwele as a brigadier in Crime Intelligence. Sironier says he believes the corruption investigation and subsequent prosecution of the Crime Intelligence officials was rushed. His evidence was led by Advocate Tabang Powe.
Is your point that there may have been something to the urgency, because normally you wouldn't be able to investigate a complex matter that quickly?
In 6 months,
it's also very clear from the docket that the investigations weren't complete.
In 6 months, it's impossible. I didn't know or suspect anything at the time, but things did not look right. But knowing what I know now, what I've heard in the commission, it clearly shows that there were other things happening in the background which really led to all of this.
The ANC in the Northern Cape will convene an urgent provincial executive committee meeting this week to deal with the fallout following the resignation of Roads and Public Works MEC Fufe Makatung. The resignation comes 8 months after the Health MEC also resigned from the provincial cabinet. The ANC has rejected Makatung's resignation. Margaret Mutibi reports.
In a letter penned by the ANC provincial chairperson, Zamani Sol apologized to ANC structures for the latest development in his cabinet. He has called Fufe Makatung's resignation a political mishap that threatened to derail the work of the party over the voter registration weekend. Sol says the matter could have been handled with greater care. The provincial chair in his letter says there is no crisis within the top structures of the party. The former MEC is part of the top 5 and holds the position of provincial treasurer.
And finally, EU member states have praised Spain's response after more than 70,000 people illegally entered its territory of Ceuta from Morocco last week. It has been suggested that Spain should be suspended from the Schengen Agreement, which allows free movement. However, in a video conference, the EU's migration chief blamed the mass illegal entry on disinformation and people smugglers. The BBC's Nick Beek has the details.
In the last few days, governments across Europe have seen how far-right, hard-right parties have really been making capital and focusing on these scenes. And also there's been a suggestion that Russian media and elsewhere has really amplified this, trying to sow discord within the European Union. And also there was a suggestion that in the first place, this mass movement of people was sparked by some sort of online hoax that promised people that they'd get Spanish passports if they made their way to Ceuta, which of course simply wasn't true.
Recapping the top story, the Mkhonto weSizwe Party has announced major changes to its leadership structure, including the removal of Dr. John Hlophe as first Deputy President. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAFM sports headlines, soccer, Banyana are through to the Women's Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals. And in rugby, Siya Kolisi and Ibn Esabet return to the Springboks starting lineup. We'll have the details around 6:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. Morning, on your way to Joburg. From the south, there is a broken down vehicle. There were two. There's now just one stuck on the N1 North before the Golden Highway. So swinging off Potch Highway up to Deepcliff. Just watch for some delays starting to build around that. The rest of the highway networks around Gauteng not looking too bad. Coming south on the M1 through Pretoria from Pumalani Plaza down to Montana. Some overnight roadworks. Looks like they've been lifted. There are the works on Solomon Mashlangu through Pretoria East, driving through between Atterbury and Garsfontein Road. That's likely to be busy again this morning. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton, clear of any obstructions. That route is moving nicely, both Durban bound or if you are indeed Pietermaritzburg bound as well. And Cape Town conditions a lot clearer this morning than they had been Monday, Tuesday. Very misty last couple of days, but this morning much improved. Good visibility on the roads. Looks like traffic lights are out. Mitchell's Plain, M7 North, R300 West into that junction. Philippi side of Mitchell's Plain, 10-minute queues on both of those routes already. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8 after 6 o'clock. You're tuned into the National Briefing. A very good morning to you. Welcome to the show. A pleasure to be in your company this morning as we get ready to start a brand new day. It's Wednesday, the 5th of August, and looking forward to being in your company right through until 9 o'clock. So what's on the agenda this morning? Well, we're going to be starting it off here, and I know this is a story that affects millions of South Africans, students who are on NSFAS funding, those that are applying to access that funding. Well, 6 major audit findings. A disclaimer from the Auditor General. That means that the books could not be audited at all, and 115 overdue internal audit findings and 9 material irregularities, including money paid out to students who are dead. Yesterday, the administrator of NSFAS, Professor Hlengwane Mathebula, handed the minister his stabilization plan. He says NSFAS has been systematically hollowed out. Now let's remember, this is the 3rd time that the state has stepped into the scheme since 2018. While the administrator joins me in the 7 o'clock hour, and we'll be asking what is actually going to change for students. They are the ones that are bearing the brunt of the maladministration, of the dysfunction at NSFAS. I'm sure you also have your story to add to that, which will take on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614-104-107. And of course, you can dial in on 086-000-2032. Also this morning, the Road Accident Fund is going back to private lawyers. R2.18 of every lawyers, R2.18 of every litre that you buy funds the Road Accident Fund. Now, it has spent close to 30 billion rand on legal costs in 5 years and is sitting on 100,000 unpaid claims. So we'll ask about what this move then means. Remember, it was almost a decade ago that the Road Accident Fund moved away from private lawyers. So what is spurring on this latest decision?
And we'll also turn our attention to the corruption trial of the former Minister Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula. A prominent attorney was sworn in at that trial yesterday, and then Zola Majavu says he cannot testify against his former client. We'll take a look at how the witness collapsed and what impact this has on the state's case. I know that's more of the doom and gloom news, but the ladies have come through for us. The ladies have absolutely come through for us. Banyana showing they are every woman. They certainly have everything that it takes. Beating Burkina Faso 1-0 in Casablanca. Khatlana coming in on 21 minutes, certainly giving us a reason to smile. So Zai will also have all the latest update from all the action. Rob has your traffic, and Taoleng has your market update.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
Get into real conversations weekdays at 4:30 on SABC2 with me, Penny Libiani, with Ain't Like Let's Connect.
I'm Fenrico Lucas, bringing you some of the most inspiring guests and practical advice.
Every evening, we bring family advice and all your favorite celebrities.
It's a big celebration of local talent from across industries.
Catch Ain't Like Let's Connect weekdays at 4:30 on SABC2 or stream anytime on SABC Plus.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
All right, it's 14 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's making front page news. The Sowetan going with a headline, Mapisa-Nqakula paid 1.7 million rand for home revamp in cash. In cash. That's what her corruption trial has heard so far. And we also saw that, of course, Zola Majavu, who was set to testify in that particular matter, said he could no longer testify because of client attorney privilege. That's what he cited in getting out of that evidence and that testimony. And it is a story that we're going to be unpacking a little further within this hour. Now, the big story, however, on the Sowetan, Zuma party's spitty. And can anybody keep up? Can anybody keep up with what is happening in the MK party? The former president has now removed John Kloppe and other senior MKP leaders in sweeping changes to promote his son to first deputy president. The latest shake-up fuels speculation that Zuma is positioning Duduzane as his preferred successor to keep leadership in the family. I remember a couple of months back when we had the MKP party spokesperson, and he tried to rubbish the changes and said, no, we are not a party that must be known for changes. We're very stable. Changes don't say anything about stability. Really? Really? Because one cannot keep... No, it seems like not a month goes by where there are not significant changes made to that party and the issues that it affects, things at the very top of the organization. The front page at the Citizen, hospital on the verge of collapse. Charlotte Maxeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital is plagued by unpaid accounts, chronic supply shortages, and postponed surgeries, with insiders warning dialysis patients have been left vulnerable. A source also telling the Citizen that procurement failures and weakened supplier confidence threaten a looming breakdown of the facility. Certainly concerning news. Remember, there was that big telling the Citizen that procurement failures and weakened supplier confidence threaten a looming breakdown of the facility. Certainly concerning news. Remember, there was that big visit about 2 months ago that included the health minister, the premier of the province, all descending on Charlotte Maxeke after the doctor, the premier of the province, all descending on Charlotte Maxeke after the doctor, the veteran doctor there was about ready to issue his resignation, right? Said he was taking an early retirement because he just couldn't do it anymore. So what were the outcomes then of that intervention if today this is the kind of headline that we are seeing? Also on the front page of the Citizen is a picture of saving the universe. Turn off the plastic tap, it says, and it's a sculpture of a tap pouring out plastic bottles. It stands outside the wall of Parkview pre-primary school yesterday, and the school's pupils regularly create murals with different themes, and this time they're highlighting the impact of plastic pollution. Now, more than 11 million tons of plastic are estimated to enter the world's oceans every single year. That's according to the UN Environment Programme. On the front page of the Business Day this morning, the JC lays out Pan-African digital vision. Ambition is to deliver a digital marketplace within 5 years and also develop digital asset capabilities as Africa's largest stock exchange plots its next evolution after almost 140 years in existence. So that's what you'll find there. And then also on the front page, Treasury says municipal failures threaten fiscal almost 140 years in existence. So that's what you'll find there. And then also on the front page, Treasury says municipal failures threaten fiscal gains and all of that, right? In the context of the Treasury trying to and all of that, right? In the context of the Treasury trying to crack the whip on municipalities and ultimately having to pay out those monies that they had withheld. The front page of the Star, how diesel price hike will hit your pocket. So we know the price of diesel has gone up, and of course that is likely to impact the food basket. The ever increasing food basket. And it talks about higher transport costs impacting delivery and logistics, and higher food price costs because transport costs are passed on to consumers. And the increase there is by R1.38 a litre. That's what's making front page news.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, taking a look at your weather this morning, we'll start with the warnings. There's a yellow level 1 warning, damaging winds and waves, leading to difficulty in navigation at sea between Table Bay and Cape Agulhas from the afternoon until Thursday morning. There's also a fire danger warning, extremely high fire danger conditions expected over most parts of the eastern and northern Cape. There are no advisories issued for today. In Pretoria, the weather is fine, 5 and 24. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. Johannesburg, fine, 3 and 23. Vereeniging, fine, 5 and 23. Mbombela, fine, 8 and 25. Polokwane, morning frost in places, otherwise fine, 4.23. Mahikeng fine 4.23. Vryburg fine 2.25. Bloemfontein morning frost otherwise fine -2.22. Kimberley fine 6.25. Uppington partly cloudy 12.27. Cape Town cloudy with morning drizzle patches otherwise partly cloudy. Wind moderate to fresh northwesterly becoming strong in the afternoon at 12.17. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. George morning fog otherwise partly cloudy. Wind light northerly becoming southwesterly in the late afternoon 14.23. Gqeberha fine wind light to moderate northerly becoming westerly in the afternoon 8.29. Kugombo City fine wind light northerly 10.26. Durban partly cloudy in the morning otherwise fine. Wind light westerly to southwesterly becoming light to moderate northerly to northeasterly from late afternoon 14.25. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. In Richards Bay partly cloudy in the morning otherwise fine. Wind light to moderate northerly to northeasterly 16.28. Pietermaritzburg fine 6.28.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs whip up something sweet for the soul as they head to Bertus Basson's latest restaurant, Ongetem, in the heart of the Mother City, to celebrate winter desserts. It might be cold outside, but things are heating up in the kitchen. Catch all the drama on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30. Only on SABC2.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Well, let's get into the global briefing then. This morning, 157 people were pulled out of the English Channel yesterday morning after the engine of their dinghy caught fire. Nobody died. The detail, however, is that French patrol boats were alongside them overnight and the passengers refused to be rescued. They only accepted help when the boat was burning. Professor Anthony van Niekerk is professor at the University of South Africa, joins us this morning. So quite a strange story, Prof. What does this tell us about how these crossings are being organized?
Yes, good morning, Kathy. It's astonishing to realize that instead of focusing on the tens of thousands of Moroccans and North Africans who wanted to cross into Spain, but then returned in a few days, which is a remarkable story by itself. We now also understand that there are refugees and migrants who cross from one European country to another, and some who are leaving France for the greener shores of the UK, and they got caught because the ship, as you now pointed out, got into trouble. So when you listen to the intelligence estimates, it seems to me or to us that this is all very well, all of this are very well planned, either with a political motivation or criminal travel agencies, as I call them. These are ruthless, criminal networks who move people from point A to point B for a fee, and they don't care about the safety of the migrants. So in this particular case, when some of these people on the boat that got stranded were interviewed, they said, but they're looking for a better life, not in France, because it's difficult to adjust language and culture and cost of living. The UK is much more interesting and easier to settle in. And the processes are sort of user-friendly, which one then makes one realize that there's an intra-European movement of migrants, not only from North Africa or elsewhere in conflict zones, but once they land somewhere in Europe, they move to greener pastures.
So, Professor Anthony, are you saying that the reason they were refusing assistance from the French ships is because France is not where they wanted to end up? So, if that was a European ship, perhaps from one of the countries that they had in mind, they would have happily taken the help.
That is correct. That is exactly what happened. There's a law in Europe that says migrants who are stranded or refugees stranded on a ship in the sea must be rescued and taken back to the country of origin where the ship came from. In this case, France, and the refugees, or the migrants rather, refused to be rescued. They'd rather take the risk and maybe even swim the extra mile to get to the UK. It is an extraordinary story.
Unbelievable stuff, I tell you, Professor Anthony. All right, let's move on then. In the Black Sea, Ukraine's foreign ministry says Russia is turning that sea into a second Strait of Hormuz, not with a blockade, though, but with drones and insurance premiums and risk.
Yeah, it's also a difficult story to understand, Kathy, but that conflict in Ukraine is taking on extra dimensions. It's not only about Russia and Ukraine trying to win territory in the hope that they can, negotiate at the peace table later on what they've gained in the battlefield. But the nature of warfare is now changing and evolving. So Ukraine has the ability now, with the assistance of NATO, with their European friends and the Americans, of course, to reach further into Russia with long-range missiles and new kinds of drones. And they're attacking the Russians in that way, and it's affecting the Russians. It's hurting them because they're attacking oil installations, for example, or strategic infrastructure. The Russians, in turn, realize that large parts of Ukraine has been known or is known as the breadbasket of the world. They produce large percentages of wheat, grain, sunflower oil, and the kind of food that needy countries are lining up for. And so the Russians are now targeting or trying to prevent the export of food from the Black Sea area to countries in need, in particular African countries, and in particular Egypt, who depends on Ukraine exports of wheat for to produce bread, which is the daily subsistence of the majority of Egyptians, but also other countries in Africa.
All right, Prof, we'll round it off with this story briefly. In Rome, Israeli and Lebanese negotiators are now into round 7. This is after 3 days of talks, while Israel continues its strike in the south of Lebanon. They've produced pilot zones and a framework. Is that progress?
Yeah, it's a technical round of talks, and it relates very directly to the bigger conflict between Israel and Palestine. And you might as well throw Iran in because it supports Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is not part of the talks. They sit in Lebanon and they attacked Israel in return for what was happened in previous months. So the idea is that the Israelis and the Lebanese delegations come to an agreement about how to de-conflict, if there's such an English word, or to progressively move the Israeli occupying forces in the south of Lebanon back into Israel. They occupy about 20% of Lebanon illegally in the hope that they can, dismantle Hezbollah's presence. But Hezbollah is not moving, so the talks, I think, will stall because the idea is to find sort of neutral zones, those pilot zones that you spoke about. There are 2 of them that the Lebanese will take over and manage, and the Israelis will walk back. But the political leadership in Israel is very clear about this. They will not leave southern Lebanon until such time that Hezbollah disarms. Now, whether Hezbollah or Hamas disarms is a question that is much bigger than the critical talks that's happening at the moment. So I don't foresee much progress on this score.
Professor Anthony van Niekerk, thank you so much for your time. Also great to hear you sounding so awake this time of the morning, Professor at the University of South Africa. Have a good day too, Prof. All right, it's 6:30. That takes us into the latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa can be summoned to appear before a committee of parliament just like any other citizen. This is contained in legal advice seen by SABC News that will be provided to Parliament's impeachment committee in their meeting today. The CEO of the Public Investment Corporation, Patrick Dlamini, has been reinstated into his position after the High Court in Pretoria set aside his suspension, which it found to be unlawful and invalid. And the Mkhonto weSizwe Party has announced major changes to its leadership structure, including the removal of Dr. John Hlophe as first deputy president. The party says Hlophe will, however, remain its leader in the National Assembly. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Early morning traffic queues on Joburg's M2, westbound into Crown Interchange. Quite a backlog coming through central Joburg into that's unusual. Looks like something's happened before you get to the Mike 1 Crown Interchange. N3 heavy today between Elands and Van Buren through the roadworks and the M1 North, other side of town. Queuing at Veldsford Park, delays getting up through 14th Avenue on your way through to Bayers Nordia. A reminder of the roadworks and faulty traffic lights. Solomon Mashlangu around Delphi, Pretoria East heading westbound towards Kaapsfontein Road. Already slow going through there. Lights around Pretoria North as you come out on Paul Kruger down towards Lavender, and that's already slow go as well. KZN, if you're on the N3 approaching Howick, a crash, a bucky flying off the road near the Tweedy Howick North exit, that's slow. Cape Town, no traffic lights. M7, Jake Scurville at the R300, 10 to 15 minute delays getting out of Mitchell's Plain through that junction. And the M5 leaving Grassy Park and Retreat, a queue this morning heading north into Deval Road Junction in the Southfield area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
A very good morning to you, Zai Khan. So Banyana have certainly pulled through. They've pulled through for us.
Yeah, Kathy, it wasn't. Yeah, Kathy, it wasn't a solo performance. Ivory Coast, they provided the harmony. Banyana brought the chorus.
Yes. DJ Zai in the house. DJ Zai in the house.
Shaka Khan, baby. No relation to Zai Khan, unfortunately. But let's just say this is the soundtrack. It is the perfect soundtrack. After Banyana booked their place in the quarterfinals, they edged Burkina Faso 1-0 in that final Group B match in Casablanca. Thembi Kgatlana scoring the only goal of the game to keep South Africa's hopes alive, while Ivory Coast's 2-1 victory over Tanzania ensured Desiree Ellis' side finished second in the group. Here's Thembi Kgatlana.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes football gives you what you get, and as a team we started really slowly and we started getting our momentum from the last game. And in the history of South African football, we always know how important it is for us to go through, and we were not gonna just give up that easily. Got a goal, a mistake from the back, capitalized, and I think that helped us to control the game better. Yeah, sometimes football is not nice and beautiful with tactics. It's you get the 3 points, you go forward.
Anything you want done, baby.
Thank you, Shaka Khan. What a way to celebrate. Different Khan, but same good taste in music. Ashley Dupree now back where it all began, completing a permanent return to Stellenbosch FC from Kaizer Chiefs. The 29-year-old striker says it's an amazing feeling to return to the club where he launched his professional career. Elsewhere, FIFA's chief of global football development, Arsene Wenger, has welcomed the decision to scrap plans for private investment in FIFA competitions, saying the governing body must remain independent, transparent, and focused on the good of the game. The proposal was withdrawn following strong opposition from several football bodies, including UEFA. Onto rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus recalling several of his biggest names for Saturday night's Rugby Championship clash against Argentina in Buenos Aires. Captain Siya Kolisi, Eben Etzebeth, Lut de Jager, and Sasha Feinberg Ngomezulu all return in a side that's showing 13 changes from the team that defeated Wales. Etzebeth extends his South African record to 142 test caps, while Erasmus says the clash will be ideal for the players returning from injury. And finally, South African swimming great Chad le Clos is facing heartbreak away from the pool. Just days after becoming the most decorated athlete in Commonwealth Games history with a record 21 medals in Glasgow, le Clos revealed that a fire destroyed his Sea Point apartment and claimed the life of one of his neighbours. The Olympic champion has since launched a fundraising campaign to support those affected by the tragedy. And that's where we leave it for now. We wish Chad le Clos and his neighbours and the entire community strength in the days ahead. That's your National Briefing Sport. I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
Darling, a very good morning to you. So it's all about the AI, and investment into AI has overshadowed SpaceX's first earnings as a public company.
Good morning, Kathy. You're absolutely right there. The AI spending theme that has dominated this earnings season is showing no signs of slowing. SpaceX became the latest tech giant to defend its massive investment in AI after reporting its first results as a listed company. While the company more than doubled second quarter revenue, investors focused instead on an $18.4 billion capital expenditure bill, with more than 80% earmarked for AI infrastructure. Now, management insists those investments will pay for themselves within a year through major clouds, reinforcing the industry's bet that today's spending will drive tomorrow's profits. Now, in other news, as traditional television continues to lose ground to streaming, Paramount Skydance is making a stronger case for its proposed merger with Warner Brothers Discovery. The company grew its streaming business in the second quarter, adding 2 million Paramount Plus subscribers and lifting its full-year profit outlook on cost savings from last year's Skydance merger. Yet revenue from traditional TV business fell 9%, highlighting the structural challenges facing legacy broadcasters. With its Warner Brothers Discovery deal delayed by legal challenges, Paramount argues greater scale is critical to compete with global streaming giants and navigate the industry's rapid transformation. Now, tracking equity markets, U.S. stocks had a banner day with the S&P 500 and Dow Jones closing at fresh record highs overnight as strong corporate earnings and another drop in oil prices lifted sentiment. Hopes that a peace deal is edging closer pushed Brent crude just below $80 a barrel, boosting risk sentiment. And that optimism has filtered through to Asia this morning, where markets are trading in the green. The positive mood was also evident on the JSE, with the all-share index closing 1.4% higher overnight. Then over in currency markets, the rand trading firmer this morning as oil retreats. It's at 16.34 to the dollar, 22 to the pound, and 18.86 to the euro. And that's your market update this hour. I'll be back just after 7:30 with the local stories shaping market action today.
FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything. The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
Refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mandula. We're going to start off this morning with a story that has made international headlines, and it's around thousands that are now set to attend this funeral service for the Zimbabwe family that was murdered in Britain.
That is quite true, Casey. Jumbo African, refreshing morning to our listeners. Indeed, yesterday in Bulawayo, there was a funeral of a Zimbabwean woman and his two daughters who were murdered, as you said, maliciously murdered in their home in Britain. And you'll recall that Zimbabwean UK-born Ndodana Chuma was arrested in South Africa last month on the 10th of July on the allegations of murdering his wife and the two children. So yesterday, more than 2,000 mourners gathered in Bulawayo to pay their last respect to the family of the Chumas. And very important, Casey, that when you look at this challenges of people being away from the continent and facing challenges of this nature, the family members are calling for justice, they are calling for dignity, because this is a grief for both the Khumalos and the Chumas in Bulawayo, as well as the mayor of Bulawayo attended that burial yesterday, David Colter, where he said this is an unspeakable grief of the moment in Zimbabwe.
Absolutely a devastating set of events, quite tragic where that story is concerned. Let's stay in the region and move over to Namibia. Leadership squabbles in SWAPO at the top.
At the top, but the sister Sophia Shingwigwa denying that she's attempting to unseat the president of the party, who's also the president of the country, Mentembu Nandi Ndwaitwa, saying that as the Secretary General of the party, actually towards the elective conference, she fought hard to secure Nandi's victory, and also that during the elections, she was also on the side of the current president of the party and of the government, of the country. Shangwari has to raise this, Casey, because there were many allegations about having some squabbles and having challenges, and others are now saying that is it because the Secretary General wants to assume, has to raise this, Casey, because there were many allegations about having some squabbles and having challenges, and others are now saying that is it because the Secretary General wants to assume the presidential power now post Nandi's leaving of the office. But remember, this presidential power now post Nandi's leaving of the office. But remember, this is fairly new. She was just appointed just recently. But that letter of coming from Sophie was all about their struggle days when they were young. And she was trying to explain that there is no beef or any confrontation between her and the sitting president.
Time will tell, won't it?
Absolutely.
We'll move on to Cameroon. Paul Biya, 93 years old. He's the eldest president on the continent. And I would say, obviously, globally too. He hasn't been seen in public for months now, and he's busy with reshuffles.
It is quite true. Others are saying that executive power is exercised at the heart of the nation, through smoke signals or telepathy from hotel suites in the other side of the world. This comes from the opposition, by the way, lamenting on that you have an absent president for 2 months, but he's able to reshuffle the military ranks or the military generals that he has promoted 5 colonels to the brigadier general, He has moved the general who was his commander of the elite presidential guard. He has promoted him. And others are saying from his presidential house or presidential desk are saying that the president will soon be back in the country, but is able to make such appointments. Hence, I say to you that the communication minister saying that the president is alive, he will be returning soon, but the opposition are saying that he's governing the country through the smoke signals or the telepathy from the hotel suites.
All right, and then let's get into our historical archive. The 5th of August, 1962.
64 years ago, this case, and let's give the listeners this clip is played by Idris Alba because we don't have the archive of Nelson Mandela when he was arrested on this day in 1962.
My name is Nelson Mandela. I'm the first accused. I do not deny that I planned sabotage. I did not plan it in the spirit of recklessness, nor because I have any love for violence. The hard facts are that 50 years of non-violence had brought the African people nothing but more and more repressive legislation and fewer rights. Africans want a just share in the whole of South Africa.
It was on this day, in 1962, when Tata Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela was arrested in Fedar, a small town in Howick, in KwaZulu-Natal province. He just came out from Morocco for a 6-month military training and also attending the All Africa People's Conference in Ethiopia. Where I'm from, Casey, in Tshwane, you know you have an old Pretoria Old Synagogue. That's where this trial took place in November 1962. So the 5th of August, he was arrested, 62, arraigned and sentenced in this old synagogue in Tshwane, where he was in prison for 5 years on those incitement charges, and he started his trial at the Pretoria Central Prison until Robben Island. Very important. That synagogue, if I can tell you, it's fenced, but it's not properly kept once more, as you are looking on our heritage site. Asante sana Tisketi, SAFM leading the conversation and observing the Women's Month.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning. Yeah, MK party is just a family party. It's just a family party. I wonder what if Zuma passed away, what's going to happen with MK? Rutendo Mfunia.
Good morning, Katie Moshahlana. Speaking to Renmaker here. Yo, Katie. What's happening in MK party is surprising. Uyazi ukuthi sisinje lesi istokfela sa Jacob Zuma nabantwana bakhe lesi. Ispaza shop sack. It's so surprising. You can see it's a dynasty. It's a Zuma empire. This political party has no future, Katie. The way it's happening in that party, it's so bad. I don't even know what to say. Thanks, Katie.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Quick run through some of the big hotspots this morning. Mopali Highway out of Soshanguve, just queuing down to XX. Something's happened as you leave Soshanguve area this morning. Joburg M2 driving through to Crown. A crash just before Crown, pushing a queue, heavy queue, back along that M2 through Joburg. Queues back towards Joe Slovo Drive, and a bit of a hold up coming out of Boxburg N12 down to Jet Park. Hey, if you're leaving Peter Maritzburg, try and get onto that old road down through Polly Shores. Come back on at Ashburton. There's a stationary truck that you'll avoid doing that. The breakdown just before Market Road. The backlog all the way back towards sort of New England Road territory. That is looking heavy. If you're coming out of Peter through Polly Shores, come back on at Ashburton. There's a stationary truck that you'll avoid doing that. The breakdown just before Market Road. The backlog all the way back towards sort of New England Road territory. That is looking heavy. If you're coming out of Peter Maritzburg or moving through Peter Maritzburg to Durban, duck off on that side road if you can and just avoid that. You'd have to sort of come off at Central Peter Maritzburg. You can't come off at Market Road. It's too late by the time you get there. Cape Town this morning, a lot clearer than Monday and Tuesday. The no mist this morning, so that's good. M7, R300, out of Mitchell's Plain. Those traffic lights are down. Heavy queues, 15 minutes to get through that on either route. And the M5 North queuing up, coming up from Grassy Park and Retreat. Backlogs through towards Deval Road in that Southfield area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
SABC Plus has reached an exciting milestone, surpassing 3 million registered users and cementing its position as one of South Africa's fastest growing streaming platforms. Bringing together live TV, radio, sport, news, video on demand and catch-up content, SABC Plus continues to connect millions of South Africans with the content they love anytime, anywhere. This achievement reflects the platform's growing popularity and the SABC's ongoing commitment to delivering world-class digital experiences. Download the SABC Plus app today on iOS or Google Play Store, or visit www.sabcplus.com to join the millions already streaming.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
You're still tuned in to the National Briefing. Let's turn our attention to this story now. It's been unfolding in the courts. A prominent attorney was sworn in yesterday in the corruption trial of former Defence Minister Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula and then declined to testify. Zola Majavu told the Pretoria High Court he couldn't give evidence about a former client without breaching attorney-client privilege. The judge warned him about his credibility as an officer of the court. This was before he was excused. The trial itself moved on. The court heard evidence about a 1.8 million rand home renovation paid for in cash. Mapisa-Nqakula has pleaded not guilty to the 12 counts of corruption and one of money laundering against her. Ntabiseng Dubazana is founder and director at Dubazana Attorneys, joins us this morning. Ntabiseng, good morning. Thanks for your time. In plain terms, what is attorney-client privilege and what kind of protections does it offer?
Having me. So attorney-client privilege is that anything and everything that you tell me as your legal representative is protected by this term, attorney-client privilege. I'm not permitted to divulge what is was said to me in even
Ntabiseng, I'm not sure what is happening with that line. Unfortunately, the line to Ntabiseng not great, and we wanted to unpack this corruption trial of Mapisa-Nqakula and also just get up to speed with some of the details that have been coming out of that particular case. We'll see if we can bring her back up on the line before we get into our next story. I understand Ntabiseng back up on the line. Ntabiseng, good morning again.
Good morning. So sorry, I don't know what happened there.
Sure, no problem. You're live again. You can continue.
Yes. So with that being said, I cannot protect the fact that you are willingly and knowingly committing a crime because it will make you an accessory to that particular crime. But those are the kinds of parameters in which attorney-client privilege would not fall in. So I'm assuming with regard to this particular case that you're making reference to, the attorney who is also a witness in this case, the knowledge of what kind of crime happened there is the reason witness in this case. The knowledge of what kind of crime happened there is the reason that he was appearing in court. And those parameters he had breached already in that he knew probably, or at least had a prima facie knowledge of what it is that happened in there, and that is why he had been requested to be a witness for the state.
And you're bringing me to my next point, in Tabi, saying that the state, of course, called him up as a witness for a reason. Why did he agree? Why did he raise this matter only after he was sworn in?
I think if I'm understanding the case properly, there was probably a Section 204 communication, which is basically him being a state witness, because as an attorney, he would have to just basically, like I said, keep his mouth shut with regard to what had happened or transpired between him and his client. But he was probably warned that the parameters of attorney-client privilege had been breached by virtue of the crime that is being dealt with here. That's when he turned state witness. But maybe, this is a very big maybe, when he realized that when he gets onto the stand, he may end up incriminating himself. Then he made the choice to invoke attorney-client privilege. And this is where in the court was saying that your integrity and your integrity with regard to the evidence will be questionable because you were already sworn in. It would have been a different situation if when he was called up to the stand before being sworn in, he raised this issue. But you can't wait and take oath and then change your mind. That doesn't make sense. That is going to be a very big dent, not only into the case itself, but also with regard to him in his capacity as an attorney.
So that means that the issue raised by the judge about his future credibility before her, but also just as a practicing officer of the court, will now be under question. That was a serious concern then.
100%, because like I said, for example, when you're signing an affidavit for whatever case that you're busy with, there's the part there at the Commissioner of Oaths is going to stamp right at the bottom that you sort of understand all of that. It is taken seriously. It's the same thing as when you take oath on the stand. So if you're going to take oath and you confirm you're going to tell nothing but the truth, and then you change your mind, you're already probably dealing with the commission of a crime called perjury, because what are you doing? That oath is that binding and that serious that wherever you're going to go in the future, we're going to look back to what you did here today and say ethically, as a practicing attorney and an officer of the court, you are not trustworthy.
Ntabiseng Dubazana, thanks for weighing in, founder and director at Dubazana Attorneys.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Now, the Road Accident Fund is under renewed scrutiny as it embarks on one of its biggest reforms in decades, returning to the use of private attorneys through a hybrid litigation model. It's aimed at reducing legal costs, improving court compliance, and speeding up processing of claims. They currently sit with a backlog of 100,000 claims. Ngwako Motlhalora is chair of the Association for the Protection of Road Accident Victims. Ngwako, good morning. Thanks for your time. I was reading the story and I remembered that wasn't part of the reason why the Road Accident Fund decided to develop panels of lawyers to work with to basically mitigate against the very thing that they're going back to now. They'd said private lawyers are too expensive and they don't do a good enough job. What do you make of this decision now?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning for having us. Well, our view is that the RAF is the biggest litigant in the country. They fill up most of the court rolls across all the high courts in the country. And then it is not working for them to go to court to be underrepresented. But what we have always been propagating for is that we have been urging the RAF to rather capacitate the internal administration to make sure that they are able to deal with all these matters before they even reach the courtrooms. Because if you look at the research, most of the matters that are going to court should actually be there in the first place. If the RAF were to capacitate its internal capacity, they then can even the playing field and not have to take these matters to court in the first place. Kathy.
If we're to look at
they then can even the playing field and not have to take these matters to court in the first place. Kathy.
If we're to look at the reason why they're doing this, which they've listed as cutting costs and that private attorneys will do that, does the record bear them out? Is that what we saw when they were relying quite heavily on private attorneys?
They are not going to cut costs, Kathy, because this thing is going to come at a cost. As we have said, there's a much more reliable and cheaper method that they could pursue of establishing what you call a settlement hub within the RAF. What we urge them to do is to employ the same attorneys on a full-time basis within the RAF, give them the mandate to settle matters, because in any case, the matters that should be going to court or for trial are 1% of all the matters that we see in the RAF. So what we are saying to the RAF is that establish internally a settlement hub that is going to deal with all these matters, where your internal attorneys can then deal with plaintiff attorneys, make offers, because they can then do that. In doing so, they then don't have to go to court. They save on time and cost at the same time. Kathy.
Unfortunately, some of the claimants of the RAF, their matters go back to, in some instances, 5, 7, even 10 years ago. What do you think needs to be done to assist these people? Because some of them have been paying medical costs. They've had to shoulder the personal cost of their injuries.
It is unfortunate that there are people that some of them have to die without having been compensated. And that is precisely because of the inefficiencies within the system at RAF. The solutions that we are proposing will soften the blow on some of those people that have got to wait. Among other issues, you see people that are going to have to get cash loans for them to survive, because the system is simply too slow for the benefit of the victims. But we urge, as I'm saying, the RAF to try and capacitate its internal systems to beef up its administration. In doing so, then, in our view, they can halve the time it takes to compensate the victims and not even have to go to court for that matter.
Ngwako Matlologa, Chair of the Association for the Protection of Road Accident Victims, certainly an organization that needs to be more fit for purpose, more agile, and more responsive, right, to why it exists in the first place. It's 7 o'clock and Musa is standing by on the news desk with your latest update.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, legal opinion finds Ramaphosa can be summoned to Parliament and court reinstates PIC CEO after suspension. Good morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa can be summoned to appear before a committee of Parliament, just like any other citizen. This is contained in legal advice seen by SABC News that will be provided to Parliament's impeachment committee in the meeting today. The committee is in the process of finalizing its administrative work after a Western Cape High Court ruling temporarily halted its hearings. The judgment stems from Ramaphosa's bid to halt the committee until his application to review the Section 89 independent panel report is heard in September. Last week, the committee wanted legal advice on whether the president should give his testimony in person. Zaylene Merrington reports.
The legal advice from Parliament states that the President falls within the ordinary category of any person capable of being summoned in the same manner as any other witness. According to the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004, a person summoned under this Act may lose the ordinary privilege against self-incrimination or their right to remain silent. On whether the President must be the first to appear, the committee has been advised that the President cannot appear before evidence is on record, and unless the committee has made its case, it would be procedurally unfair. Last week, opposition parties had insisted that Ramaphosa must appear in person.
The High Court in Pretoria has reinstated.
Parties had insisted that Ramaphosa must appear in person.
The High Court in Pretoria has reinstated Public Investment Corporation CEO Patrick Dlamini, ruling that his suspension was unlawful and invalid. The court found that the PIC board acted unilaterally and failed to follow its own policies and procedures when suspending Dlamini. The judgment comes after the collapse of the board, which saw the resignation of Chairperson and Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo, along with 8 other board members amid a leadership dispute. The court also ordered the PIC, which manages more than 3 trillion rand in government employees' pension funds, to pay the legal costs of Dlamini's application. The Mkhonto weSizwe Party has announced major changes to its leadership structure, including the removal of Dr. John Hlophe as first deputy president. The party says Hlophe will, however, remain its leader in the National Assembly. Nkosinathi Nhleko has also been removed from his position as the party's national chairperson with immediate effect, while Nomsa Dlamini has been relieved of her duties as deputy secretary general. Briefing the media in Durban, MK Party spokesperson Sfiso Mahlangu announced members who will occupy the now vacant posts.
The President hereby appoints the Apostle Mxolisi Phakathi as National Chairperson of Mkhonto weSizwe Party. This is done with immediate effect. The President hereby appoints Mr. Duduzane Zuma as the first Deputy President of Mkhonto weSizwe Party. The President confirms that Comrade Tony Ngeni is still the party's second Deputy President. The President hereby appoints Comrade Willis Mchunu to serve as part of the Presidency Collective.
The Matlanga Commission is expected to continue probing the conduct of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption when it resumes today. The Commission has been examining the investigation and prosecution of Crime Intelligence Head Dumisani Khumalo and 6 other officials from the unit. Khumalo and his co-accused were charged with fraud and corruption relating to the appointment of Crime Intelligence Brigadier Dineo Mukwele. Sibahle Mota reports.
Witnesses at the Madlanga Commission have raised concerns about the handling of the investigation and prosecution of Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo and his 6 co-accused. The Commission has examined the investigation, the legal processes followed, and the assessments of evidence before the arrests were effected. It is expected to hear from a new witness as it continues to probe IDEX processes in the investigation and arrest of the 7 crime intelligence officials.
And finally, FIFA's president has called senior leaders of football's world governing body to an executive meeting in Morocco today. It comes after another day of fierce criticism of the president and his now scrapped plan to sell stakes in the World Cup and other tournaments to private investors. The BBC's Temesgen Debesai reports.
Gianni Infantino is facing mounting pressure over his proposed Forward Enterprise initiative. FIFA's head of global football development, Arsene Wenger, and Secretary General Matthias Grafström have publicly opposed the plan. Mr. Wenger said the decision to withdraw it was absolutely necessary, while Mr. Grafström described the past week as a sad and reproachable series of events. Last week, Mr. Infantino's senior advisor Carlos Cordero resigned after calling it a bad deal for football. The European Football Federation has also threatened to trigger a vote of no confidence unless Mr. Infantino resigns.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa can be summoned to appear before a committee of parliament just like any other citizen. This is contained in legal advice seen by SABC News that will be provided to Parliament's impeachment committee in their meeting today. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
You wouldn't pay business class prices for an economy seat, so why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance Essential Car Insurance covers older cars for much less. 51-year-old Evelina pays only 474 Rand a month for her 2013 Hyundai i30 and has no upfront access payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for financed cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports Headlines, soccer, Banyana have set up a Women's Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinal date with the host Morocco, and this after beating Burkina Faso last night. And in rugby, Sia Kolisi, Ibn Etzebeth and Sasha Feinberg in Zulu headline a powerful Springbok squad to face Argentina. We'll bring you details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Some heavy traffic building on Joburg's N3 North. You've got Germiston, Elon's interchange up to Van Buren, heavy into the normal roadworks. And the other side of Galuli's, a crash causing a delay passing Edenvale up towards the London Road exit. So 2 queues to work through going north. On the southbound side, there are some roadworks between London Road and the Edenvale exit. So if you're southbound from Limborough Park, that's getting heavy as well. N1 North through 14th Avenue is quite bad. And a crash just on the N1 South after Rivonia Road, slowing traffic trying to get through towards the Four Ways area. Collision on the M1 South near Old Joburg Road. That traffic starting to build up as you come through Brockfontein interchange. Solomon Mashlangu heading westbound down towards Garsfontein Road. Very slow through the roadworks and some faulty traffic lights there. Breakdown leaving Peter Maritzburg just before Market Road. Heavy queues coming off the Peter Maritzburg bypass if you are Durban bound this morning. M7 from Hunt Stedman going up into St John's Avenue Bridge territory slow. Higginson Highway out of Chatsworth towards Havenside looking busy as well today. And Cape Town, no lights on Jakes Kerville, M7 and R300 at Mitchell's Plain. About a 10 to 15 minute delay on both of those routes to get out of Mitchell's Plain towards the Philippi side. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Ten after 7 o'clock, you're tuned into the National Briefing. A very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us as we make our way right through to 9 o'clock. But of course, we'll get into our big stories this hour. We'll start off with NASFAS. 66 major audit findings, a disclaimer audit opinion, and payments to dead students. Its administrator has now submitted a stabilization plan. Professor Hlengani Matebula, who is the administrator, will be joining me shortly. And the Johannesburg refuse crisis. We have 6 depots blocked, rubbish piling up, and contract workers demanding permanent jobs after 7 years of promises. One of those workers is in studio. We'll also have Samu on the line. Of course, later on in the hour, we continue with the reality check. Mavuso Msimang, veteran, and he says former freedom fighter. He describes himself as he'll be joining us as he takes us on his reflection on migration on the reality check this week. As always, we'd love to hear from you. The numbers to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
Yo, listen, casual day, yo, one beat, one drum, hear the sound, let the rhythm move around, beats is one, rhythm matters, sticker on, bring your beats, Friday, 4 September, hit the streets, join the cause, it's casual day, .co.za, beats is one.
This is a SABC-supported initiative.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, they're the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums. Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, they the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Let's get into one of our big stories of the morning. Then NSFAS has been under administration since May. This is the third time that the state has stepped into the scheme since 2018. It went 30 months without a permanent CEO. The Auditor General has issued a disclaimer, and what that means is that the books could not be audited at all in some instances. Yesterday, the administrator handed the minister a stabilization plan. In his statement, he says NSFAS has been systematically hollowed out. Professor Hlengani Matebula joins us. He's the administrator for NSFAS. Prof, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to SAFM listeners this morning, and thanks for giving us an opportunity to converse with you.
You know, South Africans have paid for this scheme, and they've been asked at least 3 times to trust interventions at NSFAS in the last 8 years. What makes the plan that you have submitted different? Because we've been here before.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. I think South Africans should by now be very tired of various interventions that happens in institutions like this, particularly if they don't produce the required results that they promises in the beginning of those interventions. My administration is the third administration in 10 years, and this situation shouldn't really have been allowed to happen. However, administration in 10 years, and this situation shouldn't really have been allowed to happen. However, what differentiates this administration to the other 2 administration is the fact that at least what differentiates this administration to the other 2 administration is the fact that at least in the very first 3 months, 90 days as required by the Government Gazette, where we were able to work around the clock to produce a comprehensive report, 150 pages of a report, of a diagnostic report that necessarily points to the systematic failures that are in the entity and the real things that needs to be done. So we did not only come here to in the entity and the real things that needs to be done. So we did not only come here to just repeat what has been done or said before, but we have now tangibly pointed out the real things that are happening and what we're just repeat what has been done or said before, but we have now tangibly pointed out the real things that are happening and what we're going to do about them.
Have you tried to understand what led to the failures of the previous administrators? Because, I mean, we've had Freeman Nomvalo, who himself has quite a name, quite a reputation, and despite the intervention he brought in as administrator, we seem to be back to square one.
Look, it's really not in my province to evaluate those administrations, but I can tell you one thing for sure, that I have not seen a report presented by Freeman Nomvalo. Neither have I seen a report presented by Dr. Randall Carlson. So I come in, I work on the basis of the real things that are Randall Carlson. So I come in, I work on the basis of the real things that I have found here. At least if I had seen those reports found here, at least if I had seen those reports, I would then be able to know what is it that they had found, what is it that they had recommended. So I had to start from scratch, essentially. I work on the basis of the information that is in the organization and rely on the various stakeholders that have had to interact with the entity. In 3 months, Kathy, I have worked around the clock to meet over 20 stakeholders. That is from students, unions, universities, SRCs, everybody that interacts with NSFAS, I've had to meet them. I've had to literally go into accommodation providers, accommodation spaces to be able to see for myself what it is that really people are talking about. What is the experience of the students who are the final beneficiaries of this scheme? And the report that we have presented, it is really evidence-based, and it is on the basis of that evidence that we are now going to start with the real work of being able to fix that. Number one. Number two is that in parallel to all this, I've had to really douse fires around issues that students have been complaining about. You are the first one to hear this because I suppose you're going to ask me later. You have 72,000 students across the University of Technologies that 22,000 students across the University of Technologies that are on top-ups and second registration, inclusive of UNISA, 26,000. Those students has been waiting for NSFAS to be able to say, can we register, can't we register? But because they qualify in terms of NSFAS criteria and government policy, I've taken a decision that we will pay those students, we will allow those universities to register. These are teething problems. These are real problems for universities, and we have had to attend to them quite urgently. Decision that we will pay those students, we will allow those universities to register. These are teething problems. These are real problems for universities, and we have had to attend to them quite urgently.
It's just, it's devastating when you think about the impact that this has on the life of that student that is supposed to be the beneficiary of this scheme. So the Auditor General, with this disclaimer audit opinion, effectively saying that she could not verify the numbers. Do you, as we speak today, know how much money NSFAS has in the bank? And number two, for the money that is unaccounted for, how much money are we talking about here?
Kathy, and your listeners, we know how much money NSFAS is supposed to get, because at the very least, that money doesn't sit in the bank account of NSFAS. It's tranches that come in, and then we transfer those tranches into the various universities. So we pay the universities, we pay the students, we pay the accommodation providers, and other people that would then need to be able to pay. So one of the things that I did as I arrived here was to take two very quick decisions. One, to say whatever it is that we're going to do in terms of payment of the monies that we get, we are going to have to make sure that students are the first beneficiaries that we pay. And then we'll have to have conversations with the institutions around the tuition fees and all that. So what goes to the students? What goes to the students is their personal care, is their travel, is their accommodation and living allowances, and then books. So those, because they are a very critical part of protecting an academic project, I said that we're not going to compromise on. What we'll then do, we'll put on hold some funds relative to a tuition, because that goes to the institution. Understanding very well that the institutions themselves have a varying degree of strength. So you can't compare a Walter Sisulu University with the University of Cape Town. You can't compare the University of Limpopo with the University of Stellenbosch. Neither can you compare the University of the Northwest with the University of with Wits University, for instance. So because of the varying number of students that sit there that are funded by NSFAS, we then hold various amounts in tuition fees to be able to allow that, at least for students get paid in full.
All right.
And then those students are not disadvantaged at all.
Just as we wrap up, so you're dealing with non-material irregularities, and these include payments in some instances to deceased students or duplicate payments. How much money here, public money, is involved in the irregularities aspect? Have you been able to put a figure to that? And how much of it will be recovered?
Well, as we sit today, the SIU has been able to recover about 1.8 billion, right, of those monies that were paid irregularly to students that were not supposed to have been beneficiaries of the scheme, and or deceased students. So we are in the process of being able to verify further amounts, working closely with the SIU. So I don't want to hazard a guess right now to say to you, listen, this is about so much.
All right.
But we know how much we've been able to recover.
Professor Hlengani Matebula, he's the administrator for the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. Does that give you confidence in terms of NSFAS being able to turn things around?
Smart business moves save money. Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Stephen from the Villa Rosa.
I was with my previous insurer for 8 years and then I switched to OUTsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with the premiums and switching was the best decision we ever made.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race brought to you by SABC Sports.
90 years of history, one living conversation. Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
23 after 7 o'clock. Let's get into our other big story of the morning. If you live in Johannesburg, your bin has probably not been emptied for days. 6 Pick It Up depots have been blockaded. Pick It Up says its own staff are not on strike. They simply can't get the trucks out. However, the people at the gates are casual workers contracted through service providers who want to be taken on permanently. Some say they've been made that promise for at least the past 7 years. One of them joins us in studio this morning. For the sake of his safety, we're going to call him Jabu. Jabu, good morning. Thanks for coming into studio. Firstly, tell us about why you have blockaded the Pick It Up depots, inconveniencing residents in the city of Joburg who are now sitting with rubbish that's piling up.
Thank you for having me, and good morning to your listeners. This blockade is due to because of the ongoing meetings with Pick It Up, which they didn't give us any resolution. We have had meetings with them, but nothing at all. They give us nothing. So this blockade is to give pressure to Pick It Up.
So what do you want? What do you want?
No, what we want is Pick It Up must keep their promises. Pick It Up promised us on the 1st of July, they will hire us permanently. After we have went through, Pick It Up, they advertised a post for 400, and then we applied. Then they called us for interview, we went for interview, we went for vetting, and then we went for a medical assessment. After that, they promised us that on the 1st of July 2026, they will hire us permanently. So the first has passed. We had meetings with them, and then they give us that thing. They said to us, we don't have money now. And then we said, okay, but your CFO went to what do you call Newsroom Africa, and then said Pick It Up has got money, does not have financial problems. What do you mean when you say we don't have money? And then they said to us, no. The MD of Pick It Up told us, and the city of Joburg, they said, the person who's supposed to release this fund so that you can be employed is not releasing it. So that's the big problem.
You've told us that you have been receiving threats in as far as your protest is concerned. Unpack that for me.
Yeah, yesterday at Norwood Depot, there is people who came there armed with firearms and all the weapons you can think of. Then they moved all the casual workers in the gate and in front of the police. The police were there, but the police did nothing.
Was it private security? Who were these armed individuals?
The armed individual cannot be identified because they were not wearing any uniform of any company. So to us, we were told they were in Kabis. We were called to make sure that depot is opened by the depot RM.
Why don't you allow Pick It Up to continue with its service to the residents while you hold your protest? Why hold the entire city to ransom?
For now, is the only way to say to Pick It Up, no, give us what you promised us, or okay, sharp, come to the table, talk to us. But then Pick It Up is not doing it, even the city of Johannesburg. So if ever we do this, it's better because of now we pull all the eyes of the media and everybody to see what's happening inside Pick It Up.
What is the start date that you were promised? So when did they say you would be onboarded as permanent employees?
On the 1st of July, 2026.
And that has not happened.
Nothing like that happened.
Let me bring into this conversation Tobani Nkosi, Regional Secretary of SAMU in Johannesburg. Tobani, so let's talk about then this promise or this commitment that was made to these workers, as is alleged by Jabu in the studio. What does the union know about this commitment?
No, good morning to you and your listeners. One, I can simply confirm that there was a process that was embarked on where in a post was advertised, people were shortlisted. And once you undergo all the processes they've undergone, that simply means you have been employed. So what's only missing becomes the appointment letter. So with the promise given by Pick It Up and the city of Johannesburg, it simply means what's left from now on is that those casual workers must be given the appointment letters. Number two, we've been part of the negotiations throughout as SAMU in support of these casual workers, simply because they are simply doing the same work that others are doing, but the very same people within the system are earning far much more than them. So we said equal work, equal pay. So we supported their cause. However, currently, as SAMU, we have not declared any dispute with the city of Johannesburg or Pick It Up. So we'll still maintain we are not on strike. However, casual workers are definitely exercising one of their rights to withhold their labor. So that's one unfortunate thing. And we are not an employer, so we can't say to them stop or continue. All we'll do is to observe and see how their engagements with the employer go.
Pick It Up owned contractors more than 1.3 billion rand. This was in July, and the city says the placement of these workers and the placement agreement rather is unfunded. As things stand, is Pick It Up sitting with a liquidity problem? Do they simply not have the money to honor this commitment, and as far as you know?
You know what becomes problematic? You can't advertise posts that are not funded. So it means the posts were funded, hence the advert. So therefore, if the city and Pick It Up now are saying they do not have money, that becomes problematic. So on whether they owe contractors 1 billion or 1 billion plus, we are not quite sure. We are not even aware of that they owe so much money. So from where we are, the posts were funded up until we received a moratorium that says nobody should employ, nobody should advertise, nobody should hire until the city finds it footing in terms of finances.
All right, Tobani, we're going to leave it there. Tobani Nkosi, Regional Secretary of SAMU in Johannesburg. So, Jabu, just before I let you go, are you currently being paid in the posts that you had as casual workers?
Yes, it's very tricky. The thing is, these companies which we work under, some of them, even today, some of our employees are not paid. You see, due to...
So from the end of July, or from when? When you say they're not paid, how long have they not been paid for?
From the end of July, some, yes, they are not paid. You see, so remember, it's different companies inside Pick It Up. Yes, it's different companies. So those companies, some of them, they will tell you they didn't receive their payment from Pick It Up, so they cannot pay us. But then we must continue working.
Okay. And we certainly did reach out to Pick It Up to offer them a right of reply to this matter, but they did not have a representative to come and be part of the conversation. We'll leave it there with this particular story. It's now time for your latest news, headlines, and good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa can be summoned to appear before a committee of Parliament, just like any other citizen. This is contained in legal advice seen by SABC News that will be provided to Parliament's impeachment committee in their meeting today. The Public Servants Association PSA says investigations will continue into allegations made against Public Investment Corporation CEO Patrick Dlamini despite his reinstatement. And Umkhonto we Sizwe party leader Jacob Zuma has moved to tighten his control over the organization. At a media briefing held in Durban last night, the party confirmed Zuma will directly oversee the party's finance secretariat and key organizational functions. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning. It's a bit hectic getting off the West Rand area this morning. Hendrik Potgieter, traffic lights down at 14th Avenue, so a lot of congestion there. Coming in from Hillfox on Hendrik Potgieter is particularly bad. Also crashed just after 14th Avenue, N1 North, but traffic not too badly inconvenienced by that. No lights in Melrose, Caller Drive at Athol Oaklands Road. That's quite slow coming across from the Bramley side. Crash on the N12 near Jet Park Road. Heavy from Benoni through Boxburg on your way into the Jet Park area. Driving towards Joburg this morning. The N1 South Old Joburg to New Road is fairly busy. Roadworks on Solomon Mashlangu towards Grasfontein Road causing backlogs again this morning. Durban side, the Kumashu Highway and Chris Hani both heavily backed up at the N2. Now what's going to happen there is the N2 North is already starting to queue to get off at the Kumashu Highway exit. You don't need to get off there, get an alternative route. A bit of chaos around the Spaghetti Junction area, a breakdown on the N3 going inbound just around Sherwood. So the N3 from Pavilion, the N2 from the M7, the N2 south from Umgena Road, very heavy backlogs into Spaghetti Junction trying to get through to Durban through the interchange and onto the N3 inbound. Cape Town this morning, fairly heavy on the N1 from around Plattercliff Hill right through to Kuburg interchange. R300 clogged up to a busy Strand Road exit into Stickland. And if you're coming, or if you're driving in the South, Baden-Powell from Strandfontein through Coastal Park onto Royal Road, Axminster Junction into Central Muizenberg looking all backed up and sluggish as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Khan, our girls have absolutely done it. They've booked a WAFCON quarterfinal. This is against hosts Morocco, but a round of applause for Thembi Kgatlana, right? She's carrying her shoulders must be so tired. She's carrying the entire squad on her back.
I know. Come on, Thembi needs it. I mean, she's a superstar. She can inspire, but a team needs to get you to the semi-finals, and that's our Thembi Kgatlana. She provided the winner last night against Burkina Faso, combined with Ivory Coast victory over Tanzania. It's booked Banyana's last 8 clash against the tournament host Morocco come Saturday. Kgatlana has now scored twice in the tournament, but South Africa will need greater support in attack if they are to upset the hosts and keep their hopes of automatic qualification for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup alive. Let's bring it home. Richards Bay, they've defended Chairman Jomo Biela following his confrontation with match officials after the 2-1 Betway Premiership defeat to Polokwane City. Now, video footage showing police intervening as tempers flared after the final whistle, while Biela was also involved in an altercation with a bystander. Now, club spokesperson Tolani Zungu says the incident has been taken out of context.
Fans were not happy, but what transpired on the field of play, one of the guys wanted to confront the match officials, questioning their decisions, and the chairman of the club had to intervene by refraining him from confronting the match officials, of which he truly succeeded in making sure that that individual does not get close to the match officials.
Elsewhere, Hervé Renard is back as Ivory Coast head coach, returning 11 years after guiding the Elephants to the 2015 Africa Cup of Nations title. His first assignment will be World Cup qualifiers against Ghana, Gambia and Somalia. Now, rugby Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus welcoming back a host of experienced campaigners for Saturday's Rugby Championship clash against Argentina, with captain Siya Kolisi and Lock Ibn Etzebeth amongst 13 changes to the starting side. Here's Erasmus.
Because a lot of these guys is coming back from injury, as you say, and then some is not really settled in the team, like Cameron and Elrich and those kind of guys. Boan and Grobbies, those guys with 9 caps and 2 caps and so on. So I guess the thing that will happen on Saturday, it won't be perfect. But if we get better and we'll be growing our game and we're building our game plan and we're getting more in sync, hopefully then the score will go our way.
Rassie Erasmus getting his big guns back in business. We'll be back in business top of the hour for the National Briefing Sport. I'm Sai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. So we'll start off with Nedbank. They've released their half-year results and it's pointing to growing pressure on South African consumers.
That's right, Kathy. Now, the standout feature in Nedbank's interim results was a 26% increase in impairments to 4.8 billion rands. Now, an impairment is money a bank sets aside to cover loans it believes may not be fully repaid, making it an important gauge of consumer financial health. Now, the increase was driven mainly by Nedbank's personal and private banking division, pointing to growing strain among retail borrowers. While the bank still delivered resilient underlying earnings and maintained a positive outlook, the rise in expected credit losses suggests higher borrowing costs and ongoing economic pressure continue to weigh on many households across the country. Now, from consumers' pockets to government's purse strings, National Treasury has issued a stark warning that South Africa's failing municipalities are becoming a serious threat to economic growth. More than half of the country's municipalities are now in financial distress, with rising irregular expenditure and mounting unpaid bills to Eskom, water boards and SARS. Treasury says the deterioration is beginning to spill over into the broader economy and could undermine the fiscal credibility South Africa has worked hard to rebuild. While the country remains on track to stabilize public debt and maintain primary budget surpluses, officials say fixing local government is now critical to unlocking faster growth and attracting investment. Turning to markets, investors are looking to build on Wall Street's record-breaking session, with U.S. futures pointing to a steady start. In Asia, equities are mostly higher as investors continue to digest the improving global backdrop, while lower oil prices and hopes that geopolitical tensions could ease continue to support risk appetite. Now, that combination is expected to set the tone for a firmer start on the JSE, where trade gets underway at 9 a.m. Shifting focus to the currency scene, the rand remains firm at 16.34 to the dollar, 22 to the pound, and 18.86 versus the euro. From the trading floor to the entrepreneurial journey, after 8:30, we'll celebrate women in business. Kathy will be exploring what it takes to turn passion into purpose. So do tune in at 8:30 a.m.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAFM 90 years.
I'm Brigadier Glenda Marty, the National Spokesperson of the SAPS. On behalf of the management of the SAPS, we extend our heartfelt congratulations and appreciation to one of the country's APS. We extend our heartfelt congratulations and appreciation to one of the country's most respected public broadcasters. We are particularly grateful for the role the station continues to play in assisting the police to communicate with the people of our country. Thank you for helping us share police successes and the strides made in tracking and apprehending wanted suspects. We also appreciate your commitment to balanced journalism, recognizing our achievements as the SAPS. May SAFM continue to go from strength to strength as it celebrates this remarkable milestone.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa.
Deciding to not hit save may cost you an afternoon of work, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With Outsurance, a 50-year-old Lauren, save may cost you an afternoon of work, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With Outsurance, 50-year-old Lawrence saves an incredible 309 Rand a month on his 2025 Volkswagen T-Cross. Switch to Outsurance. You could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
All right, we're continuing with our reality check this morning. And again, just a reminder of why this segment exists. It's to help us pause, reflect, and think seriously about the state of South Africa. Not just what is happening, but why it's happening, what it's costing us, and what we can do to change it. Our aim is to deepen the national conversation, to challenge assumptions, and also to sharpen our thinking so that we ask, what are the practical steps that are needed to build the South Africa that we want to see? Our contributor this week is veteran Mavuso Msimang. He joins us again this morning. He's gone with the theme of migration and has taken us through different reflection points, looking at the history of migration, not only in South Africa but in the region. And then yesterday, bringing it into South Africa, what is it that we have by way of legal framework that has governed migration in our country, and is going to be continuing from there this morning. Mr. Msimang, good morning to you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Good morning to you and to your listeners. Do you want me to continue?
Yes,
from
sir.
There?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll go back and say, with the exception of perhaps the Khoi and the San, the present population of South Africa is made up of people who were at one time or another immigrants. The groups that migrated from the northern parts of the African continent settled down and established themselves in available spaces and lived their lives without creating long-lasting conflicts with their neighbors. In many instances, there was integration and assimilation. To be sure, there were tough turf wars which were fought, and in some instances, like when King Shaka of the Zulu embarked on his empire-building campaigns, massive displacements were caused, resulting in waves of new emigrations, this time to countries like Lesotho, Botswana, etc. The immigrants who came from Europe and established themselves in the country we call South Africa today constitute the most destructive set of immigrants ever to come to our shores. They dispossessed natives of their land. They brought slaves of different categories into the country. They passed racist legislation that specifically excluded others, and the others were the majority of the people who were native here anyway. They developed the country's economy for the exclusive benefit of their own kith and kin, they established a succession of white governments, a practice that went on for almost 350 years. Lest we forget, the economy of this country was built on cheap labor. That statement is as true as saying today is Wednesday, the 5th of August, 2026. Some of that cheap labor came from Mozambique, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Lesotho, and Botswana. That rule eventually ended, the colonial rule, in 1994 with the introduction of universal franchise. However, so entrenched were the economic privileges that were built over the centuries that the white segment of the South African population continues to dominate the economy to this day. We are, as Thabo Mbeki observed in 1998, a country of two nations, one rich and white, the other black and poor. When we talk about high unemployment rates at 32% or more, we are talking about black unemployment. Among the whites, it's less than 10%. When we say 50% of the South African population lives in poverty, 99%, that refers to black people. Virtually only black people live in the shacks that we benignly, euphemistically call informal settlements. When we talk about the landless, we are talking about black people, the bigoted races who are supported by AfriForum and are embraced by the United States President notwithstanding. Why do I fear that we are being preoccupied with Africans in a fight over scraps? That we are directing our anger at wrong people and at someone who is chuckling as we do this. It's dangerous to judge a group as a whole because of the actions of a few. Whites are racist? No. Zulus are tribalists? No. So-and-so are lazy and dirty? These whites are racist? No. Zulus are tribalists? No. So-and-so are lazy and dirty? These are very dangerous assumptions to make about a people. To say these are immigrants and therefore they all act in the same manner is also dangerous. Now, who is funding the people who march and march and are involved really what is nothing but vigilante activities? How do politicians who know so well that their incompetence and corruption is primarily responsible for the distressed state of the economy even begin to align themselves with the patently unfounded proposition that immigrants are responsible for our high levels of unemployment? Do they also think that we go for days without water because of documented or undocumented immigrants? Are immigrants the cause of the ongoing sporadic load shedding? Are they responsible for the high cost of living in our country? Earlier today, you were talking about bins that have not been emptied. We have the unknown number of documented immigrants among us. Largely, we have all those largely as a consequence of endemic corruption in our governance system. That's what needs fixing. Daily headlines in the media tell the tale of corruption, it tells of the tale of corruption gone viral. See our so-called law enforcement officers in parade at the Madlanga Commission, Home Affairs officials, living off the spoils of corruption, as do others at the expense of immigrants or migrants. Let me conclude by saying the laws of this country must be respected, and it's highly risky and unacceptable that we have in our midst people whose origins we don't know. The modern state requires the documentation of the entire populace. We are not responsible for their upkeep. We should not be. We must level up with this, with the government, and make sure that this doesn't happen. But let us not miss the big opportunity of building a strong Africa, which I would like to talk about next time.
That is Mavuso Msimang, former civil servant and former freedom fighter, with his contribution to the reality check this week. Part of what he's saying is, are we knocking on the right doors? Are we holding all the parties in this value chain accountable for the state of South Africa today? Migrants, in terms of documented and undocumented, are just one part of the conversation. There's so much else that contributes to the ecosystem, and that's a part of the question that Mavuso Msimang is asking us in his contribution. All right, we're going to take the latest traffic update, and then I'm back with your calls. 086 000 2032 is the number in his contribution. All right, we're going to take the latest traffic update, and then I'm back with your calls. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line. You've been sending through those voice notes, but please do continue. 0614 104 107.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Started Pretoria with some heavy backlogging on the N4. This is the Amalafeli Highway through Watermeyer Street towards the N1. You're going to be asked to queue up in sit in some traffic if you're arriving in from the sort of Mamelodi side this morning. Very heavy. You might want to duck down to Linwood Road to avoid that instead. The Mike 1, Boyston through to Sandton, fairly busy. William Mandela through Bryanston in towards Sandton on your way to Hyde Park is really bad. There's some roadworks on William Mandela south of Sandton Drive near Cromarty Road, and that's what's causing that delay. So big delays really from about Bryanston High School all the way down through Sandton Drive and heading in towards the Hyde Park. Lights are out right in the heart of Melrose area there on Corlett Drive at Athol Oakland, so there's all badly backed up traffic that side. And the other side of town, 14th Avenue, Hendrik Portketer, lights are out, causing a bit of chaos getting on and off the West Rand. Durban, a breakdown at Spaghetti Junction, so the N3 inbound really bad this morning from Paradise Valley past Pavilion into 4 level. The N2 south badly backed up, trying to get off the N2 and into that N3. Queues back beyond the Inanda Road exit. Bottom of the M4 as you approach the city centre coming in from Blue Lagoon area, looking really busy as well today. Into Cape Town we go with some heavy traffic out of Tableview. Malabongwe Drive from Rivergate down towards the N7 at Dunoon is bad. Bosmansdown Road from Edgemead across the N7 passing Summer Greens into Montague Drive. Very heavy backlogs there, and no traffic lights amongst a very busy high volume taxi route this morning. Robert Sabukwe, Montague Drive, very heavy backlogs there, and no traffic lights amongst a very busy high volume taxi route this morning. Robert Sabukwe up at Belrail. That's a heavy queue coming from sort of Symphony Way at Belleville South up Robert Sabukwe. Very heavy going northbound. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Morning, Kathy. Pertaining the NSFAS theft or looting, when are we going to see people being arrested in all the departments, not only NSFAS? People are looting money, but no one is being arrested. Anonymous.
Good morning, Kathy. If it was my company that picked it up thing, I would never employ those people because they are already showing problems. What more if they are in the company? Never, I won't employ people like that.
Morning, Katie. Katie, the former CEO of RAF, I think had a point when he said that he was being chased out by people that used to eat at RAF. And we know that people that used to eat at RAF is private law firms because they were making millions out of RAF. Now that he's out, guess what? They want to go back to the private attorney model that 8 millions out of RAF. Wow.
Good morning, Kathy. Hope everything's well. Kathy, with the atrocities which Mr. Zuma has laid on the MK, I predict the minute he closes his eyes, so will the MK, Pepilon Aldos.
Morning. Hey, you know this thing of Jacob Zuma and MK is reminding me of late president of Zimbabwe, Mugabe, where he was just taking decisions without thinking. Yeah, same thing. I can see Baba Zuma now is very old. Green man here in Pietermaritzburg. Bye.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, so those were just some of the voice notes you've been sending through. Let me go to the lines. Churchill, you're in Mtata. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, Kathy. I was listening to Ndadem Simang yesterday and even today, and I agree mostly with what he's saying. And I agree even in other big economies in Europe, they were built through slavery. That is our own black people. People have always moved. And also that, we must agree that people must come into a country within the parameters of the law. Because we find that Africa must be treated as a continent with sovereign countries, not a country. That's basically what we're addressing here. Now, that's why we find ourselves here. That's the biggest problem that we're finding ourselves in. Because at the end of the day, it's not that our people, are xenophobic against our African brothers and sisters, but basically, people ordinarily are not law enforcers. We must blame government for this because this has been going on without being attended to, and our weak systems that have been corrupted. That's one of the reasons why we find ourselves here. Because ordinarily, even in your own community, if you find that the police are not acting and making sure that they arrest criminals, people are going to take the law into their own hands because they've not been trained in enforcing the law. Laws are there that are governing immigration. So ordinarily, these laws have to be enforced, but they have not been enforced for quite some time, and our administrations and governments have slept on their laurels.
And Churchill, do you find that that's the elephant in the room, right? That is actually at the heart of the issue.
That is it, Katie. And also, once more, those who circumvent our labor laws must be arrested. They have not been arrested because of corruption. Now, ordinarily, there are those who are going to employ illegal foreigners because they want to make a quick buck. Now, our people, obviously, they're going to say the jobs that were supposed to be reserved for them are taken by foreigners. That's how vulnerable people are.
Okay, Churchill, we're going to leave it there. Majoro, you're in Lady Brandt. Good morning. How's the Winnie Mandela Museum? Good morning. How's the Winnie Mandela Museum coming along, Majoro?
Not in Lady Brand, Kathy. I think you're talking about in Brantford. That's where, not in Lady
Oh,
Brand.
yes, in Brantford. Yes, you're right. Apologies. Go for it. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, let me go straight. Kathy, this coming Friday, where IC will be closing the voters' roll. The challenge that we are having, Samiras, is that throughout, as a result of this vote limitations, there are areas that are still, or should I say, the voters' roll, that still reflect the wrong people in the wrong ward. Chances are you might find yourself going to decide for a candidate of a particular ward that you're not resident of, which could jeopardize the integrity and the fairness of the outcome.
Majoro, have you raised this issue with the IEC, the local office of the IEC?
We have done so, and the IEC is saying that I'm not sure whether there's a law that says they are able to move people from a particular VD to another VD. People must done it voluntarily. Now, my question is, what about the integrity of the elections? Because the fairness issue, if you read the Constitution, talks about the elections, the outcome must be fair. How is it going to be fair when I am residing in the wrong ward and voting for a candidate of a particular ward? That might also could result into
I hear what you're saying, Majoro, but the individuals, the voters themselves, must take it upon themselves to change that.
Yeah, but because of the process of a demarcation, IEC has done it with another. The unfortunate part is that the other VD, IEC managed to move people to that particular VD. But with this one, they are saying they're unable to move people to a different VD.
Okay.
Now they contradicting themselves in that case.
Okay, Majoro, I'm going to put you through to our producers. I certainly want us to look into this matter a little more closely. Deborah, you're in Tswane. Good morning.
Hi, Kathy.
Yes, sir.
Kathy, I just want to respond or make comments to what Ndadem Simang has just said in his address or in his speech, coining March and Munch as a vigilante group. You know, people like him are a very bitter taste in the mouth of ordinary South Africans because they are living in posh houses in upmarket suburbs. So they don't feel the pinch that ordinary people are feeling in the townships. That is why they are denialists, denying the fact that illegal immigrants are contributing negatively to the economy of this country. They are putting a burden on our health system, on our school system, all those, so they are putting a burden on them.
Okay.
So, I mean, Ndadem Simang, okay, I understand he's a politician. You know, politicians, they will always deny facts.
Deborah, we're going to have to leave it there. It's time for me to head over to the news desk. And good morning.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, legal opinion finds Ramaphosa can be summoned to Parliament, and South Africa and China strengthen nuclear waste management cooperation. Good morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa can be summoned to appear before a committee of Parliament, just like any other citizen. This is contained in legal advice seen by SABC News that will be provided to Parliament's impeachment committee in the meeting today. The committee is in the process of finalising its administrative work after a Western Cape High Court ruling temporarily halted its hearings. The judgment stems from Ramaphosa's bid to halt the committee until his application to review the Section 89 independent panel report is heard in September. Last week, the committee wanted legal advice on whether the president should give his testimony in person. Zaylene Merrington reports.
The legal advice from Parliament states that the President falls within the ordinary category of any person capable of being summoned in the same manner as any other witness. According to the powers, capable of being summoned in the same manner as any other witness. According to the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004, a person summoned under this Act may lose the ordinary privilege against self-incrimination or their right to remain silent. On whether the President must be the first to appear, the committee has been advised that the President cannot appear before evidence against self-incrimination or their right to remain silent. On whether the President must be the first to appear, the committee has been advised that the President cannot appear before evidence is on record, and unless the committee has made its case, it would be procedurally unfair. Last week, opposition parties had insisted that Ramaphosa must appear in person.
South Africa's National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute has signed a strategic memorandum of understanding with the China National Nuclear Corporation. The partnership comes as the institute moves to complete a 2 billion rand radioactive waste management facility by 2030, aligning with the country's integrated resource plan. The plan targets 5.2 gigawatts of new commercial nuclear power capacity by 2039. Speaking at the South Africa-China Electricity and Energy Investment Conference, the Institute's Ridwan Bakudin outlined the significance of the agreement.
So very exciting that we've had this opportunity now to enter this memorandum of understanding with the Chinese. CNNC, China Nuclear Corporation, they are a massive entity, over 100 gigawatts of nuclear electricity, and so really a vast amount of experience in nuclear. They also have a nuclear waste division in their organization, and we've signed this memorandum of understanding to work together with them to share experience.
The Public Servants Association, PSA, says investigations will continue into allegations made against the Public Investment Corporation CEO, Patrick Dlamini, despite his reinstatement. This after the High Court in Pretoria set aside Dlamini's suspension, ruling it was unlawful and invalid. The judgment found the former PIC board acted without ministerial and cabinet approval. The PSA's Assistant General Manager, Claude Naicker, says they received reassurances from the Finance Minister, Enoch Godongwana, that investigations into the allegations levelled against Dlamini continue.
The allegations that were preferred to Mr. Dlamini prior suspension remains. In other words, that will be investigated. Like the Minister reassured us last night, he said that the SIU investigation and the investigation by the Financial Services Conductor Authority will continue to unfold, and hopefully that the investigations will unearth and give Mr. Dlamini an opportunity to answer to these allegations, or alternatively, if he has done everything on board, then obviously this will instill some confidence in his tenure as the CEO.
Umkhonto weSizwe Party leader Jacob Zuma has moved to tighten his control over the organization. At a media briefing in Durban, the party announced that Zuma will now directly oversee its finances, secretariat and other key organizational functions. The MK party also dismissed reports that it had received a forensic report saying no such document has been presented to the party's leadership. MK party spokesperson Sfiso Mahlangu elaborates.
The President shall have the necessary authority to provide strategic direction, to ensure accountability, and to see the effective functioning of all structures and departments within the MK party. The President has noted with concern reports and allegations carried in some media regarding matters of the organization in reference to a so-called forensic report. The President wishes to place this on record that the party has not had sight of this report.
And finally, global and local investors are gathering at the Infra for Africa Forum and Africa 50 General Shareholders Meeting in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. They are looking at how to turn the continent's infrastructure needs into bankable projects and investment into growth. Africa 50's Chief Operating Officer Tshepidi Muremong was speaking at the meeting.
Currently on the continent, 3.5% of GDP annually is allocated to infrastructure. The need actually should be 7% if we're to meet our sustainable development goals. That cannot be done by governments alone. So what we need to bring is domestic capital, institutional capital, global capital, local players to be able to drive and deliver that infrastructure.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa can be summoned to appear before a committee of parliament just like any other citizen. This is contained in legal advice seen by SABC News that will be provided to Parliament's impeachment committee in their meeting today. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Deciding to ignore your alarm may cost you your flight, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With Outsurance, 43-year-old Ilana saves an unbelievable 349 Rand a month on her 2022 Suzuki Jimny. Switch to Outsurance today. You could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer, Banyana booking a blockbuster Women's Africa Cup of Nations quarter-final against the host Morocco. And in rugby, Sia Kolisi and Ibn Etzebet return as coach Rassie Erasmus rings the changes for Los Pumas. We'll have details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
If you're driving into Pretoria along the N4, that's the Emerald Highway. Big queues towards the M1 backlogs back beyond Vitamer Street. You might want to use Linwood Road as an alternative route through that area. No traffic lights and some roadworks on Solomon Mshlangu down by Delphi if you're heading around towards Garsfontein, going west on Solomon Mshlangu. That's a big queue to work through. N3 North queuing up through Limbro Park towards Buccleuch. Maybe some roadworks that are in place there. And the N12 between Benoni and Boksburg, very slow going, leaving the East Rand area, leaving Ekurhuleni side this morning. Winnie Mandela from Bryanston down to Sandton Drive and beyond that into Cromarty Road. Very slow. There's some roadworks going on, so big delays between, if you like, Bryanston and Hyde Park today. Durban, a couple of breakdowns inside Spaghetti Junction causing chaos. The N3 backed up from Paradise Valley. That's Pinetown side. The N2 South backing up beyond Inanda Road to get in. A lot of traffic avoiding the N3, finding itself all jammed up on the M13. 45th cutting into that Sherwood area as well. The M4 slow at Virginia Airport both ways, and then the M4 from Blue Lagoon heading down in towards the city centre of Durban, quite slow as well today. Cape Town, the main road, Muizenberg down to Cork Bay, looking busy. The M5 from Crombourne Road heading up towards the N2, very slow going, and no traffic lights. Mitchell's Plain, M7R300, jams on both of those routes towards the Philippi side, and Robert Sabukwe at Belrail is out. That's a big queue from Belleville South, heading north into the Belleville area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 12 after 8 o'clock. You're tuned into the National Briefing. A very good morning to you, and of course, welcome. If you've just tuned into the show, I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock is the final hour, but still plenty for us to get through before we reach 9 o'clock this hour. And it's really one of the biggest industrial stories of our time. South Africa now hosts roughly 70% of Africa's data centers. Cape Town has just cleared the way for 2 Equinix facilities. They'll draw around 174 megawatts. So that's electricity for something like 130,000 households. The president is calling this essential infrastructure. Residents groups have gone to the tribunal to stop it. So is South Africa becoming Africa's digital powerhouse, or renting out our water and our grid for somebody else that owns the future? We're going to focus on that in this half hour. And then it is Women's Month at just after 8 o'clock. We meet a business owner who built something from nothing and then built in Mzansi a small machine. It's called a hydrolyzer in Sasolburg. It could matter enormously when it comes to rare earth minerals. We're going to have that conversation as we round off the hour.
The Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional. Our chefs whip up something sweet for the soul as they head to Bertus Basson's latest restaurant, Ongetem, in the heart of the mother city, to celebrate winter desserts. It might be cold outside, but things are heating up in the kitchen. Catch all the drama on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30. Only on SABC2.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
EFC is live this Thursday, fresh off a championship win.
He was willing to give everything for this title tonight.
Cape Town's Adrian Sanchez puts his interim belt on the line against the man determined to fulfill his family's legacy, Durban's Bradley Swanepoel. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Well, let's get into our focus, our briefing focus for this morning. Now, as you heard, South Africa holds about 70% of the continent's data centers. Cape Town's Planning Tribunal has approved zoning for 2 Equinix campuses, which together would need around 174 megawatts. It's more than Africa's largest operator currently runs across its entire estate. And as I said earlier, enough to power around 130,000 homes. Now, the community organizations say the applications were not done properly and that they did not disclose power, water, and emissions. There's, of course, a third question, right? And this around the ownership of these servers. If foreigners own these servers, the models, and the data, then what exactly does South Africa own? Wellington Muzengeza is a research fellow at the Africa Center for Critical Minerals and Energy Transition. Wellington, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and thank you for having me.
Arthur Goldstuck is Managing Director, Worldwide Works. Arthur, good morning. Good morning, Arthur.
Good morning, Kathy.
Yes.
It's good to be on your show.
Wonderful. Thanks for coming on. And Makibinyane Mohapelwa is COO Mzansi SAT and founder Tsokoma Training and Consulting. Makibinyane, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you? Thank you for the invitation.
Wellington, let's just start with the basics, right? Because we're really entering an era that I believe not many of us are fully up to speed with. So when we talk about data centers, what are data centers and what do they do? Hello, Wellington. All right, it seems we've lost Wellington on the line. Arthur, can you tackle that question for me?
Very briefly and simply, data centers are massive facilities that store all the content and services as well as the applications that we access on the internet. So, for example, online banking happens in what they call the cloud, but the cloud is actually you could almost say anchored in the data center, access on the internet. So, for example, online banking happens in what they call the cloud, but the cloud is actually, you could almost say anchored in the data centers. So there's massive computers that are called servers that sit in the data centers, storing all the online banking services, all your data as well. So when you log, storing all the online banking services, all your data as well. So when you log on to online banking, you're actually connecting to a data center.
It's such a great description that you've given, Arthur, because often when we think about technology, most people think that all the information is sitting in this cloud, right? And we think about it like a practical cloud. So it's somewhere up in the air. Where are data centers normally built? Because we're talking about economic hubs, even rural hubs, wherever there's major economic activity that is powered online, there would need to be hosting of sort.
That's exactly right. And if you consider how much information, content, services, and applications are available online, you also have to consider where all of that resides. And you need massive facilities for the amount of services that we are accessing and the growing amount of services. But what is now happening is that the AI boom is driving an exponential increase in demand for processing of AI, but also for accessing new services and creating new services. Every individual sitting in their bedroom can create a website now, and that website is residing in the cloud, which means it's sitting on a data center somewhere. So you can imagine the massive increase in demand for capacity in those data centers, and that's why we are seeing new data centers being built all the time. When the data centers were first set up, the first really big data centers were from Amazon Web Services about 7 years ago, and they seemed to have almost excess capacity. But now it turns out to have been prescient to have forecast that there would be exceptionally high growth, and even those forecasts have proven to be conservative.
Wellington, you call this a digital governance paradox. Tell us why.
Sorry about that. Right. The paradox, as I see it, is that South Africa can attract more digital infrastructure while gaining relatively little control over the digital economy that infrastructure supports. So, in other words, I'm saying the physical facilities may be located in South Africa, but their financing, technology, cloud platforms, intellectual property, and other strategic decisions may remain largely under foreign control. So that is where the paradox there. South Africa can host more digital infrastructure, but while controlling less of the economy. So that is what I think should feed into policy.
Right now, we don't have a national framework that treats data centers as critical infrastructure. So what is the practical risk of approving them under the rules that are written for warehouses more generally?
Right. So what is happening is that technology is moving at an extreme pace or faster pace than current regulation. So what we're seeing town planning regulations from the 20th century being used to approve technologies that are in the 21st century. So there is a gap there. There is a policy lag and a gap that needs to be addressed. So we cannot continue treating this as regular developments like data warehouses. No, we have to look at these data centers as strategic infrastructure rather than simply general investment. So regulation and policy must now be recalibrated to adapt to this new development as we go into the next phase of energy transition and infrastructure, digital infrastructure development.
Makibinyane, you've warned about digital extractivism because ultimately it's our land, it's our power, it's our consumers that in one way or another, our citizens that are funding some of these. How is that different to what happened with minerals?
Kathy, it's exactly the same. I mean, digital extractivism is colonial commodity trade with better branding, really. Raw data is extracted here, refined in northern hubs, and sold back to us as proprietary software we read forever, right? So if you look at the process of exactly, it's just really now within the digital economy, where we supply the land, the power, the water, and the users. And then in exchange, we get the IP, and then the margin leaves our shores. And so it's really the same structure, just with a new commodity. And look, and also why this actually matters. I mean, subsidizing foreign hyperscalers without securing local ownership means we carry the environmental and grid costs, while other high-value technical capability is generated elsewhere, which is not really good for the economy. Which is not really good for the economy as a whole.
Arthur, why do these data centers need so much power and so much water?
If you consider a basic computer needing water, at least electricity, it's not only to run the computer, but it's also to cool the computer, because the computer has a fan in it to keep it cool. And these are very basic computers. So when you look at the big servers that you have in data centers, they need massive levels of power as well as cooling. So that means that there's a huge demand on electricity and water in the bigger data centers. And that's why data centers are in fact measured in megawatts of electricity rather than in the floor space of the data centers, because that gives you a better idea of the level of power that they drain. So when you look at the initial AWS installation, for example, it's very instructive, because from the start they realized that there were going to be massive issues with regards to sustainability and draining the local grid. So they were an early mover in what they call electricity wheeling. And that's where you have a solar plant, for example, in the Northern Cape or the Free State. In the case of AWS, it's in the Northern Cape. In the case of Terraco, it's in the Free State. They're one of the biggest local data center providers. And then Africa Data Centers has also signed a contract for a wheeling of solar power through the grid to their operations. And to give you an idea, the AWS facility in the Northern Cape is 10 megawatts, whereas African Data Centers is looking at a 12 megawatt supply. And Terraco is developing a 120 megawatt solar plant. So the electricity demand is massive, but the initiatives to ensure that it actually develops the grid and develops infrastructure are extensive and across all the data center operators.
Makibinyane, what should we be doing to ensure that all of this investment, right, is tied to local scales, to local ownership, to ensure that we are not entering this extractivism, this digital extractivism, as you've described it, but that South Africa also now begins to own part of this artificial intelligence economy?
Kathy, so first we need to look at the direct and indirect benefits. So there's the direct benefits on the site. So upstream, the building of it, the specialist trades and services that come within it, the running and the maintenance of the facility once it's up and running. And then we have the indirect benefits, and Arthur touched on a little bit of that. So you have the IPPs who are obviously who need power purchase agreements from the likes of the data centers to actually develop projects, renewable projects to feed into that. But then having said that as well, then what you need to do is set very tight conditionality as to what skills that because we need to make it conditional in the sense that we need specific skills to be developed to actually ensure that we're able to participate more in the downstream, where the value adding portion of it is actually higher in a sense. So where you want is, because a data center by its very nature at max may employ about 57 people at most on average. So what you want is to ensure that we develop the skills and we set the conditionality around it to create a virtuous circle where there's benefit in different facets of the economy. Because again, most of the benefit is not direct in the build. Yes, there's a construction element, but then post that, the ability to host a lot of these services domestically, the ability to host a lot of these services domestically is critical, and also critical because that there's a sovereign element or question that needs to be addressed to that. So we need to look at it holistically, and policy needs to support that and ensure that we set the guardrails to ensure that the hyperscalers understand operating domestically. You have to ensure that we are also advancing our NDP goals.
Wellington, are we building local AI capability alongside this infrastructure that we are powering? So yes, we might be sitting with a significant portion of Africa's data centers, but are we building the kind of capability that enables us to take full advantage of that, including downstream, a significant portion of Africa's data centers? But are we building the kind of capability that enables us to take full advantage of that, including downstream, as Makibinyane is pointing out?
Calling for a blanket requirement that all data must remain inside South Africa, because you see, data localization can increase cost and does not automatically create. Data localization can increase cost and does not automatically create digital sovereignty. So when we say local capability, we are saying whoever wants to set up data centers can set them up in South Africa. But when they set them up in South Africa, what are the implications in terms of ownership? What are the trickle-down benefits that can come to South Africans? Essentially, can set them up in South Africa. But when they set them up in South Africa, what are the implications in terms of ownership? What are the trickle-down benefits that can come to South Africans? Essentially. So for me, the more important questions are which categories of data are strategically sensitive, what protections apply to them, and who can access them, and whether South Africa has sufficient domestic capacity to maintain those critical services. So I believe the policy response should be targeted and it must be proportionate and focused on resilience rather than isolation. So I'm not proposing blanket localization and ownership. I'm simply saying, come through. We need the data in South Africa. We need this to be progressive. We already are hosting 70% of data of these data centers anyway. Hosting 70% of data of these data centers anyway. But what are the benefits that are going to directly trickle down? Is South Africa going to risk being the physical host of these data centers and not own that data? Remember, data is the primary raw material for artificial intelligence and other new and emerging technologies of the future.
In fact, some go as far
and not own that data. Remember, data is the primary raw material for artificial intelligence and other new and emerging technologies of the future.
In fact, some go as far as saying that data is the new gold, right? So we'll have to see what is it that our cabinet and government can do to ensure that we're capturing that full value rather than just hosting these services. Wellington, Arthur, and Makibinyane, let me thank you for your contribution. Let me hand you over to Ann Musa with the latest headlines at the news desk.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, Auditor General Tsakani Maluleke says our office has refined its work over the years beyond reliable financial statements to include an evaluation of performance as well as consequence management. She was delivering a public lecture at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban. President Cyril Ramaphosa can be summoned to appear before a committee of parliament just like any other citizen. This is contained in legal advice seen by SABC News that will be provided to Parliament's impeachment committee in their meeting today. And 6 people arrested in connection with a violent tavern attack in Tsepiso Phase 1 in Sharpeville in the Vaal are expected to appear in the Vereniging Magistrates Court this morning for a bail application. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, middle of the country. Anyone plans driving Bloemfontein, Colesberg, just be aware there's been a massive truck crash just south of the Charib Dam. So it's Charib Dam, Colesberg area. Not much getting through there. Long queues at the moment. You might want to delay travel. Also coming into Potchefstroom on the N12, there's been a crash at the train bridge. So a little bit of a backlog as you arrive into the central Potch area this morning. Joburg, Mike 1 from Houghton up towards Greyston Drive, looking pretty slow. N3 North, Limbro Park into Buccleuch is busy. There's a couple of breakdowns waiting to be cleared up around Allendale Road, causing that backlog. And a crash driving into Joburg on the N12 after Edenvale. So from Craft Road, that all gets a bit busy as well. Durban, heavy pressure on the N3 inbound from Paradise Valley, passing Pavilion Mall into Spaghetti Junction, still there. 2 breakdowns before you get into Spaghetti Junction. Interestingly, the N2 North, moving through Spaghetti Junction towards Mgeta Road, has cleared out nice and early for you this morning, which is good news. Cape Town, a lot of pressure around the Belleville Paro area. Mike Pinar and Tinny Mayer onto Francie Fansela around that loop down to Tygerberg Hospital. Some real slow moving traffic there. Robert Sabukwe at Bell Rail, no traffic lights. That's heavy coming from the Belleville South area. And the M3 this morning from Constantia, slow all the way through to Hospital Bend. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning, Absheni, Madam Kathy. I want to congratulate Banyana, making us proud, keeping SA flag flying high. We are proud of you girls. Keep it up. You have our support. Reverend Adam Manganye in Musina. Amen.
Zaikan, Kibanyana Badi champion.
Keep the volume up, DJ Selma. Yes, please. It's funny how a winning song sounds even better after a winning night.
Absolutely. So now we just got to keep the momentum going. We face Morocco on Saturday. So what do the stats say? Because we need to know what the track record says so that we're clear about how we are aligning our faith. You know, like we did with Mafana. We need to know how much faith we need to be putting into this project.
Kathy will be dancing our way into that semi-finals. I can tell you the host better move out of our way because Banyana no stopping them, and that's exactly what they did last night, okay? Tembi Kgatlana firing that winner against Burkina Faso. Now, combined with Ivory Coast's victory over Tanzania, we booked a last 8 clash, okay? Host Morocco come Saturday. Kgatlana has now scored twice in the tournament, but South Africa will need greater support in attack if they are to upset the hosts and keep the hopes of that automatic qualification for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup alive. From there, we also go to some news with regards to rugby, and it's the Springbok fly half, Sasha Feinberg, Ngomezulu, saying the frustration of missing the latter stages of the URC and South Africa's opening Nations Championship test through injury has only made him stronger. The 24-year-old returns to the starting lineup against Argentina on Saturday. Now, South African weightlifter Annika Spitzberger may have missed her medal target at the Commonwealth Games, but she says the experience of representing her country in Glasgow was worth every lift. The 58-kilogram lifter finished 7th overall and believes the Games have given her valuable lessons for what could still be an Olympic journey.
It was a great experience for me from weigh-in to first lifts on the platform was actually, there's always nerves. But to hit that first lift was quite nice, and it's a very thrilling experience. And again, like being on the platform beforehand, you always think this would be my last, and then you get on the platform and then I'm like, no, I don't know if this can be my last. It's such an electric feeling, and it was quite nice.
And finally, cricket. The Betway SA20 umpire Sipilele Gasa is set for one of the biggest moments of his career. He's been selected for the Cricket South Africa ECB umpire exchange program with the 100. Now, he began umpiring as a weekend hobby and says the opportunity to officiate at Lord's is priceless. He will stand in matches at Lord's, the Oval and Southampton while also serving as fourth umpire during the tournament. And that's my innings done. John Hediger will take the new ball just after 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
EFC is live this Thursday, fresh off a championship win.
He was willing to give everything for this title tonight.
Cape Town's Adrian Sanchez puts his interim belt on the line against the man determined to fulfill his family's legacy, Durban's Bradley Swanepoel. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Important message to all social grants beneficiaries. Did you know that SASSA verifies beneficiaries monthly? Did you receive a message to have your grant reviewed or to undergo eLife certification? Do not be scared. Just comply. For the month of August, older persons grant beneficiaries will be paid on Tuesday the 4th, disability grants on Wednesday the 5th, and children's grants on Thursday the 6th. If you do not get your grant on these dates, worry not. Do not rush to the SASSA office. Wait until Friday the 7th of August. Should you receive your grant on the 7th of August, note that your grant is under review and you need to visit your nearest SASSA office in August to conduct a review or life certification. This message is brought to you by SASSA. #SASSA Cares.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
This interview is proudly brought to you by FNB Business, and Women's Month is an opportunity to celebrate the women who are shaping South Africa's entrepreneurial landscape through innovation, resilience, and determination. This morning, we're going to explore Simphiwe Mota's entrepreneurial journey, the lessons she's learned, and challenges she's had to overcome. Simphiwe, you are the founder and owner of Lash and Dash. You're also an F&B business customer. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Well, thank you. Now, you go all around South Africa today, whether you're in the city, the township, a rural area, you are going to find women with lashes on fleek, right? So tell us, what inspired you to start Lash and Dash, and how's the business evolved over the years?
Okay, so Lash and Dash started in 2019, and this is a business that started out at home in my daughter's room. The inspiration, I think, that made me start the business was wanting to create a future for my daughter. And more than anything, I think it's just seeing how beauty can transform the confidence, you know, watching clients come in and leave feeling so much better. And where we're at today is that we've grown to multiple locations. We've welcomed thousands of clients. We've trained aspiring beauty professionals because we now have our training academy. We've created jobs and we're continuing to expand. So looking back now, it's just incredible to see how it's grown to what it is now.
Simphiwe, turning a passion into a business takes a lot of courage. Let's talk about some of the early challenges. Moving from your daughter's room in your home, where people come in and, right, their expectations are not that high. They know they'll get good service, but nobody's thinking about the wallpaper, or is this and that in place. So what were the challenges you had to overcome as you scaled your business?
Yeah, those are definitely some of them. So a lot of the challenges, I think, wasn't just the beauty industry itself, but it was learning how to become a business owner. So I had to figure out what financing is, how to build the leadership skills, marketing, hiring, and building systems, which is often learned through trial and error. But like many entrepreneurs, there are times when cash flow is tight and when things don't go according to plan. And I think naturally, when you're building anything, you've got those moments where you don't, think you're good enough with it. But every challenge has always become a lesson, and resilience has always kicked in and overweighed every challenge that has come in.
There are many women who are either running businesses or are thinking about running their own business. What is it that you think female entrepreneurs in particular need in order to grow their businesses with confidence?
So I always tell our students who come in is I know that women always need three things. It's access, it's mentorship, and it's belief. So it's access to funding and opportunities, mentors who've walked the journey before, and most importantly, it's the confidence that you need to believe that you do belong in all the rooms that you're in. Because sometimes I think as women, we wait until everything is perfect before we take that leap. But growth happens by starting before you feel completely ready.
What we've seen is F&B has placed a strong emphasis on supporting women in business through access to tools, networks, markets, and financial solutions. You are an F&B business customer. How would you say that having the right banking partner supported your business journey? And we know often it's the banks that seem to get in the way of our big dreams, Simpiwe. They won't let us live our best lives.
Yeah, so as an F&B customer, I've appreciated having the access to the banking solutions that support our day-to-day operations as we've grown. So our payroll is definitely much bigger than what it was when I was just myself at home. So I love that it's such an easy bank and also all the interface and apps to interpret. I also, in the beginning, used like the overdraft facilities, the credit stuff, which is really great when you are wanting to kick off a project or just have a little boost to start off like your stock. So I really have appreciated that with them.
Let's talk about what you can share with those listening to this conversation around building sustainable businesses and creating opportunities for themselves. If there's a single piece of advice that you would offer, what is it?
So I would say do not wait for the perfect timing because that rarely comes. So you have to start with what you have. Invest in your learning, build relationships, ask for help. And with all of that, you have to stay consistent with it because I think success is built through those small disciplined actions. And it's also built on those times when no one is watching, where you also have to choose to wake up, to show up, even when you don't have the kind reviews or you may have a team member that may not believe in your dream or whatever challenge may come along, but it's just, being able to have that perseverance to be able to push through that.
Just keep at it is Simpiwe's advice. Simpiwe Mota, founder and owner of Lash and Dash. So, Simpiwe, where can we find you? Very quickly, free editorial.
Thank you so much.
Oh, all right. Okay. It looks like we've lost Simpiwe on the line. I wanted her to just tell us where some of her stores are stationed. She's the founder and owner of Lash and Dash, and this interview has been proudly brought to you by F&B Business.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, let's try and get in as many of your calls before we have to wrap up this show. Let me start off in Durban. John, good morning.
Good morning, Katie and the SAFM listeners. Katie, I just want to talk about that MK, which everybody are commenting about this morning. Katie, I am a South African poor citizen, and who I have voted on 1994 when we got into a democratic. But then after I've lost hope to those who are running a country because they have leave the poor aside and they're worried about it themselves. And now we have been on 30 years running the country. Most of the people, they have lost their hope to live in South Africa because of the way that the government is running the country. Now they fail for 30 years, people of South Africa. Now they are concerned about MK party, what they are doing, while the municipality who are run by them failing to deliver to the people because
So,
of
John,
the corruption.
what are you saying? Are you saying people shouldn't care about what's happening inside the MK party?
No, Katie, I'm not saying that because I know most of the people who are commenting about the MK are those people who have failed us, most of them. So now, the municipality which they are running, because of the corruption, they are not delivering the services to the people. They are not concerned about that. They are not concerned about their municipality does not get a clean auditor. They are not concerned about that. They are concerned about what MK is doing.
John,
But
I
let
don't
me
know that
tell
that's
them,
true. I don't think that that's true, though. People are allowed to offer up their opinion about what is happening in political organizations. So I don't know, John, about your assessment. Nazir, you're in Durban. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie. Katie, I want to comment about immigration and the atrocities that we cause onto each other. See, Katie, in this world over here, we cause atrocities onto each other. There's no outside force causing the atrocities. We cause these atrocities through the systems that we employ to govern our lives. If we change the systems that govern our lives, we can get rid of a lot of greed and hatred and murder. But the systems have to change. You see, currently, if you have to like take yourself out of if you have to stand back and look at the whole system, you'll be able to analyze that there's a lot of flaws in the system. For example, we're currently living in an ownership system, and because of the ownership system, we are systematically programmed to hate each other. Because for one to ascend, it means the other must be neglected. You understand what I'm trying to say? We're basically fighting for a piece of a dwindling pie when we own the entire bakery. This is why we have immigration. People leave their lands, so going out looking for income, looking for means to live, and this is why we're sitting in a situation we're sitting in currently, whereby in South Africa we chased away all the foreigners because we feel that this land belongs to us as individuals, as South Africans. I think that mindset has to change. We have to start uniting as one human race throughout the entire world. No borders, no classes, no middle class, no poor, no rich. And then the world will be a much more better place to live in.
Okay, Nazir, that's the contribution from Durban. KD, you're in the Northern Cape. Good morning.
Good morning, Kate and the listeners.
Yes, KD.
I wanted to comment on Tatem Simanga, and I believe that he has actually presented a highly balanced view of this situation, starting from this situation of immigration, starting from the fact that South Africans themselves, who call themselves Bantu, are also migrants, including the fact that the greatest destructive migrants are white Europeans who came here. And I find only two issues with the whole thing, not from his side, but from the resistance that people are offering, maybe to try and downplay that black South Africans have no other place that of origin except here. There is no place in South Africa that the Zulu, Xhosa, Sotho, Tswana, so on, can point and say we sprang up from this soil and we are indigenous here. It may as well be true that the Khoi and the San also had a migration which its origin is not here in this nation. So that resistance for me is something that I think gives this sentiment that we let us have a reason to be xenophobic.
Okay, KD, we're going to leave it there. Yeah, I'm quite interested. You know, we're having almost very different reactions to the contributions that Mr. Msimang has made on the show since he came on Monday. And I guess it just shows how divisive this conversation around migration in the country has been. All right, let me take a couple of your voice notes. It'll lead us into the latest traffic update with Rob.
Hi, Kathy. I hope you are doing well. Kathy, I actually have a problem with South Africans who always complain whenever March and March is labeled a vigilante group. And then they say those people don't understand the issues of ordinary South Africans. But these ordinary South Africans, now in November, they will still be voting for the people that are going to oppress them. So when are they going to take responsibility for what they are doing?
Good morning, Kathy. Kathy, I do hear Ntate Msimang, but I get a bit confused with Ntate Msimang. He point to corruption. You will correct me if I'm wrong, but he himself has been campaigning and voting for the same party that have normalized corruption. So, no, I just get confused there. Okay, thank you, Kathy.
Morning, Kathy. I agree almost totally with Mr. Msimang. In as much as immigration is a crisis here in South Africa, however, it must never be used as a scapegoat. And any party that is using immigration as a platform to campaign for must be taken to task, os Kathy, because they've got nothing else to offer except to be pointing to the other and demonizing immigrants. So all of these parties that are using this immigration crisis as a platform to campaign, they must be taken to task. Thank you. This is KG from Mikurulen.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Crash delays into Pretoria today. The N4, right at the end of the N4, where it becomes Pretoria Street as you go into Hatfield. That's where the crash is. The backlog almost back to Vantermeyer Street. Very heavy if you're trying to get off that N4 and into Pretoria. A couple of crash scenes around Sandton this morning. Winnie Mandela at Hurlingham, just past Republic Road. There's been a collision there, so that's slow. Republic Road from Randburg across to Winnie Mandela also being held up. And then another crash as you come off Winnie Mandela onto Sandton Drive at Parkmore going into Sandton. And then you've got some roadworks on Winnie Mandela south of Vision there, so that's slow. Republic Road from Randburg across to Winnie Mandela also being held up. And then another crash as you come off Winnie Mandela onto Sandton Drive at Parkmore going into Sandton. And then you've got some roadworks on Winnie Mandela south of Sandton Drive. So it is really a bit of a mess from Bryanston and Randburg sides trying to get either into Sandton or down towards Hyde Park. M2 from Joe Slovo queuing into Crown Interchange area this morning. Another breakdown as you come out of Pietermaritzburg down to Market Road. That's a big queue of traffic at the bottom end of the Pietermaritzburg bypass. Some queues around the Key Ridge area, Durban bound as well. It's a bit unusual this morning. And multiple breakdowns between Pavilion Mall and Sherwood, still backlogging traffic inbound on that section of the N3. Another breakdown before Umhlanga in the roadwork, so going up from Kwamashu Highway, it's all very heavy. Cape Town, a crash on the Conterman's-Kloof Road out by the Quarry area. If you're that side of Cape Town, expect some delays. Heavy backlogs around Pelican Park, Strandfontein Road and Spine Road. If you can avoid that sort of between Pelican Park and Baden-Powell Drive, you'll be saving yourself a lot of grief being stuck in some very heavy traffic. And the highways are still busy, particularly N1 in towards City Centre and the N2 from Bunga Avenue through Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
All right, let's get into our Built in Mzansi for today. At Sasol's research campus in Sasolburg, a 2-kilowatt electrolyzer has just been switched on. So if you think about 2 kilowatts, that's about the size of a kettle, but it was designed and built here by High SA at Northwest University and, of course, in partnership with government and industry. Alfred Zulu is Vice President, Process Engineering Research at Sasol. Alfred, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. So it seems to me that the point is that this electrolyzer was built in South Africa rather than imported. What capability does that actually give us that we didn't have before it was built?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to SAFM family. Kathy, I think one of the challenges that we normally see is that we normally export raw material which comes back a bit more expensive. And in the country, we do have the capability basically to innovate, manufacture, and commercialize all these hydrogen technologies. And what we need, and which we believe is going to be the future, is basically this technology being localized. And to do that, we need our engineers, scientists, and technicians to start to have hands-on in designing, integrating, operating, and optimizing this hydrogen system. And this set us up for this long-term manufacturing economy and the ecology and the ecosystem for these technologies. And also, what it also demonstrates is within the academia, the industry, and government is the ability to collaborate and develop intellectual property and be able to actually accelerate some of these technology which are locally done in this country, which allow us, for example, to sell catalyst energy storage systems and do all this system integration. And we believe that overall this will allow us to develop this ecosystem where we've got skilled people, research infrastructure, local suppliers, and innovative business within the country.
All right.
Because what we...
Alfred, I'm sorry to come in there, but I'm watching the clock. So I would like you, in the simplest terms possible, because, you know, you're a process engineer, so I know this is a very difficult thing for you to do. What does this electrolyzer do? Explain it to me in a way that I can understand. And remember, I didn't really pass science that well in school.
So the electrolyzer is a device whereby you take water and you split it into the components, which is hydrogen and oxygen. The current methodology that we use to get the hydrogen, which we use to manufacture some of the products that people see, your waxes, your petrol, your diesel, require this hydrogen. In the past, we used to use, let's say, waxes, your petrol, your diesel, require this hydrogen. In the past, we used to use, let's say, natural gas, coal to manufacture, to do this. With this technology, we are able to just take water with renewable power to actually make this hydrogen, which is essential for some of the products that people use.
So does this mean that this technology is going to be key when we think about green hydrogen?
Actually make this hydrogen, which is essential for some of the products that people use.
So does this mean that this technology is going to be key when we think about green hydrogen and the economy that South Africa has long been mooted to build around green hydrogen?
Yes, it is an essential component, and by the way, we possess the critical minerals for making this hydrogen. We possess the highest solar, let's say, for example, renewable power potential. Then this becomes a key enabler for the third leg, which is skill and capability building to be able to build and produce this hydrogen. So this is where it becomes a key, because the sustainability will require us to produce some of these molecules from renewable sources, which is this green hydrogen will be a big portion of it.
Alfred Zulu, let me thank you for your time, and please don't tell your colleagues today there at engineering and research that you had to explain things to me like I'm in primary school, okay? Alfred Zulu, Vice President, Process Engineering Research at SASL. So there we have it, South Africa making significant strides in as far as the technology that we need to use, particularly for splitting water into hydrogen, and of course it also uses our very own platinum. That's where we're going to leave it on the national briefing for this morning. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
In our top stories, Palapala farm theft accused returns to court and AG expands oversight role to strengthen accountability. Good morning. The trial of 3 people accused of stealing $580,000 at President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm is expected to resume in the Modimolle Regional Court in Limpopo today. The court will hear closing submissions of the submitted heads of arguments by the state and defence. Accused number 1, Emanuela David, and his co-accused, the Joseph siblings Floriana and Ndili Nasho, have been on trial for allegedly stealing the money at President Ramaphosa's farm in February of 2020. Rendane Ralipaswa reports.
The trial has seen more than 20 witnesses taking the stand Accused number 1, David, also testified. He denied his involvement in the theft and was cross-examined about the increase in his finances between 2019 and 2020. The court heard that David's bank account also grew from approximately 3 million rand to 5 million rand between 2020 and 2022.
6 people arrested in connection with a violent tavern attack in Tsepiso Phase 1 in Sharpeville are expected to appear in the Vereniging Magistrates Court this morning for a bail application. The matter was postponed during their previous court appearance last month after their legal representatives were unavailable. The accused face charges of attempted murder, 3 counts of rape, house robbery and business robbery. Tabiso Khadebe reports.
It is alleged that on 19 June, a group of armed men stormed the tavern and robbed customers of cash, cell phones and alcohol. 3 women were allegedly raped during the attack. The suspects allegedly stole a silver grey vehicle to transport the stolen liquor. They then went to the tavern owner's home a few meters away, where they forced their way into the house, assaulted family members and shot the owner twice in the leg. The suspects are said to have stolen additional valuables before fleeing. They were arrested 3 days after the incident, following a police joint operation.
Auditor General Tsakani Maluleka says her office has expanded its focus beyond auditing financial statements to assessing performance and enforcing accountability. Speaking at a public lecture at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, Maluleka said the Auditor General of South Africa is internationally recognized for its innovative oversight work aimed at improving service delivery. She says recent legislative amendments have strengthened the office's powers, leading to municipalities such as Johannesburg and eThekwini being called before Parliament to account for governance failures.
In our diagnosis and our assessment of what the context of South Africa is right now, is that the majority of auditees sit in this yellow space, this unqualified with findings. It's fine if, let's say, you are Bentley and you're moving towards yellow. That's fine. We can applaud you. However, if you are sitting in the yellow zone for 20 years, as eThekwini has done, then we must start to ask questions about whether or not you're interested in dealing with the problems we've told you have.
Nursing organisation DENOSA in the Northwest has welcomed a major legal victory for rural healthcare workers. The Johannesburg
interested in dealing with the problems we've told you have.
Nursing organisation DENOSA in the Northwest has welcomed a major legal victory for rural healthcare workers. The Johannesburg Labour Court has ordered the Provincial Health Department to pay an 8% rural allowance to enrolled nursing assistants. DENOSA took up the case in 2020 after the nurses went for years without the allowance. The court upheld an earlier arbitration award ordering the department to pay the allowance respectively from April of 2018. DENOSA's provincial chairperson Mzwake Seleke.
The department interprets the resolution as saying only a category, professional nurses, should be paid the 8% rural allowance if they are working in a clinical area, in areas which are designated rural areas, whereas this term in the resolution is used to describe a nurse that is registered at the South African Nursing Council, which is the country's regulatory authority for nursing, not to a rank.
Recapping the top story, the trial of 3 people accused of stealing $580,000 at President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm is expected to resume in the Modimolle Regional Court in Limpopo today. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race, brought to you by SABC Sports.
Pedestrians, winter days are shorter,
That means more walking in the dark. If drivers can't see you, your life is at risk. Wear bright or reflective clothing, add reflective strips to your school bag, and use a flashlight when walking at night. Walk in groups where possible. Being visible is not just a choice, it's your protection. Be bright, save your life this winter. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
90 years of conversations, recaptured, relived, and projected. SAfm.
Hi there, my name is Raseho from Mafikeng. I want to wish SAfm a massive congratulations on reaching an incredible 90 years. Thank you for being a reliable voice, keeping us informed, and playing great music for nearly a century. Here's to many more years of brilliant podcasting.
From the voices that shaped our past to the conversations defining our future, SAfm celebrates 90 years. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9. Good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse. Great to be with you on this edition of the program. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is out in force with you today. Melissa and Ginewe producing the show and taking your calls. Mpo is the man of sound mind. Now remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814. You can also go to our website and listen live there. We're streaming our broadcast as well. We're video streaming it, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. If you're joining us from overseas, good morning and welcome. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website, so you can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. And by the way, if you're on the move today, the SABC Plus app is a great way to stay in touch with what is happening on SAfm as we continue to lead the conversations that move us. All right, let me just remind you of our studio line. Our number is 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107, and make use of those numbers because we love to hear from you first thing in the morning. This is always the time when we kick off the show with an open line, and so I'm going to just tell you what's on the menu today as you line up those calls for us to talk to you. All right. We're starting off with what I thought was quite an upsetting line up those calls for us to talk to you. All right. We're starting off with what I thought was quite an upsetting story about 50 children in the Tsitsikamma area. They're high school children, and they're struggling with scholar transport, and they have been since the beginning of the year, right? So it's quite a distance between their homes and the community in which they live and the school they attend, and they've not been able to get access to transport to get them to school. So some of them have been hiking to school. Over the last 6, they live in the school they attend, and they've not been able to get access to transport to get them to school. So some of them have been hiking to school over the last 6 months or so, say 7 months. Some of them have, their parents have had to invest in private transport, which has cost them a small fortune. It's a poor community, and the parents cannot afford this, nor should they have to, because systems exist within the education system in order for children like this to be catered for. So it means if you don't have transport, you cannot be excluded from learning, right? So we're going to find out exactly from one of the dads at the school, and hopefully from the transport department, which also seems to be involved because that's part of its responsibility and purview, it appears. We're going to find out exactly what the problem is and how we can try to help solve this. And then a little bit later on, we're talking about the issue of the legalities of being married in community of property or anti-nuptial contract. We had this lovely conversation with Kinsani Nobanda from Nedbank yesterday, and she spoke about financial freedom and ridding oneself of financial abuse, if that has occurred to you. And one of the things she mentioned was how we marry. And this is really important. I mean, it applies to our male listeners as well, but our women, as part of Women's Month, are getting a little bit more attention. And so we're talking about, in particular, from the perspective of women, what it means to marry in community of property or to choose antenuptial contract instead. And if you're getting married, if you're thinking of signing on the dotted line there, let's have this conversation. Tell us what you think about it, and tell us how you were married as well. Have you done it by antenuptial contract? Have you done it by community of property? And what has been of either of those legal systems has been of benefit to you in a marriage? Later on, we're talking about the issue of UNISA. This came up yesterday, but we'd had the story on our radar for a few days before that, because we'd been getting these reports of UNISA being in disarray. And essentially we were hearing that lecturers were getting ill, that some of them had died, that essentially, the situation in terms of markers and e-tutors had become a problem, that there was a shortage of those, that staff were being overworked at the university. So I want to tread very carefully with that discussion, because 3 people died. We don't really know if their deaths are related to what happened at work or not. And so I'm going to be very careful and put a disclaimer out there and say we cannot make we cannot link that causation. Let's put it that way. There might be some sort of indirect correlation perhaps, but we're going to find out from one lecturer's family what situation she found herself in before her death. Her sister's going to speak to us on the program, and then we're going to give UNISA right of reply to tell us what is actually going on there. And then we're widening the discussion, and if there are academics out there who are working at higher learning institutions, it doesn't have to be universities. You could be working at TVET colleges, private colleges. I would love your perspectives, because we're also going to tackle this as a wider issue for those people working in higher education. We're going to talk about the challenges that academics are facing in institutions of higher learning. What are your working conditions like? Are you working as permanent employees? What sort of contracts do you have? And what sort of freedom do you have from a research point of view, from the point of view of being able to explore what you need to? What is your workload like? And what is the pay like? Is it commensurate with the work that you're putting into it? What are the difficulties working in the system, and what is working in the system right now? Share your thoughts with us on that, because we're going to ask an expert about that in general as well. And then remember, at 11 o'clock, we always catch up with Brian Hirsch in our financial segment, and there we talk about the issue of financial freedom of one kind or another. And today he wants to talk about the fact that women are often on the back foot in regard to retirement. And I want to hear from the women. We don't hear enough of our women's voices here. I know many of you are listening, but I would love to hear from you. Take that leap today and make your voice heard on the Daily Discourse, because we're trying to include more conversations about your life and about the difficulties you face, and how we can help you actually achieve the kind of goals that you want to achieve from a financial point of view with conversations like this. So if you have found yourself to be a woman who has lost money during the course of saving for your retirement, it may be because you stopped to have your children, or because you were on leave for a serious illness, a chronic illness or something like that. What bearing has it had on your saving for your retirement? Brian will also answer all your questions from 11 o'clock on the program. And then I also want to just ask parents in Gauteng. My understanding is that the school admissions website or web page opened this morning for the first time. And if you want to get your children into a particular high school, today is the day to get going with that if you haven't already started. I think some parents experience problems where if they don't get in there early, the system crashes. So those of you who've done it already, what has your experience been? Have you been onto the website? Have you been able to fill in your child's details? Have you got the preferential schools that you want for your child? I think you can choose 5. Tell me about your experience in regard to that. I want to hear from you on either our studio line or our WhatsApp line, please. 9:15 on the Daily Discourse. We're kicking it off with Bonakele in Cape Town. And Bonakele, I knew you were going to be first to the post this morning to talk about MKP. Hi.
A very good morning, and thank you very much for taking my call and being the first one for today, you understand.
I wish we could give you a prize for being first.
It will happen one day. Look, I want to talk about the changes, the chop and change that is happening at the MKP.
Yes.
The party of Tatu Jacob Zuma. But I'm coming from a different angle or direction or perspective, rather to say, I used to be among those who criticize him for what he's doing. But, when you look at things, you need to change your views, looking at the situation. For instance, you do look at, because the appointment of Tutuzan is Zuma as the first president. For me, personally, I don't criticize him because it's his own party. And you look at the late Tatu Buthelezi of IFP from that party. He was the party of that. He was the president of that party until his last days in life.
Yes.
You look at General Olomisa. He's still the president of UDM, and so why do we blame or criticize Tatu Zuma when taking his decision?
I've got a question for you, Bonakele, and it's about family members becoming involved in these parties, because I was listening to some of our listeners' calls earlier on Kathy's show, and some people were saying it's becoming like a dynasty in that, a family dynasty in that party. And I'd had the impression that he was working against that when he removed his daughter. Now when I look at it again and I see Duduzane there, although Duduzile is out, it does make me question my initial thoughts.
Absolutely. Look, the late Motsuko Peko, the president of PAC, when I actually asked him if politics these days and positions, is it about business or not? He agreed and said, Bonakele, you're quite right. It's all about business. Is it about business or not? He agreed and said, Bonakele, you're quite right. It's all about business, and those one, your next kin, those one close to you, can benefit as well. Okay. It's something that we cannot deny. So for him, I'm changing my mind from criticizing him. It's his own party, can do what he wants to do, but those who want to stay in that MKP, it's entirely up to them.
Yes. No, of course, it's their democratic right. Bonakele, thank you. Thank you very much
Great,
for
bye-bye.
our first call of the morning. Colin in Cape Town is on the line. Hi there, Colin.
Hi there. I had Bonakele on my mind. I thought to myself, he gets such a lot of airtime. Joanne, I phoned last month, the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 27th, 28th, the 29th. You were not in.
I've spoken to you in the last few weeks.
Yes, but what I'm talking about, last month. It's the first time I'm phoning now that I got through from the 21st of last month. As I say, I phoned the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 27th, 28th, and the 30th. And I was told, we'll phone you back. Today's the first time now.
So Colin, I must apologise. We can't take everybody's phone calls. Firstly, the lines are always jammed at the beginning of the show because everyone wants to have their say. But secondly, if we are able to call you back, we do. It's sometimes we're just not able to take the number of calls, the volume of calls that we would like to take.
Because I phone.
But what is on your mind this morning, Colin? Yeah.
What's on my mind? I'm confused, man.
Yeah.
SABC. Is it 90 years old or SAFM?
Both.
Because when I went through and I did investigation.
Yes.
RSA South Africa, Radio South Africa.
Yes.
1936. Now, SAFM came only here in 1995. FM.
Oh, it changed its name, Colin.
Yeah, but I mean,
a name change.
It's
the same radio
the
station,
brand.
though. Yes, the brand. It underwent a brand change, exactly. But it is the same radio station that was given a facelift and a new name.
But I mean, I wonder what was the reason, because the name SAFM to me is not 90 years old. That's a problem. That's the problem.
Yeah,
you see, you can't take change a brand from 100 years and change it afterwards and say you are 100 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear
like
what you're
Adidas shoes. If
Yeah.
you change Adidas shoes to another brand, you can't say that brand is 200 years old.
Well,
That's what I'm confused about.
Okay,
that is
then
why I say SABC to me in a Google. Go Google it.
Yeah.
Is 90 years old. SABC.
Yes, no, SABC
Yeah.
is, but Colin,
Yes.
you understand why we would have had to undergo a brand change as well. You understand that we came through the period of apartheid, and when post democracy. You want to revamp a radio station because it stands for something different. It then becomes part of the cornerstone of public broadcasting in the context of democracy. It's not an apartheid setup anymore. It's not an apartheid propaganda machine. And from a brand marketing point of view, you want to send that message out very strongly, that the face of the station has changed, the spirit of it has changed, and the approach and treatment of material has changed because we're operating differently in a democracy. So there was a very specific set of circumstances that led to that rebranding of SAFM. But thank you for that question, Colin. Sintu in Midrand is on the line to us. You also want to talk about Duduzane Zuma as the first, the first deputy of the MK party. Sintu, good morning.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, man. I'm glad that my uncle spoke first on this matter. Although he could not go further and analyze this issue politically, but I will assist him as his nephew in terms of taking these political issues forward. You know what? I've been analyzing when people, the Zumas, are being elevated into positions of power, people tend to question that. Although most of them, they've got some leadership credentials to be there. You will recall that how Nkosazana Zuma was always ignored by members of the ANC because her surname was Zuma. Although they understood that he has been in the leadership position since her exile years, and now they started to question her to say that is close to a Zuma. But is it a curse or a sin to be Zuma? And Duduzane Zuma is a member of the MK party in good standing. Like any other person, has got the right to be appointed in the leadership position without being favored by anyone, but due to his leadership skills. We did not question when Jacob Zuma appointed Tony Yengenis, Nkosinathi Nhleko, but when it comes to the Zumas, we always question those things. I think we should be focusing on how the person can deliver instead of looking where this person is coming from. I think we're being unfair.
Can I ask
we
you,
unfair
Sintu?
to Nkosazana Zuma. Yes?
Yes. Can I ask you a question? Because Nkosazana Zuma is a very accomplished woman in her own right, right? So
Yes.
from since she was young, she's been a struggle stalwart. She's a doctor. She's a highly accomplished woman. She's been in various different positions, and she's clearly a leader, right? What are Duduzane Zuma's leadership credentials?
Yes,
From a political point of view.
I should be asking the same question. How many people that are occupying position in the NEC leadership, we have not been there? We are being led by councillors. We have not been even led at SASCO level. Because I led SASCO, I led YCL,
Sintu, I'm asking you a question about Duduzane Zuma. What are his leadership attributes that you want to share with us that the rest of us are not aware of?
We do not only need people who have been in the organization, because his own business acumen will assist the MK party also in terms of fundraising. Because we need bureaucrats.
Okay.
We need bureaucrats within the party, not only people who are politically inclined.
Okay.
You see?
All right.
Because
Thank
if we are
you.
not going to mix those people, we are going to miss the progress within the organization.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Sintu, thank you for that. You can tell me whether you agree with that or not. I just want to play some of your voice notes in regard to this.
Good morning, CJ Mbongo Sundisa Mbuyisa. It's not the only MK party that doesn't have freedom in its ranks. And Jacob Zuma is all right to groom Duduzane Zuma to be the president of MK. That young man is very intelligent. And then you go to UDM. Who else has been the president of UDM except Holomisa? Ex in SA, Bosa. Patriotic Alliance, those people, they just want tickets to go to parliament and secure the bank balance of their own family members. They are working for their families. They are not here to serve like South Africans or the poor people. No, they just want ticket to parliament to enrich themselves and their family members. That's all. So Jacob Zuma is doing the same. Thank you.
Hi, Joanne. So you and Bonagele are saying if Tutuzani meet all the criteria to become a first deputy president of MKP, he shouldn't be appointed just because he's the son of the president of MKP. Is that what you're saying? Thank you.
So I'm saying that there is a tendency in this party for family members to be appointed to very high positions. And democracy in the type of party that the MK has styled itself as is often different to the way one does in a system of rule rather than governance. That's the distinction I'm making. So, for example, in a feudal system or in a royal system, right, where you've got a monarchy, that's exactly how it happens. It happens by succession. And a range of people from the same family will be appointed and will succeed their ancestors in that position. That is not necessarily how a political party works. A political party works by rules of governance, which are often different to that of a monarchy or a dynasty. And that is the distinction that I'm making. And I'm asking whether there is any overlapping of those two elements in the way the MK party is conducting itself. So it's a nuanced question that I'm asking, and maybe some of you may have thoughts on answering that. Thokozane in Durban is on the line to us. Thokozane, hi.
Hi, JJ. Thanks a lot for explaining to those people. If those people really knew politics, they must think of French Revolution. Parties like these are parties whom I'm sorry to call like those ones who were Bantu stands parties. The Telezi of this, the Matazimas of those days, the Mangopes of those days. The politics, for the mere fact that MK doesn't have a constitution, says a lot. I don't know how come they are sitting in the parliament. To make matters worse, I'm really shocked and disgusted that people can say Tutuzane is a bright person. We lost 2 trillion rand through Tutuzane and his father at the Guptas. And I don't know how our law enforcement or that we are powerless that Zuma can go and meet the Guptas wherever he had met. If it was another country, they would have sent and kidnapped those people, take them without diplomatic, what you call. We lost.
Yeah, no, we did. I mean, I disagree with you that we can handle it in that way. One has to do it through the proper diplomatic channels. But Thokozane, I think you're making a very important point indeed about Duduzane Zuma's abilities. So that was why I asked a very honest question about that. What do you think his leadership attributes are? Because that was the language that Sintu used to frame it. He spoke about his leadership abilities. But again, in regard to business, as you rightly suggest, is Duduzane Zuma a really incredibly business and entrepreneurial mind? And I'm asking that from an honest point of view because my perception is that he was able to do business because of the access that his father created for him to various individuals like the Guptas and others. So I'm wondering, is this a fantastic business mind who will bring a lot of funding into the MKP, a lot of legitimate funding into the MKP, etc., and be a real asset to the party because he's fantastic at what he does? Or, you know, are we looking at this in the wrong way? Have we not framed it correctly?
Their Stockfell or pyramid scheme. It's Zuma's pyramid scheme. And I'm hearing someone talking about Nkosazana Zuma. Nkosazana Zuma in the ANC, you have the hierarchy.
Yes,
He
yes.
was the lowest of the lowest when he was chosen to be
Yeah,
the
she
president.
did not enjoy the same status that her former husband did, that's for sure. Thank you, Thokozane. 9:30 on the Daily Discourse right now. Let's catch up with Anne Musa for your latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. And the headlines, the state says more suspects are likely to be charged in connection with a corruption case in which a businessman allegedly tried to bribe a City of Cape Town official. The 56-year-old is alleged to have offered a city municipal manager 1.4 million rand to influence tender processes and halt investigations into his company. The trial of 3 people accused of stealing $580,000 at President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm is expected to resume in the Modimolle Regional Court in Limpopo today. And the United States has revoked the visa of Brazil's ambassador to Washington. The U.S. State Department says the decision follows Brazil's refusal to grant visas to 2 American officials. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The archive remembers. The conversation continues.
Alex Mampana is a guest and is on the line. Alex, thank you so much for... Oh, Alex Mampana is the primary school. The guest is Kabelo Makena. Kabelo, nice to meet you.
Morning, it's good meeting you too.
Tell us a little bit about what you guys are doing with the team of 4 for the Astro Quiz.
So what we do in Astro Quiz, we study about the earth and beyond, astronomy, everything that happens in space and above.
Okay, what does that mean? I mean, for some of us, that just could be a large, broad, wide topic.
So Astro Quiz is a science competition based on science studies and the universe, which focuses on the grade 7. It is a competition for grade 7 learners who must learn about astronomy and the earth.
Kabelo, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Okay, we're sorry. We're not sure what happened there. Well, we kind of have an idea of what happened there. Kabelo, I mean, astronomy is, of course, a natural science that talks about the celestial objects in the skies and the heavens above. But it also uses mathematics, physics, chemistry, and the like. Is it the mathematics and the physics and the chemistry that interests you, or is it about the world above that really excites you?
From the voices that made history to the voices making history today. SAfm. The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:33 on the Daily Discourse, continuing our conversations on the open line at this hour. Padiachi in Durban is on the line to us. Padiachi, good morning. What's on your mind?
Good morning. First, I want to congratulate SAfm and SABC on their 90th year celebration.
Thank you, Padiachi.
And I also want to congratulate the early morning show for their interest in public opinion and screening views. And also for the prompt bringing on of people of concern when questions arise from individuals.
Thank you, Padiachi.
I want to contribute on to 2 aspects regarding the topic. Firstly, the first aspect I want to, in relation to having President Zuma's son being appointed, I want to say, why are we so concerned? And I want to say this because I know people that have doctors in their family. Their children aspire to become doctors. So is with teachers and other professional people. So with Zuma being a president and a politician, seeing his offspring developing into that field is nothing but a normal career path that most families follow. The second part that I want to say, and I think it's of concern why people raise these issues about whether the credibility of the individual appointed is of concern. And I tried yesterday, but unfortunately I was not able to come on. And I want you to perhaps raise this aspect. Whilst we complained on numerous occasions that we do not get the delivery what we aspire to, and from the people that we vote in. And if the IEC are able to manage elections in a way that they so do, why then can they not ensure that candidates that are enlisted in each party have professionalism that is required within politics, so that we have people of astute qualifications that is nominated and elected, and when they are elected, they serve in portfolios that are meaningful and they have an understanding of it. Thank you very much.
Thank
Joanne.
you.
Have
Thank
a nice
you.
day.
Thanks, Padiachi. You too, and thank you for the call. I mean, I don't know if that is the IEC's responsibility. Individual parties have got to take responsibility for that, surely. And I'm saying that because, I mean, why would that be the IEC's concern?
The reason,
I don't understand why you think it's within their purview to be able to
the
determine
reason
what
I
happens in
say
parties.
that,
Yes.
the reason I say that you
Yeah.
and I can't choose a candidate. We
Yeah.
can't choose a candidate by by career path. But what I'm saying, the IEC brings about legislation.
Mm-hmm.
They bring about nominees for mayors and perhaps a presidency-ship. So likewise,
No,
I'm
the
saying
IEC doesn't. It doesn't.
No,
The individual
no,
parties do that.
Yes, but what I'm saying, they request individuals, and you as the voter become aware of these individuals that are going to rise to that position. Similarly, I'm saying when candidates are chosen or allocated by politicians or party, they need to give us their credentials in terms of their professionalism towards a career path, which is politics.
You're saying that the parties need to do this, or the IEC needs to do this?
IEC
No,
needs
this
to
is
ensure,
not. No, Padiachi.
No.
This is. I think you're wrong about this, and I think you must admit that you're wrong about this.
No, I'm asking.
Yes,
I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm saying this should be a topic for inclusion to avoid just any individual that can stand up and raise a crowd become a politician without qualifications to oppose. So what I'm saying is that
I hear what you're saying. Sorry, Padiachi, I've given you a lot of airtime now, and I need you to listen for a moment here. You cannot ask the IEC to do the job of political parties. The IEC cannot impinge on the work of political parties. That would be interfering with the democratic process. If Jacob Zuma decided he was going to put his son forward as the head of his party, and the IEC had an issue with that, it would and it took it up, it would be, for argument's sake, impinging on the MK party's right to have that person there if that is whom they choose to. It would also impinge on their voters' right to vote for that party if they saw fit to do so. So it is not the IEC's responsibility, and it ought not to be. Their job is to run elections, educate voters, ensure that everybody has access to the right to vote, etc. That is their job. They cannot do the work of political parties. Also, I just want to make a point in regard to the whole thing of succession within parties. To say there are doctors within families, and my father was a doctor, my mother was a doctor, I'm going to be a doctor. It's different. It's different to being appointed doctor. My mother was a doctor, I'm going to be a doctor. It's different. It's different to being appointed. Your father doesn't appoint you as a doctor, right? You start at the very bottom with every other student at university. And you serve your 7 years, however, ends up being 8 or 9 years at the end. You start from the bottom. You don't just get appointed by your father to a position at a top medical school or top hospital. That's not how it works. And so the comparison cannot be made in the same way. I'm going to take a quick call from Tando in the Eastern Cape, because Tando, you've been holding for so long. Apologies for that. What is your take on the MK party moves?
I can't believe this Padiachi guy. It's hilarious. What amazes me when I hear about Zuma or read about Zuma, the uncanniness of his similarity to Trump. He's like a Trump. It's unbelievable. He is. I'd call him the local Trump, and Trump the global Trump, global Zuma. It's just mind-boggling. the similarities, the egocentrism, the megalomania, the narcissism. It's all about them. It's shocking. And I don't know how in South Africa we deserve Zuma. What did we do? We could ask God,
well,
why did you give
people
us Zuma?
voted for a party that put him up as the president, right?
Yeah,
and
even the ANC.
people
I mean, the
continue to
ANC
vote.
is proven to be disastrous and
That are still
actually-
voting for the MK party. He's not with the ANC anymore. He's the head of the MK party.
Can I ask you
and people
something?
still proved to vote for.
Is Zuma still getting the presidential
Yes,
the
there would
privileges?
be. Yes, there would be privileges for him and
Why?
his wives, because that's the
Why?
way the system works. You know that unless you're impeached, that's the only context in which you no longer qualify for those benefits after you are no longer
goodness
president.
me.
But
This
if
country
you
is
haven't been
just-
impeached, then you are entitled to those benefits.
This country is just rubbish, I tell you. It is just bull dung. What is happening? I mean, these people are getting privileges and they are doing as they please and they are stealing. They are doing... I can't believe this. And
All right, Tando, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much for that. So Tando is very, very disgruntled indeed with the leadership in the country, and we'll take more of your calls on that. Perhaps you agree with what was said, perhaps you disagree, and we would love to hear from you because we welcome these dissenting opinions on the show. We love the robust debate. We just have it as respectfully as possible, and everybody gets their point of view across. All right, we're heading towards 9:45 on the Daily Discourse. I want to take you to this important story. The Kanyisa Educational Development Trust says 50 students at Kayaletu High School in Tsitsikamma in the Eastern Cape have missed out on school since the beginning of the year because they don't have any scholar transport. Parents have had to step in to foot the bill, but it's costing them a sum of money they just can't afford. Let's speak to Mhlangabezi Jeffrey Mngcobo, parent of a grade 9 learner. Mr. Mngcobo, good morning to you and thank you for joining us on the Daily Discourse. Please just explain to us how you found out there was no one to transport your child to school at the beginning of this year. Do we have you on the line to us, sir? Mr. Mngcobo, are you with us?
Hello.
Yes, we've got you. Fantastic. I can hear you. Thank you. Please, Mr. Mngcobo, tell us how you found out that there was no transport to get your child to school from January onwards. Are you hearing me, Mr. Mngcobo? This is Joanne Joseph from SAFM. Can you hear me? All right, we're going to put you back on the line to our producer, and let's see if we can get a clearer line to you. I am given to understand that this is not an isolated issue, right? That there are many, many students in the Eastern Cape who have found themselves without transport. I don't know whether it is since the beginning of the year or since a later part of the year, but many are complaining about the issue of lack of access to scholar transport. I want to play a voice note on this that came in a little bit earlier on. I will have a look for it, and here we have it.
Good morning, Jovan. This is VA from Rift Valley Extension 23. This issue of the scholar patrol is a problem, Jovan. At my area, there's a school there at Rift Valley Extension 1. So the kids are being... The issue of the scholar patrol is a problem, Jovan. At my area, there's a school there at Rift Valley Extension 1. So the kids are being... They're being transported in a bus to get to the school. There's another school just adjacent to that school. The children from this very same area, from Rift Valley, they are struggling to get into that bus.
You know, I despair when I think about issues like this because, you know, it's been a fight to get our children access to education. And let's be honest, not everybody has equal access to education yet. When we look at the quality of education in this country, we still have children learning under trees, under carports, in containers. We actually did not have that conversation about the dangers of children learning in containers, by the way. And that is a conversation that I want to have at some stage because I'm sure many of you are containers, by the way. And that is a conversation that I want to have at some stage because I'm sure many of you out there have children who've had to learn under those circumstances because, you know, there's structural flaws with the buildings in which they were. Have children who've had to learn under those circumstances because, you know, there's structural flaws with the buildings in which they were learning. Some of those schools need to be demolished and rebuilt from scratch and so forth. But my question is really, what are we going to do about this issue of children who are not able to access, never mind access the education itself, but even getting to school is a problem. The circumstances in which they are learning is a problem. The mind boggles when you think of what is required. We're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, I'm going to try and just figure out whether we can get our guest back onto the line. If not, we will try and get a response from the Transport Department in the Eastern Cape as to what is going to happen in regard to these children's transport.
Leadership isn't inherited, it's earned. It's built one decision, one setback, one breakthrough at a time. This Friday, join Joanne Joseph as she welcomes SABC Group Chief Executive Officer Nomsa Chabedi and her leadership story. A remarkable woman whose story reaches far beyond the office she occupies today. Hear about the moments that shaped her, the people who inspired her, the challenges that tested her, and the vision that continues to guide her. One extraordinary conversation, the Daily Discourse. Friday, 9 a.m. until midday. Only on SAFM. Celebrating 90 years of conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne celebrating 90 years of conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne celebrating 90 years of conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:47 on the Daily Discourse, and thank you for joining us. If you've just tuned in, we're talking about this issue of 50 learners in the Eastern Cape, students specifically at Letu High School in Tsitsikamma, having missed out on school intermittently since the beginning of the year because they don't have any scholar transport. Parents say they've had to step in to foot the bill themselves. Some of them have been paying 850 Rand a month for this transport, some of them 700 Rand a month. Some of the children are hiking to school. It really has become a desperate situation for these high school learners. And you'll remember, this is a critical part of their education cycle. Many of them will be getting to grade 11, matric this year, and you can imagine what sort of interruptions this causes and how this disrupts their learning process. So I want to bring into the conversation, let me first bring in Kwanele Salatsa. He is representing one of the parents, and in fact he's, I believe, the uncle of one of the learners. Mr. Salatsa, good morning to you, and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. Can you just please give me a sense of what is happening to the children in terms of scholar transport? Are they able to access scholar transport? Mr. Salatsa, are you with me? Okay, no, we're having a problem with that line. Let's go straight to the spokesperson of Eastern Cape Transport, Unati Binklose. Mr. Binklose, good morning, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. What is happening in regard to the scholar transport that should be available to the pupils of Yaletu High School in Tsitsikamma?
I must admit, greetings to you, greetings to your listeners. I must admit that indeed there are some challenges. And the major challenge that we're faced with is that one of the operators who was serving that school has since passed on. He passed on in the month of July, and his family decided not to continue operating as scholar transport and pursue other business interests. And we are now battling to find a suitable candidate who can take over that duty, especially within that local municipality. And therefore, we're now casting our net wider than Kogama local municipality into other municipalities, neighboring municipalities within Sarah Batman, so that we can attend to this problem. And I must say that we recognize the inconvenience this has caused and the financial strain it has caused to the parents. But we are working around the clock to ensure that this matter is resolved, as education is the right to the young people.
So, Mr. Mngxose, explain something to me, please. I'm very sorry to hear of the death of this provider of school transport. When did he pass on?
He passed on in the month of July.
In July. So he passed
That's
off.
correct.
He passed on in the month of July. The Kanisa Educational and Development Trust says these children have had no transport since January. So what happened in the first 6 months of the year preventing you from providing these children with scholar transport?
Look, for Kaiya Senior Secondary School, we have a total of 5 scholar transport operators that are allocated there.
Yeah.
We are now left with 4. Yes, there were some challenges that we had in the month of January and April in relation to payments, but those have since been resolved and all the operators are paid. And as far as we know, in terms of our records, everything has been running smoothly until this problem of the passing on of one of the operators, which left a total, as per our records, of 38 learners, particularly from that Clarkson route, stranded. Of course, it's immaterial, the issue of numbers. I mean, the difference is 12 between what they are saying and what we've got on our records, and it's something that has to be attended. It is for that reason that we are working to ensure that we go beyond this local municipality to find a suitable candidate. The problem is real. It is being attended by the department. We remain hopeful that...
Mr. Mngxose, I actually take umbrage at your trying to mislead me in this interview. Because when I asked you what the problem with scholar transport was, you did not admit to me, first of all, that twice this year, in January and April, you'd not paid your bills. You didn't pay your service providers. And that was the reason you had a problem for 2 months before the passing of the provider of the scholar transport in July. So I'm going to ask you for complete honesty for the duration of the rest of the interview, please. And I'm curious to know, if you have 4 other providers, why you've not been able to get any of those 4 providers to step in immediately to take over that scholar transport provision for these 30-odd pupils.
All right, Joanne, let me first clear this. I will never abuse your airwaves and the people of South Africa and lie to you. That was never my intention.
Why did you not tell the truth in the first question I asked you?
You asked me about the problem currently.
Yes, I asked you about the problem from January. I specifically said that from January to
it is me
now.
who told you about it. Again, it is me who told you about the challenges that we had at the beginning of. It is me who told you about it. Again, it is me who told you about the challenges that we had at the beginning of the year.
No. Sir, with due respect, this was flagged to us by the Kanisa Educational and Development Trust. They actually put a statement out that made us aware that these students have not had proper, continual public scholar transport from the beginning of the year. So you've joined the conversation after that has been made. That information has been made available to our audience.
No, but I was just saying that the month of April and January were coming out of my mouth. Certainly not from any of you.
After that has been made, that information has been made available to our audience.
No, but I was just saying that the month of April and January were coming out of my mouth. Certainly not from any of your introduction. But I don't want us to derail this conversation.
So perhaps you can answer that question for me, sir. If you've got 4 other service providers, why can any of those 4 not immediately step in to ensure that there is uninterrupted transport for these children?
The problem is that they do have the loads that they are carrying. And in terms of governance, we have to make sure that we do everything by the book. They can't just do overload, because that will create more problems, or take these learners without having additional vehicles that are contracted to do that job. It is for that reason that we are looking for another service provider to take off this duty. Unfortunately, we can't use them, as they already are contracted to do other work.
And it's not possible for them to do extra trips because, of course, clearly, yes, legally you cannot overload these vehicles and put the children's lives at risk. Is it not possible for those service providers to perhaps take turns doing additional trips back and forth to the school?
Those are some of the areas that we are exploring. But in terms of legality, Those are some of the areas that we are exploring, but in terms of legalities, it is not permissible, but we are working to find a way around it if we can find a suitable contract service provider within the next coming weeks.
So explain this to me. How long is it actually going to take you to find an alternative service provider to service this group of children?
We had given ourselves this coming week to speed up the process and find a service provider. So we had given ourselves up until the 14th of this month to have that work done. But in the meantime, we are also exploring the possibility of utilizing those operators who are already there without maybe breaking the law, but doing it according to the book. But having them to do additional trips will mean that the learners will arrive late at school, so it cannot be a permanent solution to the problem. The permanent solution will be to find an alternative service provider. But while we are still searching for that, we are prepared to explore that, and a decision will be taken within this week on whether that will be feasible or not.
Mr. Binkosi, you realize, of course, that this is a very impoverished community, and that parents are having to fork out between 700 and 850 rand a month to afford the transport for their children if they are able to. If not, some of these children are hiking to school. 700 and 850 rand a month to afford the transport for their children if they are able to. If not, some of these children are hiking to school. Are you not afraid for their safety at all?
We certainly are afraid for their safety. It is that for that reason that we are not forcing the current operators to do overload. For that reason that we are exploring options of having them doing those additional trips, even if they mean that the learners may arrive a little late. Some of the learners may arrive a little late at school, but their safety is of paramount importance to us. And like I said, we are working really hard. That is why we are looking beyond this local municipality. One of the problems is these impoverished conditions that they are living under, that is making it even difficult for us to find a suitable service provider within the community itself.
I have a final question in regard to your grade 11 and matric learners, because, I mean, clearly they're under a different kind of pressure. Can some arrangement not be made to assist them to get to school, even if they start their day later and perhaps finish their day a little bit later? Can something not be arranged to ensure that they don't miss school? Because, I mean, these years are obviously critical to their future success.
Yeah, but the importance of their education, it is quite critical. And I'm sure our colleagues at Education, who are also aware of the challenges that we're faced with, will devise a strategy to make sure that they are not missing out on their studies.
Are you talking to them? Are you talking to each other about this? Or are you treating this solely as a transport problem and not engaging your educational colleagues to be able to find a solution together on what may be best for these students?
No, we will never win if we are working alone. I mean, in the Eastern Cape, the issue of scholar transport has become a government issue. It's not just between the departments of education and transport. The provincial government, under the office of the Premier, is also involved heavily on issues of scholar transport. So we are talking with our colleagues at education, because they know the learners, they know the schools, and I'm sure they will work out a plan to catch up, or a catch-up plan for these learners and other means to ensure that they are not missing out. We are definitely talking to them, but I can't speak on their behalf in this regard.
No, I understand. Let's take a quick call from Wonga in Matatiele. A quick question from you, please, Wonga.
Hi, Joanne. Hi, and the problem here, Joanne, even that person, even if he has passed on, the family will never come back to run that particular service. The last time the people of the Eastern Cape, bus operators, taxi operators, they were paid last year in November, they were paid this year in February. Last week is when they were putting invoices. Who can tolerate that? How many other lines that have not been reported that are no longer paying service because people's cars have been repossessed? I think the government of the Eastern Cape is just playing something that I don't know, and they are not paying operators. When are they going to keep month to month paying operators? Like them, Mr. Bingos is getting each and every month his salary. When are they going to do that?
All right. A quick answer from you, please, Mr. Binklose.
We have a serious dependency on scholar transport and any other contract payments, and that an invoice has got to be submitted in order for us to do our job, even if money is available. But we are looking at the advancement of technology to see if we can be able to track the vehicles that they have indeed carried the learners and simply do payments as we can be able to track the vehicles that they have indeed carried the learners and simply do payments as is the case with your Ubers, your Bolts and those kind of services that are offering something similar, slightly different, but similar to ours.
All right. I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Unati Binglos, spokesperson of the Eastern Cape Transport Department. And I'm going to ask you, please, we will give you a little bit of grace. You said you were going to address this by the 14th of the month. So we'll give you till the following week. But I want to check in with you again, please. And I'm going to ask you to please actually volunteer to come back onto our show and give us some feedback on what's happening with these children, because we are really, really worried. Till the following week. But I want to check in with you again, please. And I'm going to ask you to please actually volunteer to come back onto our show and give us some feedback on what's happening with these children, because we are really, really worried about their safety, first of all, and their ability to learn uninterrupted. So thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse today. It brings us to exactly 10 o'clock on the Daily Discourse. Here's Anne Musa with your latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, more charges anticipated in Cape Town businessman fraud case, and Palapala farm theft accused returns to court. Good morning. The state says more suspects are likely to be charged in connection with a corruption case in which a businessman allegedly tried to bribe a City of Cape Town official. Businessman Sean Ross appeared in the Cape Town Magistrates Court yesterday. His case was postponed to October. The 56-year-old is alleged to have offered a city municipal manager 1.4 million rand to influence tender processes and halt investigations into his company. The state prosecutor, who asked not to be named, says the investigation is ongoing.
As I've also counseled the investigators also, we just need to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row before we add further suspects. But that's definitely good. And it's not going to be just one or two, there's going to be a number of suspects.
The DA in Gauteng says it's putting a motion forward in the legislature for a debate and to have action against Speaker Morakane Musupia over a controversial overseas trip. This follows a reported 5.9 million rand spent on a delegation to Venezuela, which the DA says it shows misplaced priorities amid ongoing service delivery problems. DA Gauteng leader Solim Simanga says she flouted rules by not informing the provincial legislature of the trip, which he says had failed.
How do you then explain that when the actual trip didn't materialize or didn't really give us any results thereof? This is something that the Speaker decided that they were just going to, she's just going to put together with the Secretary of the Legislature, and then they just left. They just left like that without informing the House or the Legislature or anybody. And we're now putting a motion of censure in the Legislature to then have a debate and have action taken.
The Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Ronald Lamola, is expected to brief the media today on South Africa's key foreign policy priorities and recent diplomatic engagements. He will also reflect on outcomes of the AU Executive Council meeting in Ethiopia, including growing discussions on migration and border management. Puhlale Pile reports.
The briefing follows South Africa's participation in the African Union Executive Council meeting in Addis Ababa. Minister Ronald Lamola is expected to outline the country's foreign policy priorities and provide an update on discussions around migration, with AU ministers recommending a broader continental approach to border management and free movement of people. He is also expected to highlight South Africa's role in advancing peace, security, and regional cooperation.
The trial of 3 people accused of stealing $580,000 at President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm is expected to resume in the Modimolle Regional Court in Limpopo today. The court will hear closing submissions of the submitted heads of arguments by the state and defence. Accused number 1, Emanuela David, and his co-accused, the Joseph siblings, Floriana and Ndili Nasho, have been on trial for allegedly stealing the money at President Ramaphosa's farm in February 2020. Rendani Ralipaswa reports.
The trial has seen more than 20 witnesses taking the stand. Accused number 1, David, also testified. He denied his involvement in the theft and was cross-examined about the increase in his finances between 2019 and 2020. The court heard that David's bank account also grew from approximately 3 million rand to 5 million rand between 2020 and 2022.
And finally, the United States has revoked the visa of Brazil's ambassador to Washington. The U.S. State Department says the decision follows Brazil's refusal to grant visas to 2 American officials. The BBC's Ione Wells reports.
Brazil's government blocked the visas for these U.S. officials, fearing...
The BBC's Ione Wells reports.
Brazil's government blocked the visas for these U.S. officials, fearing they would try to interfere in Brazil's elections, something the U.S. said was baseless. Brazil has also not yet approved Donald Trump's pick for the next U.S. ambassador to Brazil, Daniel Perez. The U.S. has responded by now revoking the visa of Brazil's top diplomat to the U.S., although this will not mean she's expelled from the country. It is the latest in a series of disputes between the U.S. and Brazilian governments, which have flared up in recent months after the U.S. reimposed tariffs on Brazil and designated Brazilian gangs as terrorist organizations.
Recapping the top story, the state says more suspects are likely to be charged in connection with a corruption case in which a businessman allegedly tried to bribe a City of Cape Town official. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm. Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
Sao Tome and Principe proves that small nations can still shine bright. In every island, in every forest, in every wave, there is peace. Sao Tome and Principe, peaceful, tropical, and resilient.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. 90 years of conversations, recaptured, relived, and projected. SAfm.
Favela Kalina Kinabatsa from NWU FM to SAfm. Happy 90th birthday. Growing up in broadcasting, we look up to the giants who paved the way. And SAfm, you are birthday. Growing up in broadcasting, we look up to the giants who paved the way. And SAfm, you are one of them. For 90 years, you've shown us what intelligent conversation, credible news, and proudly South African sound looks like. Happy birthday, SAfm.
From the voices that shaped our past to the conversations defining our future, SAfm celebrates 90 years.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve. Financial stories and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 10 in the second hour of the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joanne Joseph. Lovely to be with you. And we've been having some very, very interesting conversations indeed. And I want to take some of your calls and your voice notes at this hour on the issues we've been tackling in the first hour. We've got a little bit of a spillover because we weren't able to take all your calls and voice notes in that first hour. It was a packed one. We spoke about the issue of scholar transport in the Eastern Cape, and we had on the transport departments, the provincial transport education Education Department spokesperson who said, they're trying to help out the school in the Eastern Cape that essentially has kids who are just not able to get to school consistently because one of the service providers has passed on. And so we are trying to figure out how the Education Department should be dealing with this issue. Eugene in the Eastern Cape is on the line to us. Eugene, what's your take on how this should be handled? And so we are trying to figure out how the Education Department should be dealing with this issue. Eugene in the Eastern Cape is on the line to us. Eugene, what's your take on how this should be handled?
Good morning from a fresh Eastern Cape. I am living in the Kosa municipality.
Yes.
And it's just next to Kokama. I'm driving here. I'm tired on my way back. But I just want to say, I want to give the gentleman who just spoke before this a practical solution.
Yes.
We've got multiple government, especially transport vehicles, even 10 and 15 seaters, and even traffic cars, and there's multiple vehicles in their fleet. If this problem is continuing, why just not take a managerial decision and say we'll assign for these 12 learners 1 or 2 of these vehicles until we can have this resolved?
Yes, I mean, I didn't realize until you've told us that that there are these government vehicles that are, I suppose, not in use all the time. Is that what you're telling me? And are available to be used for this purpose?
Absolutely. I mean, I just drove past one, the Department of Education's one.
Yes.
It's a 15-seater Execo bus, and there's 4 teachers, or what could be administrators in it, and they're probably going from one town to the other in transport.
Right.
That could be done in a small car. You have these things available to yourself as a government, so why not apply your resources better?
It's a great question, Eugene, and that was why I asked Mr. Bentlose whether they are talking to each other, whether the departments are talking to each other. And it may have seemed like an obvious question, but it's not something that they do very often.
Telling you about the legality of contract, and I know I've been a proxy to one of the other transport providers before. It was a big transport, and a gentleman from Matati just covered me in saying that because they're not paying them regularly. And this is what's causing it. I think that family has chosen the deceased contractor.
Yeah.
They are contacted to the department. Why is the family choosing not to go out? You can tell there's reasons behind it. They're not getting paid. So why would we continue with something that's not, worth our making their own business? So why not apply these government vehicles, even if you just assign them until the thing is resolved, and have the kids at the school on time and have them back on time,
Yes. I mean, I think it's a great idea, but I don't know, somehow, some of these government departments just don't apply themselves when it comes to this kind of thinking. Eugene, thank you for sharing that with us, though. I think it's important.
Thank
you too. It's important to hear these points of view from service providers on the ground who can actually help us understand this. One of you says the lack of accountability within the Eastern Cape Department of Transport regarding scholar transport is a disgrace and a serious violation of the dignity of learners who depend on this service to access education. Many learners come from vulnerable communities and rely on scholar transport to get to school safely and on time. When this system fails, it does not only inconvenience them, it places their education, safety and future at risk. There must be urgent intervention, proper oversight and accountability to ensure that every learner receives the reliable and dignified transport service they deserve. Tulani Dasa in Cape Town. Beautiful message and so well put. Couldn't have said it better myself, Tulani. Thank you so much for that.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
11 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse, and I wonder if you have had a family member just before you were about to get married as to what sort of contract you are going to sign when you marry. Is it going to be an anti-nuptial contract? Is it going to be a community of property contract? Are you just going to leave it and by default end up marrying by community of property? How important is this from a cultural point of view as well, to be able to set the boundaries for how finances are going to be handled after you married? Well, yesterday when we were having a conversation about financial abuse, the issue of marrying in community of property came up, and it made me wonder how many of us gave careful thought to it before we got married, right? You remember the phase. It's the honeymoon phase before the actual honeymoon, where everything is you're in the pink, you're completely in love with each other. You can't imagine a life without the other person. You can't imagine this wonderful relationship you have ever turning sour. but it happens in practice, right? And as part of Women's Month, we're covering a number of issues that have a bearing on the way women manage their financial security. Whether you choose to marry in community of property or by antenuptial contract, these issues can often have a bearing on what will happen should your marriage end. Let's find out the implications of both methods from Tsepo Mojapelo, Director at Mojapelo Attorneys. Good morning, and thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Let's start off with this. What is marriage by community of property?
Ginelo said that there's an echo. I hope you can
Yes,
hear me.
no, I think I can hear you very well, Ms. Mojapelo. Thank you. Go for it.
All right. Thank you so much, Joanne. And thank you to your listeners. Thank you for having me on your show.
Sure.
So what a marriage in community of property is, I think the most simplest way to put it is that you share, or both parties will share 100% in the assets, meaning houses, is that you share, or both parties will share 100% in the assets, meaning houses, cash assets, immovable property, your cars, your debts. You will share, both of you will have a immovable property, your cars, your debts. You will share, both of you will have it's 50% share, yes, at the unfortunate event of a death or even a divorce. But while you're in the marriage, there's no way to say that actually you're only liable for 50% of the debt. That only comes in at that time of death or divorce, like I explained. But during the subsistence of that marriage, everything that you own, everything that 50% of the debt, that only comes in at that time of death or divorce, like I explained. But during the subsistence of that marriage, everything that you own, everything that is mine is yours, and what's yours is mine, and that entails just that 100% share in all of the assets of the estate.
Right. Now, if you don't specify how you want to get married in advance, is community of property the default?
Yes, South African law actually has community of property as the default setting. This is, I actually do not know why, but the reality, I actually do not know why, but the reality really is that if you do not enter into an antenuptial contract before you sign, in the African custom where you enter into this lobola negotiations, that marital regime would automatically fall as a marriage in community of property.
All right. Now, you've brought, very importantly, the cultural element into the conversation. Yeah. And I think this doesn't only apply to African cultures. It applies to a lot of cultures because, of course, culture comes into play, religion comes into play, and so forth. And people are quite nervous and tentative about making that first move, right? And saying, look, things are great for us now, and I love you and I'm committed to you, but I'm worried that if anything goes wrong at some point, you need to be able to walk out with your assets and I should be able to walk out with mine. Are you finding, as a lawyer, that people really struggle to have that conversation before they get married?
That is definitely correct, Joanne. That is definitely correct, Joanne. We find in our practice, and when you do interview the parties, most of the time you'd find that one party actually comes to get information. And I always say to them, I would actually prefer if the both of you were here, because sometimes, one, when you're dealing with legal issues and you're trying to explain to one party the legal implications, I can only imagine them trying to explain to their spouse what actually happened, you know. And it's always better that you then have both of them, because both of them need to be party to this, because at the end of the day, both of them are going to be the ones that enter into that agreement. And you need to understand exactly the consequences and the consequences that come as a result of that marital regime that you will be entering into. So we do find that it's a bit of a sketchy issue to discuss with couples. But once you actually open up that conversation, you find that there's a lot of questions that they have been harboring themselves, but because the in communication or that specific conversation was never initiated, you are then able to address the concerns that the couples have in that consultation, because most of the concerns that they have can really be cleared away by just a simple explanation of what the law actually means when, for example, you say that you want to get married out of community or property with the accrual, with the application of the accrual.
Right.
So most of the couples, yes, it's sketchy, but the conversation, once it's started, they understand, and even their questions show that this was a concern, and perhaps maybe this issue was why they didn't want to bring up the conversation in the first place.
Very interesting indeed. I mean, let's look in more detail at the antenuptial contract. Well, what does it actually mean to sign one of these?
What it means is that you have, or the parties, the couple decides on a marital regime that they would like to enter, that they would like to govern their marital regime. Now, say that they enter into an antenuptial contract. There's two types of contracts where an antenuptial contract is involved. It's the first one where there's an antenuptial contract without the inclusion of the accrual. And that's what we usually colloquially call the out-and-out antenuptial contract. Now there, you state that there is no merging of assets at any point in time during the subsistence of the marriage. So it means that if I come in with a house and my husband comes in with a car and also a house, those assets will remain in our respective names, and at no point will they ever be considered at any time during the death or the divorce of either of us. It's a simple out-and-out principle. The only thing is that we find that some couples during the marriage, they would then enter into contracts maybe to buy a new house. They would then be co-bond holders of this property that they're buying together. So those assets will be the only ones that would be used if we were, for example, during death or divorce, discussing what must happen with those assets. But for everything else, it's out and out. Now, the second type of this antenuptial contract is one that includes accrual. So this one is specific because you or the couples have to, at the outset, state what assets they have, and of the assets that they have, they must then state which assets will not be included as part of the accrual. For example, again, I have a house, my husband has a car and a house, and we specifically exclude those assets from the calculation. Only exists at the death or the divorce of the couples, where the couples then have to, it's a mathematical equation, or it's a mathematical process that comes in to say how much has Tsepo's estate increased during our marriage, and how much has my husband's estate increased during our marriage, and from there we try to almost bring them to par where they are now equal, 50-50 for example. So example, I have a house, maybe the house was worth 1 million rand, and we haven't excluded it from the accrual. Now 5 years later we get divorced and the property has grown by 1 million in those 5 years. My husband's estate, again, he has a house, a car, the car has devalued, the property has increased in value, and his estate has now grown from 2.5 million and let's say to 5 million. So he's seen a growth of 2.5 million. So 2.5 million and this 1 million of mine, we then try to bring it up to par. So in actual event, the growth is 3.5 million combined. Now divide that 3.5 million by 2 is how we are going to then put both parties on par.
All right. So, I mean, it's complex, but I think you've explained it very well to us there. Let me ask you about the issue of divorce, right? Because the divorce rate has been increasing in recent years quite significantly. Which is the cleanest type of contract to walk out of a marriage with?
You know, it's not even about the cleanest type of a contract, right? It's about what the intention of the parties are when they enter into this marriage contract. Now, we hear that parties would say that, listen, after my death or when I pass away, I would want you to have some sort of assets or you to be protected, against maybe, you've said very clearly that there's some messy divorces. And now we are seeing the increase of these blended families that is now creating problems, for purposes of succession.
Right.
So, for example, my husband has a child previously, and we have our own children. So how do we then protect the assets for our children, but also making that provision for this child that comes from a previous marriage or a previous relationship, whatever?
Yes.
And I would always say that it's not even about which one is messier, like I said, but it's always about what the intention of the parties are during that marriage. So practically speaking, I think it's easy for us to say out and out would be the best way, because there's no mixing of any of the assets. There's no mixing of any of the businesses, because this also comes up quite a lot.
Right.
Where during the divorce, now a spouse says that, hold on, you've actually got a company that I helped you to set up, or whatever it is. And I also need to get a share in that business as well. So again, out and out would be, in principle, the best solution, but it always depends on what the intention of the parties is in terms of building their life together as a husband and wife.
Right. One of our listeners asks, he says, "Hi, Jan, we were told that anti-nuptial contract has become useless with the new law that was passed sometime last year. Can you ask the lawyer?"
No, it's actually not correct. And I think with the cases that come up in court and the change in the laws, they are always according to a specific case. So there's no one-size-fits-all when we get to a court of law. The law is still very clear that when you do have an antenuptial contract in place, that there are things that the parties have agreed to. Now, in certain instances, you would find that some people entered into an antenuptial contract, not knowing that they are entering into an antenuptial contract. Usually it's the financially stronger spouse that then brings a paper and says, listen, you'd have to sign this so that I can take it to the lawyers, and that whole process goes down. But in most instances, people are aware of the regime that they enter into and are able to end or exercise their rights in terms of that. Now, the laws that were, or rather, the information that this caller is talking about relates to one, it was case law last year, obviously, that a spouse, a woman in a marriage had a claim for the marital properties, even though there was an antenuptial contract that was signed. And in that instance, it was because she was very much involved in the building up or in the accruing of the estate of the husband. And if she were to, after the divorce, not get any claim towards those properties or towards those assets, rather, it would have been unfair for her, because she was doing mostly a motherly role of taking care of the children at home, but that also was able to give the husband an opportunity to pursue, businesses and to ensure that the business grows while not having to take care or worry about how an opportunity to pursue, businesses and to ensure that the business grows while not having to take care or worry about how the family is doing. I hope you understand.
Yes. I mean, it just goes to show it's just not black and white. I mean, there are nuances in these cases that extend beyond just the very basics here. I want to listen to one more voice note, and perhaps you can respond to that. Please, Ms. Mujarev.
Good morning, Sister J. Mbongo Sundisa Mbuyisa here. We've seen things, people getting killed for inheritance. Make sure that just you don't get married in community of property. What's yours is yours, what's mine is mine. If you've got kids, rather register all your things under your kids, not the other way around. Otherwise, there's no true love anymore. People are making money. It's get rich quick scheme. Get married this year, 2 years, you are divorcing. You lose like your fortunes. Shame.
Bonga's he's a bit of a cynic, I think. But having said that, it actually he's led me to an important question. Bit of a cynic, I think. But having said that, it actually he's led me to an important question here, Ms. Mojabelo, which is, I mean, there are also cultural constraints, right? And this is from cultures across South Africa, many of which are quite different. Is there a possibility of mixing sort of cultural blending, should I say, cultural norms with laws like including an antenuptial contract in a kind of cultural ceremony? So for example, you're in the process of lobola, but you want to work an antenuptial contract into that. Do you ever see that happening? Have you done it for anyone?
I think that is such an excellent question. With the new wave of information, and I would say it's a wave of information that is reaching more of the Black African. We are seeing now that there is a huge change in the manner, the wave of information that is reaching more of the Black African. We are seeing now that there is a huge change in the manner in which the lobola letters are actually framed. So usually, because now we see in our courts that the minute there is a lobola letter, and previously you would find that the lobola letter would solely and only speak of what was paid, that there has been a bride, the bride price that was paid, whatever gifts are outstanding, and some of them would be silent as to whether or not there are still further processes before the marriage can be seen to be concluded. But we are seeing now that there's a change in the manner in which some of the letters are being drafted, because some are very specific to say that this does not constitute a marriage, and this is the first step of the negotiation or the first step in the talks towards us reaching an agreement to marry, and that's a little bit of a shift that we have seen, at least in our practice over the years, that there's a better wording of those lobola negotiations. But again, to answer your question, the lobola letter can at no time replace the need for an antenuptial contract. And again, to answer your question, the lobola letter can at no time replace the need for an antenuptial contract. And the reason for that is because an antenuptial contract is drafted in the office and it is notarized by a notary public of the Republic of South Africa. What that means is that they've got a special function to then register this contract to say to the deeds office, because this contract is registered, it then becomes public knowledge to say that these people are entering into a marriage out of community of property with or without the accrual, and this is what they have decided. Obviously, that means then that because there's a specified office that actually can come in and do that, it's not everyone that can do that. So even the letters, even as far as they try to incorporate it in those documents, but that process must still be individually undertaken by the parties before any formal process with the family ensues.
Thank you so much for these very detailed explanations and what I think is very good legal advice that you've provided us with. Tshepo Mojapelo, Director at Mojapelo Attorneys. That brings us to 10:30 on the Daily Discourse. Tshepo Mojapelo, Director at Mojapelo Attorneys. That brings us to 10:30 on the Daily Discourse. Andela Mbana has your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the news headlines, the airports company South Africa says normal runway operations have resumed at Cape Town International Airport following a disruptive incident yesterday. The Public Servants Association says it's hopeful some stability will return to Public Investment Corporation following the board's resignations. And the state says more suspects are likely to be charged in connection with the corruption case. Says it's hopeful some stability will return to Public Investment Corporation following the board's resignations. And the state says more suspects are likely to be charged in connection with a corruption case in which a businessman allegedly tried to bribe a top City of Cape Town official. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfM has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfM property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfM woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfM woman? SAfM 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfM. Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfM 90 years. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
33 past 10 on the Daily Discourse, and thank you for joining us. It is going to be a very packed half hour, so strap in, and I'd love your communications on what comes out of the following inquiry that we are doing here on the Daily Discourse. Of course, Higher Education News Services, the Ed News Africa publication, is reporting on some disturbing incidents at the University of South Africa. It says 3 staff deaths occurred in June, and there were several hospitalizations related to stress among staff at the university. It's also pointing to a workload that it says is so heavy, it's pushing UNISA lecturers to the limit. We thought it was important to have this conversation because we know that UNISA lecturers to the limit. We thought it was important to have this conversation because we know that tens of thousands of people are students at UNISA. It is a huge distance learning university that has had a wonderful reputation over several decades, and so we thought it important to tackle this on the Daily Discourse. Let's bring into the conversation the sister of one of the academics who passed on in June. Sibongile Poyo Khadebe is the sister of late UNISA lecturer Unathi Poyo. And good morning to you, Ms. Khadebe, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Firstly, I'm really sorry for your loss. Can you just give us a sense of your sister's situation there? First of all, in what department of UNISA was your sister lecturing?
Good morning, Joanne. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My sister, Advocate Unathi Poyo, she was in the Department of Criminal and Procedural Law.
All right. For how long?
She was a lecturer there.
Okay. And for how long had she been teaching at UNISA, Ms. Khadebe?
10 years on contract basis.
All right. So I understand you shared a very close relationship with your sister. May I ask you about the last few years of your sister's working life? Under what conditions was she operating at UNISA?
Okay, the last few years of her life, they were really years of distress on her. We saw her changing from a vibrant woman into somebody that we could not recognize. Her health was declining. Firstly, somebody who was busy working on her PhD, who continuously had her researches being rejected. That was enough to make one really get sick, because that was frustrating her, because I'm sure that was meant to frustrate her, to keep her on that position of being insignificant and unimportant as a contractor. How do you work for 10 years of your life on contract base, and then you do PhD thinking perhaps I'm going to secure a good position for myself, yet your researches continue base, and then you do PhD thinking perhaps I'm going to secure a good position for myself, yet your researches continued to be rejected.
All right. I just want to, may I interrupt you there, Ms. Khadebe? I just want to distinguish.
Rejected.
All right. I just want to, may I interrupt you there, Ms. Khadebe? I just want to distinguish between the two processes, because the PhD process is a very different one. It's a very rigorous one. And going through that process myself, I know one has to deal with a lot of rejection until you finally get it right, so that the university can say, when they hand you your PhD, that you've really earned it and the research has met a certain standard. But I'm primarily interested in her working conditions at the university. Are you able to tell me that, give me a sense of what her workload was like, and whether she was fully supported through that work?
Okay. My sister, she overworked herself. She was a person who was always working. She had even neglected other areas of her life. The students can tell, I've got students saying on my comment section that she was a brilliant, kind woman who will answer every question you will ask her, even if it was a silly question. Unati was always working. She was overloaded with work, to a point that when she started getting sick, she was also still expected to work. She asked for leave. They said, no, you cannot go on leave. To a point that when she started getting sick, she was also still expected to work. She asked for leave. They said, no, we need you. Right now, in May, and that's when she was really getting worse and worse. Hence, she was admitted on the 15th of May at Leratong Hospital. So her working conditions were not so good for her. She was overloaded with work, and she was burning out. We saw that happening. Her feet were getting swollen. She was losing a lot of weight. You could see my sister, even when she was working, that she's stressed out. But she was not a person who would complain, because she loved her work. She loved her students. She loved her work.
Mm-hmm. Did her direct line manager realize that she was suffering from serious health conditions, and that she wasn't in a position to carry the same workload?
The direct line manager knew. He is the one who refused to give her leave. She said, I want proof from the hospital. Yet you could see that he was deteriorating.
And was your sister able to provide that evidence from the hospital, a medical certificate to show that she was indeed ill?
Yes, she provided from the Ratong one, the Ratong hospital.
I want to ask about the issue of her contract. As I understand it, she was contracted to UNISA for many years, 10 years, but she wasn't on permanent staff, which meant she had limited benefits. What has that meant for her children in the wake of her death?
Oh, this one was even terrible, because even when she got pregnant, she would have a high blood pressure. Her pregnancies were not so good. Her first pregnancy was in 2018. She was now, I think, 2 years with UNISA, and she had to go to a public hospital again. The second one was even worse because now the workload was really mounting. The second pregnancy was not good, and that's the one of the three-year-old son. And then she gave birth in a public hospital again. So it really affected her and the good kind of life that she would give her kids. She would not, because when there's no security and the benefits that you need, no medical aid, it's not nice. It's not good at all.
It's a very sad story indeed, and
it's not nice. It's not good at all.
It's a very sad story indeed, and thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us and your knowledge of what happened to your sister with us. That was Sibongile Poyo Khadebe, the sister of late UNISA law lecturer Unathi Poyo, who passed on recently. All right, thank you very much for that, and condolences once again to the Poyo family. I want to bring into the conversation Professor Boitumelo Ben Senokwane, who's an academic, a theologian, and institutional leader at the University of South Africa. Prof, good morning to you, and thank you for agreeing to speak to us. We're being presented here with a picture of a university in disarray, in which your academics are under pressure, your financial capacity is limited, as is your manpower, and your students seem to be suffering as a result, as are your lecturers. Is any of it true?
Good morning to yourself and to the listeners and to the public. Look, it's unfortunate that the first I was dragged into this conversation, taking into consideration the sensitive nature of the topic, because one will have assumed that the family, they've got every right to engage the university. Our doors are open for us to be able to engage with them and share information with them. Because it is our view as a university that even the dead must be respected for ethical, legal, and humanitarian reasons. Because you will know that we must treat the dead with respect, with care, and we must reflect inherently that the person is worth must be protected, irrespective of whether they are alive or not.
Prof, may I just interrupt you there? First of all, you were not dragged into this conversation. You were invited onto the program to give your point of view so that UNISA is suitably represented and that your voice is heard. And secondly, it is the family's right to speak about their family members passing if they feel that this is something that needs to be spoken about in the public domain.
At least you should have warned me first that you are dragging it into a conversation with a family member,
sir, you are not being dragged into a conversation with a family member. She has spoken.
Conversation with a family member,
sir, you are not being dragged into a conversation with a family member. She has spoken. She has ended her interview with us, and we are now giving you the opportunity to respond. And so I'm asking you, are you prepared to respond to the questions I've put to you? Or is this going to be impossible for you to do this interview?
Look, I will respond, but you will not want to interpret. I'm saying you dragged, and I'm still repeating, it's a dragging.
Are you able to do this interview or not?
In the future, when you invite us, just be upfront with us to say, this is the type of the discussion that we are having. This is the type of interview that we are having.
Sir, sorry, I have to interrupt you there. Were you not aware what the interview was about? Were you not briefed on the interview?
I was briefed about the topic, not that there will be a third person involved.
All right. Now, you are not speaking directly to that third person. So it is not uncommon for us to include many people's voices in a conversation of this nature. We are not asking you to engage the sister of the professor. And my question to you was a general one. I did not ask you directly about the passing of your lecturer. I'm asking you about the general issues at UNISA. Are you able to answer those questions or not, as per the brief that my producer gave you?
You are able to answer anything about UNISA anytime. as long as we operate within ethical rules.
Well, I do not believe that I've asked you an unethical question. Let me repeat the question to you. If you are unable to, based on your ethics, answer these questions, then I will gladly release you. I've said to you, we are being presented with a picture of a university that is in trouble here. We are being told your academics are under pressure, your financial capacity is limited, you do not have the requisite number of personnel that are required, and your students are suffering as a result. Are you able to tell us whether that is true or not?
It is not true.
All right. So tell me what aspects, are all of those aspects untrue, or are only part of those allegations untrue?
Look, we are not operating on the basis of emotions. We operate on a particular narrative that is wrong. We have about, just to share with you and the public, 3,165 academics.
Mm-hmm.
And you will know maybe a year or so, we had just below 2,200 academics at the university.
So you've increased your staff complement?
Yes, we've increased our staff component with now what we titled adjunct lecturers. Last year to this year, with about 854. Now, meaning that we've raised our academic staff from just below 2.1 to now 3,165.
All right.
And maybe to provide history to that, UNISA historically had a staff component of about 30 to 32% of academics. And during the arrival of the current principal and vice chancellor, through the submissions to MENCOM and Council, there was then an agreement that we ought to increase the number of staff members at UNISA, especially academics. Now, as we speak, there has been an increase of the numbers that we are now sitting on an arrival in 2021. Like I said, it was about 32%. We are now sitting at about 42% of academics.
All right.
With a view that in 2030, we will have increased the number of academics to 60%.
Okay.
So
May
that's
I ask
more
you,
or less.
yes. May I ask you, please? I mean, on the one hand, you've appointed these additional adjunct academics, but the reports are saying you've also done away with thousands of markers and e-tutors, and that has created a kind of crisis where other lecturers consequently are overloaded with the work.
No, that's not correct. And I'll maybe just to explain to you that as per the Labor Relations Act, you know that the independent contractor is explicitly excluded from a definition as an employee. That's the first. But secondly, the independent contractor are therefore hired on need. They operate on a separate business. They work on a certain project, and once that is done, it's done. And the difference between the independent contractor and a fixed term or adjunct lecturer is that an adjunct lecturer of fixed term is expected to work full-time and from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock.
Right.
And a contract of an adjunct lecturer is for a period of 3 years, unlike an independent contractor, which is a year.
All
and you will
right.
know that an independent contractor, unlike a fixed term, can work, or most of them work elsewhere. And the rationale of getting a fixed term or adjunct lecturers appointed was to remedy that, to ensure that the adjunct lecturers are available for the students between 8 o'clock and 4 o'clock every day, unlike independent contractors that you might not have a hold on or a control over.
Okay.
So that is the
So it's
reason
access.
on why.
Access
And now
is-
if you check, an independent contractor, for an example, can work for certain hours, limited, 1 hour, 2 hours, but for an adjunct and fixed term, the expectation that they must be available daily
The whole
between
day.
8 o'clock and 4 o'clock.
All right.
That's a way of attending to student needs and so on and so forth.
So I want to ask you about this issue of the reports that your staff are under extreme emotional strain because of their unrealistic workloads. Is that what you're hearing from where you sit at all? Is anyone approaching the university management and saying we're struggling here?
No. In fact, we've got what we call maybe a wellness sheet that keeps us updated on what is happening within the institution. And based on that, I can tell you that what is being reported is malicious reporting. And maybe I want to share with you what is expected of us as an institution, so that maybe we journey together in my explanation. The norm and standard of work allocation is that it's supposed to be 1 to 400 students per lecturer.
Yes.
That is the norm and standard. In as far as the... Hello?
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Okay, no, it's just that I see that there was another call, so I thought maybe a
No, please
so
continue.
I want to make an example, for an example, per college, in as far as the allocation is done. In the college of CAIS, accounting and economic sciences, and I want to show you this. It's got about number of students at CAIS, which is 4,856. The number of academics that we have in that college is 330. And the student ratio per academic is 47.46, meaning it's below 50, even far below the 400 expected per lecturer,
Okay,
which is 400. So I'm just taking that as an example to say, if you take it from 400 to 47, it tells you that, and I can tell you the highest would be around 249 of one lecturer per student, which is below the 400 that is expected.
Okay, so there was a claim in Ed News that each academic is being forced to mark between 12,500 and 20,000 assignments a term.
No, it is not correct. That I can tell you. I'm reading this based on the data available at the university that I will be able to defend anywhere, or where the university will be able to present it anywhere, being it the Department of Higher Education, Department of Labor. We are confident that the information that I'm giving to you, it's a public information, and it can be shared with the Department of Higher Education or Department of Labor.
All right. I want to take a very quick call. We're under pressure time-wise here, Prof. But let's bring in Pule from Bloemfontein, one of our listeners who's been listening in. Pule, a quick one for the Prof, please, before we have to say goodbye.
Quick one.
Yeah.
Hello, Joanne. A quick one. I'm the one who raised the matter with you yesterday.
Yes, Pule.
Thank you for making a follow-up.
Sure.
Joanne, I can sense some falsehood from the responses of Professor Senokwane. But now I'm going to ask you, Joanne, the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education must really put a spotlight on UNISA. That's when we are going to get the truth. And I really want to pass my condolences and deepest sympathies to the families of the 3 staff members who lost their lives. Not only one, but it is 3. And there are others who have been hospitalized also because of the unbearable working conditions at UNISA.
All right.
The Professor, Joanne, please.
Yes.
We must get the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education to dig deeper. I sense there is something that is brewing at UNISA, and it must be addressed. This professor, I can sense some falsehood in his responses. Okay, but
we obviously need evidence for that, Pule, but we are interrogating this as best we can. Prof, essentially, and a very quick answer from you here, because I do need to move on, but, Pule is accusing you of falsities in certain ways here. He's saying that some of the things you're saying are not true. How do you respond to that?
No, look, Joanne, I'm speaking on the basis of fact that even tomorrow anywhere, we will be able to say the same thing that I'm telling you, because we are a public university. We can say more or less the same to the Portfolio Committee. But having said this, I want to close this matter by saying that we are aware of all the conditions of our staff members. And in fact, the staff member that you've been referring to with the previous caller, we've got all evidence of the communication that happened between her and the line manager. So it's something that if family wishes to access, we can see the family members and share to them, because we think it will be insensitive that I shared the information with you.
No, that's fine. Which is precisely why I haven't asked you for that. Thank you very much for your time, though. Professor Boitumelo Ben Senokwane, he's an academic theologian and institutional leader at UNISA. Let's bring into the conversation Research Associate at the Gordon Institute of Business Science, Dr. Beata Buhlungu. She's in the process of writing a book about the difficulties academics are facing and what she believes to be their ill treatment at institutions of higher learning. Dr. Buhlungu, good morning and welcome. If these reports regarding UNISA are are true in full or in part. Would you say this is a feature of UNISA alone or other tertiary institutions too?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the listeners. Thank you for the invitation. I can attest with absolute confidence that this is not unique to UNISA, and that it is quite a prevalent situation across institutions. Obviously, I cannot speak for UNISA. I can speak of my own experience, which attests that this is actually something that is so serious that requires much more than just bringing a portfolio of higher education, a portfolio of what is it? Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training.
Correct. Yes.
As the professor suggested, it's something that requires much deeper action.
Yes. Has the workload of staff at these institutions increased significantly in recent years?
I wouldn't obviously speak to the specifics of UNISA, but the question that pops to my mind is the professor mentions that now they have 3,155 staff members, and you and I know that UNISA has over 400,000 students, so you just do the math, and that already takes you somewhere without extra markers. And that's the only question I would pose. But I can tell you that academics and support staff in universities are facing gross employment conditions. And this is me speaking from my own experience.
I want to come to other questions, but just to hear our listeners out while we have this conversation. One of our listeners says, I was an independent contractor too at UNISA and currently am jobless because adjunct HR process was very dubious. In January this year, I signed the vetting forms after the interview for the adjunct lecturer and later told that management decided to take a less number of adjuncts. Department lecturers I worked with as an independent contractor told me that they're struggling with academic workloads as a result. Something at HR and management particularly is seriously going on in that institution, says Keith in Stellenbosch. And another anonymous listener says this person is lying, and this is not you, this is during our previous interview with Professor Ben Senekwane. This person says they took all our markers and gave us under 10 adjunct academics for our whole department for over 30 modules. We can't cope with the workload. So I think people on the ground are echoing what you've been saying about the workload at this point.
Yes. We give fancy terms to employment conditions that are archaic. We go back way beyond what apartheid used to do to us as people. You give this fancy term, but actually there is a prevalence of contracting out work. So you do not form part of the university, so the university is not accountable to you. You are given this short-term contract. You do not benefit in terms of the usual employment benefits that exist. You do not have access to opportunities for growth. You are underpaid. You are easily dismissed. And you oscillate between 3 to 6 months renewable contract. In my experience, I've had staff members who would sit in these contracts for more than 20 years, between 10 to 20 years on a continuously renewed 6 months contract, 5 month contract, 7 months contract. These are staff members who have families, who have to feed people. You can't go and buy a house because you're on a contract. You can't go and buy a car because you're on a contract. You have to pay out your own medical aid because you're a contract. You're on contract. So these normal benefits that would allow a person to live a life of, fulfilled life as a person who works, they don't exist for these contracted academics and support staff. And this is what is happening.
I want to ask about what you think needs to be done to offer a supportive environment in which staff feel appreciated and there's some semblance of work-life balance for people who teach at universities and other higher learning institutions.
For starters, there's got to be truth. There is no truth in our system. Our sector is crumbling, very rapidly so. The involvement of politics, and I'm talking about politics of governing the country and how they have infiltrated into the university space and how universities are run, systems of governance within universities. We have to start there. Otherwise, we're just going to scratch the surface and nothing deep is going to be done. The system needs to be evaluated because the rot is too deep. And the political impact that has started chipping away on what used to be a university or what a university used to be about has been eroded. And this is the urgent thing that we need to do as South Africans.
We need to have a much longer conversation about this, but thank you very much for your time and your insights there, Dr. Beata Buhlungu, Research Associate at Gibbs. I also want to see, Paul, I see your call, and unfortunately we ran out of time, so we weren't able to take it during this conversation. We will take it after the news. But I just also want to make you aware of this breaking news story. Fadil Adams has been suspended, we understand, by Parliament. He is the founder of the National Coloured Congress. We understand in the last few hours he has been suspended by Parliament. And that, no doubt, will be one of the big stories that Ondela Mbana brings you as we throw to her now for the 11 o'clock news.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, impeachment committee recommends its evidence leader and runway operations resume at Cape Town International Airport. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. Parliament's impeachment committee has recommended Advocate Thandazani Madonsela as its evidence leader. The committee had 8 names, all nominated by MPs to choose from. Among those who have declined nominations include Advocate Sesi Baloyi, currently one of the commissioners at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Madonsela and Advocate Kate Hofmeyer were the final candidates voted on. Madonsela received 9 votes, while Hofmeyer received 7. The ANC, with the most members on the committee, chose to abstain from the vote alongside the PA and Al Jamaa. Committee chairperson Makashule Ghana announced Madonsela as the one to lead the committee's evidence pending the approval of Parliament.
The name that will be recommended will be that of Advocate Madonsela. Ours is to recommend the appointing process is done by Parliament. So we will then recommend to Parliament to then start the engagements that's done in line with all the supply chain and procurement that they do when they then appoint an evidence leader.
IDEC State Advocate Drushanta Ramsamy has addressed her demeanour and expressions during last week's hearings at the Madlanga Commission. This after social media users alleged that she appeared to be enjoying former IDEC head advocate Andrea Johnson's downfall. Ramsamy, who began testifying last week, has returned to the witness stand at the Commission today.
I've reached a point emotionally where I would rather laugh or smile at the circumstances, as serious as it is, than cry. And I don't want to seem like I'm a victim by crying while I'm trying to assist the Commission in their findings. So I do ask for understanding that it has been a very tough road, and I'm choosing not to be emotional. So if I do smile or if I do laugh under certain serious topics, please forgive me.
The airports company, South Africa, says normal runway operations have resumed at Cape Town International Airport following a disruptive incident yesterday. The airport's primary runway had to be temporarily closed after a Kenya Airways aircraft experienced a tire burst during landing yesterday afternoon. AXA spokesperson Ofensa Dijwe says the aircraft had to be removed and the runway was reopened after completion of all required safety inspections. The disruption led to flight delays. No injuries were reported. Dijwe says airlines will continue working to recover their schedules and some flights may still experience delays. The Public Servants Association says it's hopeful some stability will return to Public Investment Corporation following the board's resignations. Last week, the corporation, which handles more than 3 trillion rand in government employees' pension funds, saw the resignation of 8 board members led by Deputy Minister David Masondo. The PSA's Assistant General Manager Claude Naker says with the new board in place, recommendations are in place on how to manage the fund.
We called upon the Minister firstly to act very swiftly when several of the non-executive directors have resigned last week. So he's installed a new board in place. That brings us some assurance that hopefully there will be some stability at the investor. A couple of years ago, there was a commission of inquiry that was set up, and it made several recommendations. And we've been given assurances that most of the recommendations have been implemented. The other ones are in the pipeline. We need to give them space. They need to govern ruthlessly. They need to stick to the mandate.
The state says more suspects are likely to be charged in connection with a corruption case in which a businessman allegedly tried to bribe a top City of Cape Town official. Businessman Sean Roos appeared in the Cape Town Magistrates Court yesterday. His case has been postponed to October. The 56-year-old is alleged to have offered a city municipal manager 1.4 million rand to influence tender processes and halt investigations into his company. The state prosecutor, who asked not to be named, says the investigation is ongoing.
That is a given. But as I've also counseled the investigators also, we just need to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row before we add further suspects. But that's definitely good. And it's not going to be just 1 or 2, there's going to be a number of suspects.
Recapping the top story, Parliament's impeachment committee has recommended advocate Thandazani Madonsela as its evidence leader. The committee had 8 names, all nominated by MPs to choose from. I'm Ondalambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Running a small business means every rand counts. Thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month for my bakkies and tools of trade. Now, I get to save some extra cash for my business and focus on giving my clients world-class service.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your bakkies and tools of trade. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans.
Hello, my name is Samia Murat from Johannesburg, Gauteng. 90 years, that is not just a number. It's a generation of voices, of stories, of moments shared across kitchen tables and car radios, in cities and in the quietest corners of this land. SAfm, you have been through joy and through sorrow, through change and through continuity.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the third and final hour of the program. And of course, this is the half hour that we dedicate to your finances. And we're going to have our usual stalwart, Brian Hirsch, on the phone to us in just a short while. And he's going to be speaking on the issue of retirement. And Brian, of course, is saying that women are on the back foot when it comes to retirement savings. So we're going to find out what he means by that in just a moment. Please line up all your questions and you can either use our studio studio line 086 000 2032 or our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107 to communicate with Brian this morning. I want to take a quick call, though, on our previous topic, which was the issue of UNISA. And, of course, we tackled that in the last half hour. The allegations have been made by Ed News in particular that, there's a lot going on there, that the place is understaffed, that people are overworked at the university, and that students are not getting the attention they're supposed to be. And Paul, I understand, is an adjunct academic at UNISA. Paul, good morning. What's your experience been?
My experience is very simple, and I'm going to be addressing the salient issues.
Quickly,
My
please.
name
Yes.
is Paul.
Yes, Paul.
I am an associate professor, appointed as an adjunct academic.
Yes, go ahead, Paul.
All right. Now,
Paul, yes. I'm so sorry to rush you, but we don't have a lot of time. If you could just get in there for us and tell us what's on your mind, please.
I'm going to be very short and brief.
Okay.
I went to the hospital myself, not just an ordinary hospital. I went to ICU. I was in ICU for 6 days. I was in an open ward for 4 days. And it was just because of, I don't know if it's fatigue or whatever, but I do now drink medication on anxiety. I had to mark 657 scripts.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm telling you. And it's an exit module. So what an exit module means is that it is the third year module of a qualification. So which means that on average, a student will write about 15 pages. I did it.
Over what period, Paul?
And then it made me sick.
Over what period did you have to mark over 600 scripts?
I wanted to do it like in a week. They had given me 10 days. I couldn't.
Sure. Paul, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what you've been through.
Yes, I was told. I'm not complaining. I didn't call to complain.
But you're sharing.
I'm calling to tell you what is the situation at UNISA.
Yeah.
So they decided to appoint people at P9. So an associate professor is at P5 or 7.
So that obviously has implications for what you earn.
Yes, no, they were saving money, but they are using human lives.
Paul, it sounds like a really, really difficult situation, and I want to thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. I know it's not easy to call into a radio station and speak about something so personal, your physical health and your mental health, and I want to really wish you the best going forward. And I think it is worth continuing to have this conversation and asking the Higher Education Committee whether they're looking into this. Because when we hear from academics like you, it gives us a sense of what is happening on the ground. And it's not that we disbelieve the university. It's that it helps us to hear when it's completely dismissed out of hand, that there are no shortages and that people are not overworked, and the people themselves are telling you they are indeed overworked and they're ending up in hospital. It gives you a slightly different picture, doesn't it? Thank you so much for that call, Paul. All right, 11 minutes past, or rather 12 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. And as promised, we move on to the gender pay gap. Lower earnings than men over a period of time mean women have less to put away. And what does this mean in terms of women's retirement savings? And are they very different from the advantages that men have when they save for their retirement? I'll bring into the conversation right now Brian Hirsch. He is, of course, our regular on the slot. And Brian, you're going to talk us through exactly what the difference is between women's retirement savings and men's. Is there a marked difference?
Hi, morning, Jan. You've already announced two things: women's lower earnings, and the big problem is women living longer, and therefore annuity rates are lower, and yet women have to act and deal with these issues. But let me just make a comment first about women, because it is Women's Month, and we're obviously dedicating the program to the women of South Africa, where I say retirement odds are stacked against you. Let me just share personal experiences. Unfortunately, when there's a spouse dying and it's a male spouse, women go through two emotions. They go through grief and they go through guilt. And many people say, why guilt? I say because many times at the time of death, a woman is going through grief and feeling guilty because she doesn't know the financial situation of a family. Mm-hmm. She doesn't know who's going to pay the bonds. She doesn't know who's going to pay the education. She doesn't know what. And in all the times that I've had in the years, and too many times, unfortunately, where I've had to go to a funeral or go and visit someone who's recently lost a loved one, I've put my arm around them and said, where it's true, you will be okay. And when I met with that particular individual some 3 or 4 weeks later to actually go through the financial side, they said to me, one of the most comforting things anyone said to them at the time of the death of their loved ones, obviously expressing grief, was that I made them feel that they were okay. Mm. And what it highlights is women do not know about the family affairs. They leave it often to the man, and they do not know, and they're not aware. And I say it's so important that both couples are involved in the financials of the family. But for females, their life takes a different turn, because while many working women want to continue to develop and make a success of their career, earning power of many is greatly limited by having children and not working while their children are growing up. Many women sacrifice not only their careers, but also their financial security. So it's very important that females take control. I mean, I remember when my sister was growing up, my father wanted her to marry an accountant, doctor, or lawyer. Today, parents want their children to be, their daughters, to be accountants, doctors, and lawyers. Mm. One must also understand that 1 in 3 marriages end in divorce, and women are often left financially vulnerable. So many are forced to rely on maintenance systems that are totally inefficient. I mean, you should run a program on why maintenance systems are so inefficient and why it's so difficult to enforce the law when it comes to maintenance. But couples, often reach a settlement, but that settlement is never adequate for the female if they haven't done their own plan. So what I'm saying to females, you need to look at your plans. You need to look at what you're earning. You need to look at what you're putting away for your short, medium, and long term. You need to understand that during your career, there will be disruptions. And I often say, if younger women are planning, their families are now planning to have a child, you need to discuss with your husband what is going to happen to your savings plans that you probably have in effect while you are looking after the children. It's very important, the financial aspect going forward, as much as having children. I mean, and that's what I'm saying.
Yes. And you're mentioning something so important there, because I noted when I was researching this that, strangely enough, women tend to save more than men. But how is it that they end up with less at the end of the day, Brian?
Well, because there's disruptions to their career often, and often maybe they aren't earning. I mean, we maybe that gap is narrowing, but women are certainly not earning the same as male counterparts in many jobs where equal pay should be, equal work should be equal pay irrespective of your gender. But and during that time, and remember, women are living that much longer. I mean, the life expectancy of a female today is 6 to 8 years longer than a male, and maybe you haven't saved for as long, and therefore you'll have less, and that's why women are having less. So the answer for the older generation is really to understand the family affairs. So if there is a death in the family, and because men are dying earlier than women, what actually happens on death? And for younger women to understand they need to take control, and because there are going to be periods in their lives where they may not be working as they running the home and doing all the other things, that they need to be putting more away. And the husband needs to understand that he has to contribute to those savings. It's no longer just leaving the wife to contribute to her savings. Husbands have to contribute. It's a discussion that females do not want to have with husbands.
Yes.
It's like drawing up an ANC. The first fight I ever had with my wife was over the ANC. She wanted to know why I didn't give her a house. Well, let me tell you something. I didn't have anything to my name. She said, but all my friends have got a home. Anyway, my wife owns everything now, so she still reminds me about the ANC. But you need to have that discussion. It may be a hard one, but you need it. You're laughing, Joanne.
No, I'm laughing because we did exactly that discussion. We had that discussion earlier on in the show, Brian, and it's such an important discussion to have. So you might have been a fly on the wall earlier.
No, I wasn't.
But I tell you that, I mean, you spoke about families where the father passes on, but I see that one of the factors in South Africa certainly is that many children live with their mothers only, right? And that surely places an additional financial burden on women who have to look after their children's needs alone and end up saying, well, I'll deal with retirement when I get there. I just have to get these kids through school and everything else first.
Look, where you talk about a single parent with children, that's one thing. Where you talk about children maybe from a divorced family, it's another thing. And it's amazing how so often, and I don't mean this disparaging, but so often the male forgets about the wife and the children. Remarries, have more children, and therefore the other family is really left struggling. And there's not enough at retirement or not enough at divorce in having those discussions, what needs to be done. The settlement needs to be looked at very, very differently. But for single parents, single females after children, it is a problem because affordability, when children cost money, you want to do the best for your children. You've got to look after your children. You're running the home. You're doing all the things that one would normally do shared between parents, and there's not enough money. And that is a major problem. You've also got to have a look at, how do you put more away ultimately? And that's why there are what we call the double income families, where husbands, parents are looking after children, children are looking after their children, children are looking after their parents. It's a hybrid situation today in South Africa. It isn't getting better, it's getting worse. It starts sitting down with your spouse or working through what you need and what you need to do. And that's why I keep saying, don't try and do it on your own. Don't ignore using a financial advisor. Your banks have financial advisors. The Financial Planning Institute can give you advisors. There are people that can help you do this together with you so that you do not fall into the same trap.
Very important advice indeed. Brian, I also see that the two-pot system brought this inequality in retirement savings between men and women to the fore. Women have been more likely to withdraw from their savings to pay school fees or to service household debt. I mean, surely that eats into their retirement savings significantly.
Well, you need to understand, firstly, the two-pot system that came in on the 1st of September 2024 is a real trap because, firstly, anything you withdraw is taxable at your marginal rates of tax, and therefore when you're starting to draw money, you're not going to get the full amount you can. And the second thing is, yes, if women are needing to draw that 1/3 of the savings that they've been contributing previously up to the 31st of August, where you could draw 30,000. Anything you take out of your retirement fund is going to reduce the value at retirement because of the compounding factor, money on money, interest on interest. So it is a problem. I say, why are you doing it? Why are you taking money out? Yes, there are many people who are forced to take money out just to live. It's a problem. It's going to create further problems, and it's going to reduce the 6% of people who are currently able to retire financially. I worked out it's going to bring that down to below 5% of people who retire if you take money out of the two-pot system. It may be necessary. I think Treasury are re-looking at it at the moment. We haven't heard what changes they want to make. It's a warning. Be very careful before you make that move.
Yeah. Brian, one of our listeners says, can I open a tax-free investment account under my children's name? They are minors. Is it legal? I do have my own tax-free investment account. Thank you for the advice.
Yes, it is very illegal. Don't ever, and this is a caveat. I found out the other day from a judge who contributed a tax-free investment over the 46,000 by error, put 20,000 extra, had to withdraw the 20,000. The tax payable because of the penalty was 8,000, and the penalty was another 8,000. So be very careful you don't contribute more than 46. But the answer is you can put 46,000 into each of your children. Each person can have 46,000 in tax savings. You're not getting a tax deduction, so it doesn't affect SARS. But you can put it in your children's name. But normally it would be in your children's name, but you would be the custodian of that investment on behalf of minor children.
All right, thanks, Brian. And then a question about the retirement age, and let's listen into this.
Good morning, JJ. JJ, a quick one to Brian. Brian, what is happening with the retirement age of 67? How far is the discussion around that? Please respond.
Well, thank you for that call. Let me say this to you. I didn't know that there's any decision being reached. I mean, there are different ages set in the retirement fund. Your retirement fund has an age limit. Some at 60, some at 63, some at 65. I can't comment on any 67. I can only say I can understand why retirement age is the encouragement worldwide is to increase the retirement age is because people are living that much longer and your money has to last that much longer. And the earlier you retire, the more time that you've got to use that money for. Someone retiring, let's say they're going to live to 90, let's guess that. If you retire at 60, your retirement funds have to last 30 years. If you retire at 67, they have to last 23 years. So I can understand the rationale behind wanting to increase it, but there is nothing that I'm aware of. I will check up again with one of our retirement experts, but I know nothing about a definite 67 years that anything's been implemented to worry about that.
No, you're right about that, Brian. And I know we're sitting at currently 60 and 65 years as the legislated retirement dates. I just looked that up quickly, and we know that's a suggestion, but that hasn't been legislated yet, it seems.
No, the 60 is the female retirement age.
Is it not the other way around?
Is it the male 60 and female 65?
All right. So let me listen to one of these voice notes, and this is one, Brian, about the importance of an RA.
Joanne, good morning. Great show, wonderful topic, and hello to Brian. I think he's an absolute legend in the industry. Hang on to every word he says. Believe me, it's so important. But I think a woman from the age of 18, the day she turns 18, should get an RA. She doesn't have to put in the most amount of money. It could be 200 Rand a month, 1,000 Rand a month, whatever situation she's in, first job, etc. Once she gets married, the idea must be never to stop it, because while you're a housewife, it doesn't mean one day you won't need the money. So basically just keep contributing, whether it's smaller amounts, keep it there. And as we know, time in the market, as Brian will tell you, is the most important. Brad Marisburg.
Thanks, Brad. What do you think of
Absolutely,
that, Brad?
Thank you for your kind words. But you're absolutely right. The sooner you can start, youngsters are starting now. They start a job. Most companies today have retirement funds, pension funds, provident funds that you need to join. And when you leave, don't take the money. You've got to preserve that funds. And then, for example, if you leave to try something on your own, continue contributing to a retirement fund. Brad, you're absolutely right. If someone starts at age 18, even at age 25, and they contribute throughout their lifetime, they will fall into that percentage that will be able to retire in comfort.
What is the best vehicle for retirement funds, Brian? Is it the RA?
Definitely outside for a personal individual, outside of a corporate pension and provident fund, it is a retirement annuity. Even though there's a lock-in, you can't take the money out. That's not a bad idea, because at least it's a forced saving that you can't touch. And it's certainly the cornerstone of long-term savings. And the most important thing, as Brad said, is you do not want to be in a conservative portfolio. When you're thinking retirement 10, 20, 30 years, you want to be in a growth portfolio. You want to be allowing that money to grow at the best possible rate. You don't mind ups and downs of markets, because when markets fall, you're buying units at a lower price and you're getting the advantage of what they call rand cost averaging. And if you're doing offshore, it's offshore cost averaging.
Brian, can I ask you a question about the issue of, when you're young, you take out a retirement annuity, and of course, it's more affordable at that stage. Of course, those costs grow over the years. The premiums grow larger and larger with age, and sometimes you find that you can't manage that large premium anymore. Is it all right to peg that at a certain amount?
Yeah, look, obviously, if you peg it, you're going to realize you're going to get a lot less. When you say it grows over the years, if someone starts with an RA, let's say they start putting in 10% of their salary when they first start work into an RA, then as long as they continue to put 10% of their growing salary into an RA, they will be fine. Remember that whatever you contribute to an RA is tax deductible. So the receiver of revenue starts contributing 18% at the lowest level of tax up to a maximum of 45%. So you're always getting that tax benefit from the receiver revenue. I know people will argue at the other end there's taxes. Don't worry about that, because at retirement probably your earnings are lower and you've got different benefits in terms of the tax tables. But if you just continue paying the same amount on your salary, as your salary goes up, keep increasing your RA. So when you said it becomes unaffordable, it's still that same percentage of a salary. Pay yourself first for the future before you start buying cars and doing everything else.
Yeah, that's really important. Why I mentioned that is because people's work situations change. Sometimes people are retrenched. Sometimes they're forced to take a contract where they earn a lower salary. And of course, that affects the amount they contribute towards an RA, doesn't it?
No, you're absolutely right, Joanne. That's the retrenchment and those type of things. So on the one hand, as you work, I met with an attorney this morning. She's been practicing now 25 years. She's been putting the same amount. I think she puts 12.5% into a retirement fund. 30 years ago, she was earning little. Today, she's earning a lot more. She's still putting that 12.5% in, obviously a percentage. But if you need, before you cash in an RA, before you do anything because you can't afford it, talk to the person who actually sold you the RA. Get that advice to understand what you're doing. And, knowledge empowers. And as long as you know where you are, I always say to people when it comes to retirement, Jan, the word retirement, I'm contributing to retirement annuity, means absolutely nothing. How does that translate into a figure, and how does that amount of money that you've saved and will one day get, how does that translate into an income? You need to do that calculation. And I've often said, I have a formula, and if anyone wants that formula, we're quite happy to give you that formula to work through a worksheet, and you can then work out where are you in the process. You can sit with your financial advisor. You can see how much you've saved. What are you still contributing? What is that going to be worth? And you can find the gap. How much is the gap between what you will need and what you will get and what you need to do? You may not be able to do it, but at least you'll know where you stand.
Yes. Brian, please stay with us if you don't mind for just one more question from one of our listeners. I wanted to quickly take the news bulletin. We've got headlines now with Ondela Mbana, and then we'll put that final question to Brian.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the impeachment committee has been informed that NCC leader and MP Fadil Adams has been suspended by Parliament in accordance with the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. The news broke when the impeachment committee was voting on the nomination of an evidence leader. Parliament's impeachment committee has recommended Advocate Thandazani Madonsela as its evidence leader. The committee had 8 names, all nominated by MPs to choose from, and the bill appealed by Likompo musician Litlogonolo Shebe Mabena Chauke has been dismissed at the Polokwane High Court in Limpopo. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
In case you're on the highway, driving to your first big maize delivery, and something mysterious happens. You stop at the garage to scope the damage. You realize the fuel system is kinda dear my car. You panic. But then you take a deep breath. Because you know Hino Care Gap Cover is there to cover anything outside the standard 6-year warranty. From steering columns to ABS control modules, it's the unseen essential in your business. Speak to your Hino dealer. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Behind every successful woman is a story few people know. The doubts, the determination, the disappointments, the courage to keep going. This Friday, Joanne Joseph invites you into the personal journey of Nomsa Chabedi. Her leadership story, not as the SABC Group Chief Executive Officer, but as a daughter, a leader, a mentor, a woman whose life continues to inspire others. Be part of an honest conversation about leadership, resilience, and purpose. The Daily Discourse, Friday from 9 a.m. Celebrating 90 years of conversations that move us. Talking Finance with Brian Hirsch, making sense of your finance.
11:34, it is on the Daily Discourse, and of course Brian Hirsch is with us. He's a very generous gentleman when it comes to his time, and I've asked him to stay on because he was talking to us about the issue of women retiring and simply not having enough funds at the end of it, and so we've had that conversation, but I asked him to stay on for one more question from a listener. And Brian, thank you for staying. This is the question. I've been a contract worker for 26 years. I manage my own pension and medical aid. My question is, do I have to join the company's pension and medical aid if I want to go permanent? Is it law? Theirs is very expensive. Thank you for the advice.
Yeah, the conditions of a pension fund, once a pension fund is in a company, is that when you join the company, you have to join the company's pension fund. It is a condition of the Pension Act that there's no voluntary joining a pension fund. You have to join the pension fund. There's nothing you can do. That does mean, obviously, it may disrupt what you're doing yourself, and you need to understand the implications. If you're going to then reduce contributions because to your own retirement funds, because you're contributing to a pension fund, the other advantage is the company's also going to make a contribution for you, which you weren't getting when you were contributing to your own pension fund. So it may be to your advantage, not your disadvantage. But again, you need to understand the implications of reducing your fund, but the answer is yes, you do have to join the company pension fund.
Brian, thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Brian
Joanne,
Hirsch, yes, please give us your details.
Can I just make a few comments? Firstly, happy birthday to SAFM on its 90th birthday.
Thank you, Brian.
And I cannot believe that this financial program has now been running for 33 years.
Wow.
Okay, then there are two things. I write an article on my website every single week, and this week's article is Inflation Poses a Serious Risk to Pension Plans. And if you want to go onto it, it's www.bhca.co.za. You can download that article. And if you also want the worksheet, which I spoke about, calculating how much where you are in your retirement plan, if you send us a note to them, we will send you the worksheet and you can work through that with your own financial planner.
Lovely,
Thanks, Joanne.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And Brian, just one more thing before you go. Won't you please give us your phone number? Because some of our listeners may want to get hold of you with a query. And we know that you want all the detail about their particular query. But what number can they leave a message on, please?
011 880 4888. And let me make a comment. We had a program 2 weeks ago about tax. And I made an offer to 4 callers that I would help to look at their tax situation. We haven't received anything from those 4 callers.
Okay, so I would urge those individuals to please get hold of
They
Brian.
wanted some help, please.
Yes, and please don't forget about that, because we're now in tax season, and I think things start to become a little more urgent and panicky at this time of year. Thank you once again for that, Brian Hirsch, and his website address, bhca.co.za. You can go there. There's a wealth of information that you can access there. Or if you have a particular query, give him send him a detailed voice note on 011 880 4888. Leave him that voicemail and he will be able to give you some advice. All right, that brings us to nearly 20 minutes to 12 here on the Daily Discourse. And going back to some of your earlier voice notes, so many of you commented on the big stories of the day. And I'm going to start from those early ones that were sent to us, some of them, I think, in the first hour of the show, about the MK party, the fact that there's been another reshuffle, and that Duduzane Zuma, the son of the head of the party, President Jacob Zuma, is now the first deputy.
Morning, this is JJ. This is Nabs Loa Setsipala. About MKP, I really don't blame Kelihle Zuma for changing people in the leadership, especially when he's placing his family at the top. We now going to be sure of the fact that that is a family party and he does as he likes as per the powers given to him. So let's just embrace that as South Africans. That's the way things are. Even other parties do have president who are long-serving, but the difference is that they don't put their family members in them. Thank you.
Good morning, Joanne and the listeners of SAFM. With regards to MKP, Joanne, I think it's a strategic move. Duduzane is still young. He is moneyed. He's got investments. He's helping out students. So we're going towards the local elections. And I don't think Judge Klopp is bitter about that. It's just a strategic move. This is how I see it. This is Vumisa from Vosloorus.
JJ, hearers of the station, please, we must not mix this thing. IFP, we must not mix them. Inkosi Buthelezi was not believing in the dynasty as we see Ubaba Jacob Zuma is believing on dynasty. So even Olomisa don't believe is believing on dynasty. Please, let us not mix it. Tusu from Inand. Bye.
And then one of you spoke about a question that Colin raised earlier. He seemed to be a bit disturbed that our name had changed post-1994, and therefore he said technically SAFM is not 90 years old. But of course, I did explain the context of the brand and imaging change after we moved out of apartheid into the democratic dispensation.
Hi, good morning, Joanne and the listeners. Look, Joanne, Colin must not have a sense of entitlement. I mean, we also pay TV license. We also try to call in. We send voice notes. Some are played, some are not played. But it is what it is. I mean, if you look at the volume of listeners of SAFM, it does not mean that, Colin must now be entitled and be a VIP of SAFM. It doesn't work like that. Rudolph Witbank from Mpumalanga.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we have 800,000 listeners at last count. So only a percentage of you call in, but it really is difficult to accommodate everybody's calls and everybody's voice notes. And believe me, I feel very bad when I walk out of here in the afternoon not having taken more of them to listen to, but we really do try and cram in as many as possible.
Good morning, SAFM and SAFM listeners. Emmanuel Mdara in Durban. And I think this formation of political parties in South Africa is killing our democracy, because now these parties are formed to be like a spaza shop where the party is just one-man show. I think it's only DA that is practicing a real democracy, because we see different people who become the leader of the organization. Thank you.
Good morning, JJ and the SAFM listeners. I really don't understand when they said Olomisa, UTM, Busa, and whatsoever saying. I don't understand. I wish they can make it clear for me, because we're talking with the people who are appointing the same surname in a higher position. But I know, you know what, people of KZN, bathanda nje if isename yakwazi ukuba mayiphathe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And many of you, in fact, want to comment on the MK Party issue.
Good morning, Joanne. Your analysis of Dumisani Zuma is flawed. How many businessmen in South Africa who have legacy money, from the Ruperts, Hofmeyers, all of those who have legacy money, who have been brought into businesses by their own parents. But because it's Dumisani Zuma, now we are even questioning how he got access into business, let alone his politics.
Good morning, Joanne. I wish to respond to the MK Party supporters who keep calling in and defending the Duduzane appointment. For me, I think we are missing the point, all of us. The issue here is the leadership changes at MK Party as a whole. Imagine if MK Party were to be in government, appointing ministers. Would we have ministers being chopped and changed every 3 weeks or every 2 months? There's no stability. MK Party is madness, JJ. No matter how the supporters are trying to defend this thing, it's not working. It cannot be in government, this thing. It's a stock file. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, JJ. Thank you so much for a wonderful show. Wow. Some of your callers can really be committed, eh? They have been phoning in from the 21st, 22nd of last month to date. They only gotten a chance to speak to you today. And all they had to say is, why do you have to change your age? Because you changed your name. Wow, SAFM. How? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, shame. I think Colin felt like it was calling into a government department. You know, he was that frustrated. But anyway, we're going to wrap it up on that lighter note. And thank you so much for joining us today. We've had some heavy conversations and you've been a wonderful part of those conversations. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. So join us at 9 a.m. From 9 to 12. And we will continue to have these important conversations about our society and the country and the world in which we are living. I'm going to hand it right over now to the Invisible People book reading by Putuma Nhleko, episode 4. Very, very fascinating book indeed. And then the fabulous Sakina Kamwendo, as always, takes over with update at noon at midday on the dot. Take care till tomorrow from the team and me. See you then. Bye-bye.
Cape Verde gained independence in 1975. A small nation that built stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances power the economy, one of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain: drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continues to shine through creativity.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
SAfm presents another episode of the book The Invisible People by Putuma Nhleko, read by Simpiwe Kwana.
We are the change we wish to see. Mahatma Gandhi famously said that we must be the change we wish to see in the world. Perceptions matter. When they are touted repeatedly and internalized, they become self-fulfilling prophecies. Unchecked, we eventually become what people say we are, instead of being the change we wish to see. I am convinced that Africa's path to realizing its full potential lies first and foremost in a more assured and confident identity, embedded in Africa's long history. Unlike science, one cannot neatly isolate cause and effect in any historical context. In any case, that would make for a tearfully boring world, ignorant of the diversity of experience through which multiple histories coexist at the same time. Yet, it was with increasing horror that I realized the far-reaching negative impact of one-sided views on modern civilization. The absence of African history from established historical narratives curated by the West and Africa's perceived irrelevance in the progress of modern civilization, religion, culture, and more generally, its contribution to the advancement of humanity has been the dominant narrative for over 600 years. Over that period, Africa has suffered a debilitating and near-fatal dislocation in the development of its collective identity. In this context, Part 1 of this book examines how Africans in Africa and in the diaspora, in the Caribbean, the United States and elsewhere, could emerge from under this heavy rock so that they are no longer deemed to be at the bottom of some civilization pecking order. Africa and Africans cannot possibly construct a roadmap through which the continent could find a way forward and out of the world's periphery without debunking this narrative and embarking on a political project that advances a comprehensive reconstructive surgery, promoting a collective identity firmly rooted in the acknowledgement of and in righteous pride in Africa's ancient and modern achievements. Revisiting Africa's long and rich history will in turn grant self-confidence in the present and optimism for the future. Racing to proposals on a grand African Renaissance project without revisiting the past is like being preoccupied with the internal fittings and trimmings in a house that is erected on a foundation of shifting sands. Having set on this path of reconstruction and reaffirmation of its identity, Africa can begin to explore how its economy can be developed within the appropriate historical context, leveraging the continent's assets in today's and tomorrow's technological environment. This is the subject of Part 2 of the book. Part 3 then explores how the African continent, in light of the current geopolitical context and trends, can envisage taking its rightful place in global affairs. My ambition here is not academic. I have written for a general audience to reach as wide a readership as possible. Notwithstanding, I have made every effort to ensure that the positions throughout this book are substantiated by research and that all works are correctly referenced and appropriate sources credited. I've written these pages not only for Africans and readers already interested in the continent, but for anyone interested in the world. Because failing to take into account a quarter of humanity, its past, its present, its future, its people, and its politics would be perilous for all of us. This book is intended to be a conversation. As with most interesting or challenging conversations, I expect that perspectives and assessments I share here to draw opposing reactions and opinions, some possibly vociferous. Throughout this book, I've attempted to avoid what Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, when commenting on American literary culture, labeled an addiction to comfort. Although she was commenting specifically on American literary culture, this same addiction, which she argued breeds indirectness couched in complexity and stifling self-censorship when tackling uncomfortable subjects such as race, exists in multiple fields and in multiple places. America is not isolated in its addiction to comfort. My hope is that readers on the other side of this conversation will be spurred into a search and reflection of their own. Part 1. Identity. To unleash the African Renaissance necessary to leverage continent's demographic future, Africans' common identity must be reshaped and its contribution to the world revisited. Identity in the broadest sense of the word can be described as a shared past, shared experiences and a shared future. Collective identity is formed from coalesced perspective of national and continental history and its relevance. If that history is fragmented, incoherent, perceived to be dark, on the periphery and of no consequence, how can Africa aspire to a more central role on the global economic and political stage in the 21st century? In the last 600 years, Africa's sense of self suffered a debilitating dislocation that has caused a near-fatal demise of its collective identity. Africa's history and its relevance have been diminished or erased to the point of becoming largely invisible to the world, including Africa itself. See Chapter 1. Yet the roots of a more assured common identity can be found in Africa's long and rich history, and in the continent's fundamental contribution to the modern civilization, Chapter 2, Religion, Chapter 3, and Culture, Chapter 4. A political project to restore and reclaim a common identity embedded in that history is therefore imperative. Chapter 5. It is the bedrock on which Africa can chart a sustainable economic future, Part 2, and take its rightful place in the affairs of humankind, Part 3. Chapter 1. The Invisible Identity. During my tenure as CEO of the mobile network operator MTN, the company explored a possible merger with Bharti et al., an Indian cellular group. During our conversations, it quickly became obvious that our interlocutors' knowledge of Africa at that time was paltry. In one of our meetings, one of their senior executives asked how a particular message could be translated in African. Unfortunately, this reductive and distorted view of the continent is not unusual. For the rest of the world, Africa is often perceived at best as an unknown and mysterious monolith, a dark continent that exists on the periphery of the global stage. At worst, it is portrayed as a primitive, fractious and helpless region, mired in poverty, disease and violence, condemned to perpetual irrelevance. According to this widespread narrative, Africa had no history of consequence before Europeans landed on its western shores in the 15th century. At the same time, Africans themselves suffer from different kind of collective identity crisis, one of dislocation and fragmentation. Throughout my travels across Africa, I've often heard the same refrain. Over a few glasses of wine, whoever I speak to invariably ends up telling me that they identify and have a strong affinity with people in a neighboring community across the border because they are the same people. Our continent, a mosaic of national, ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious diversity, still lacks a strong shared common identity rooted in its long history and rich civilization. Africa suffers from a double identity challenge, both in the way the world sees it and in the way it sees itself. Its collective identity has been erased, obscured, distorted, or fragmented beyond recognition, as South African activist Steve Biko said. The greatest weapon in the hand of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. At the same time, Africa confronts a further distortion in how the rest of the world sees it. This tension somewhat echoes what American sociologist W.B. Du Bois described as double consciousness, even though his description referred to African Americans, whose question of identity is perhaps even more complicated than that of Africans in Africa. Du Bois was describing the fractured sense of belonging and identity that comes from the struggle to remain true to one's culture, while at the same time trying to conform to a white-dominant society. Envisioning Africa's future requires a coherent and articulate response to the questions. Who are we? Are we who they say we are? These questions, in turn, cannot be answered without revisiting the past. This chapter first examines how Africa often came to be perceived by much of the Western world as a continent with no history and no relevance, before laying out what led to Africans' dislocated sense of identity. Finally, it offers some thoughts about why it is essential for Africa to repair and reclaim a common identity as a foundation for its economic and geopolitical future.
There was another episode of the book The Invisible People by Putuma Ntleko, read by Simpiwe Gwana. The book is available online and in all leading stores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAfM at 11:45 Monday to Thursdays on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, technical production Wiseman Manglele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.
At 12 o'clock on Wednesday, the 5th of August, 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAfM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
If I may just put it as to how I understood it in the meeting on the 22nd of January. I want something on this guy.
Meaning what in your speak?
In my head, Advocate Johnson wanted dirt on Mr. Nkabinde, and she wanted to charge him.
The Madlanga Commission keeps its spotlight on IDAC with the return of Advocate Ramsamy and...
The need for this dialogue has become increasingly urgent. Migration is a continental phenomenon, if not a global phenomenon, whose consequences extend beyond the jurisdiction of any single state.
International Relations and Cooperation Minister Ronald Lamola says that South Africa supports an Africa-wide approach to migration. Coming up in sport...
I should have a sound effect for Banyana fans. It's kind of like, oh, that was close.
It was. And we are tired.
It's very, very tired.
It is a late game.
Banyana through to the next round, and some Commonwealth athletes have just disappeared.
Hi. What do you mean disappeared?
Well, you got to wait.
Okay, we'll wait. John Kirika, second half of the show with those details. In the meantime, let us know what's on your mind. 41391 is the SMS line number. You'll be charged R150 per SMS. You can also write to us via X at SABC News_radio or send us a WhatsApp voice note. Love getting those. 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Hump Day edition of Updated Noon. First, though, here's the latest news with Onde Lambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, NCC leader Fadil Adams suspended by Parliament and Shebe Mabena's bail appeal dismissed by court. For SAfm News, I am Ondalambana, and a very good day. The impeachment committee has been informed that NCC leader and MP Fadil Adams has been suspended by Parliament in accordance with the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. This happened when the impeachment committee was voting on the nomination of an evidence leader. Adams was absent and the committee was informed that he has been suspended. His suspension will run until towards the end of the month. During the voting process, where MPs voted on who to recommend as its evidence leader, Committee Secretary Thembinkosi Ngoma explained why Adams was not in the meeting.
Chairperson, just a quick brief explanation. NCC member has been suspended for 20 days with effect from the 3rd of August. So he is not on the platform and he will only be joining the committee once the suspension is done.
The impeachment committee recommended Advocate Thandazani Madonsela as its evidence leader out of 8 names nominated by MPs. Among those who declined nomination include Advocate Sesi Baloyi, currently one of the commissioners at the Madlanga Commission. Madonsela and Advocate Kate Hofmeyer were the final candidates voted on. Madonsela received 9 votes while Hofmeyer received 7. The ANC, with the most members on the committee, chose to abstain from the vote alongside the PA and Al Jamaa Committee Chairperson Makashule Ghana.
The name that will be recommended will be that of Advocate Madonsela. Ours is to recommend. The appointing process is done by Parliament. So we will then recommend to Parliament to then start the engagements that's done in line with all the supply chain and procurement that they do when they then appoint an evidence leader.
The Madlanga Commission has heard allegations that a witness in the investigation into the alleged irregular procurement of a crime intelligence forklift was flown from Pretoria to the Eastern Cape through arrangements made by Police Minister Senzo Mchunu. This emerged during the testimony of IDEC State Advocate Drushanta Ramsamy. Ramsamy testified that senior IDEC investigator Dylan Perumal informed her of the arrangements in January last year. She told Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga that the witness was due to be consulted as part of Project Diversion, an investigation involving 7 crime intelligence officials.
What was your understanding of this? Did you understand it to mean that Minister Mchunu had paid the airfare? If not, what was your understanding?
My understanding is that all arrangements were made by Mr. Mchunu or Minister Mchunu for this witness to consult with Mr. Perumal in Eastern Cape.
My focus is on flown. What did you understand that to mean?
I had assumed that the Minister's office had paid for, because I had later met this witness and he would not have been of financial means to have flown himself to Eastern Cape.
The bail appeal by Likompo musician Lihlohonolo Shebe Mabena Chauke has been dismissed at the Polokwane High Court in Limpopo. While delivering judgment, Judge Karin Pillay argued Shebe committed Schedule 6 offences while on bail. Shebe Mabena is facing multiple charges, including attempted murder, culpable homicide, assault GBH, malicious damage to property. The offences were allegedly committed on separate occasions while he was on bail. Abafani Munyayi reports.
Judge Karin Pillay argued that Shebe Mabena only raised the need for medical care for a leg injury in his second bail application. Judge Pillay ruled that his need for treatment does not qualify as a new fact. Judge Karin also ruled that the birth of Shebe Mabena's child this year while he was in custody does not qualify him for release on bail. Judge Pillay says the child can still be taken care of by the singer's royalties. Abafani Munyayi, SABC News, Polokwane.
The British government says it's seriously considering a public inquiry into the activities of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in the UK. Campaigners from the governing Labour Party are reported to have asked for the investigation to focus on how Epstein was able to fly into and out of the UK military bases in his private jet, often with allegedly trafficked women. Epstein died in prison in 2019. Recapping the top story, the Impeachment Committee has been informed that NCC leader and MP Fadil Adams has been suspended by Parliament in accordance with the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thank you so much, Andela. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 7 minutes after 12 and a busy morning it has been. That story coming through, the Impeachment Committee, of course, sitting today to look at some of the focus areas that they still need to clear up. And this is in preparation for looking into the Phala matter and whether President Cyril Ramaphosa, among other things, will be called to appear before that Impeachment Committee, but also trying to clear up their terms of reference as well as the appointment of evidence leaders. So we've got Zaline Merrington watching those proceedings for us in Parliament, and we'll speak to her at around 12:15. And then also the Madlanga Commission, and today sees the return of Advocate Ramsamy as the Commission continues with that IDAC stream. And interestingly, today, among some of the revelations that came out in the testimony of Advocate Ramsamy is the fact that Andrea Johnson went to Minister Mkunu's house. The minister wanted to be informed about progress on the Fadil Adams case every 10 days, but also what came out about the minister's chief of staff, Regine Kabinde. And to quote what Advocate Ramsamy said, Andrea Johnson said that Mr. Kabinde gave her the heebie-jeebies, and therefore she wanted to know whatever they had on him, as in dirt. And this is, of course, what some of the investigators then went on to do. But there's so much more that came out of that this morning, as was the case the last time Advocate Ramsamy took the stand at the Madlanga Commission. So we'll bring you more on that. And also some of the other stories, the court cases continue, those that are already in trial, that would, of course, be the Kat Matlala and others, as well as the other court cases that have been going, like the Senzo Mayua trial, etc. And then we're also going to check in with the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Ronald Lamola, who has addressed the media on current developments relating to South Africa's foreign policy priorities and programs, touching on his trip to the AU and the issue of migration that has taken center stage. And then a few other court stories as well. So quite a bit to get through. So let's get this one on the road.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm.
Now, International Relations and Cooperation Minister Ronald Lamola says that South Africa supports an Africa-wide approach to migration, arguing that the issue cannot be solved by individual countries alone. Now, he says that migration is closely linked to peace, economic development and regional integration, whilst warning that rising anti-immigrant sentiment and irregular migration requires a coordinated continental response in order to prevent xenophobia and intolerance. Lamola was earlier briefing the media on the current developments relating to South Africa's foreign policy priorities and programs.
The 25th AU Assembly, which was held in Johannesburg in 2015, called for an African migration conference to consider approaches to accelerate mobility and development within the continent, while addressing the challenges posed by increased irregular migration and strengthening capacity to manage migration inflows. South Africa supports the implementation of this decision. South Africa believes that a continent-wide convening on migration must take a holistic view. It must consider migration's relationship with peace and stability, economic development, regional integration, and democratic governance. It must also provide a space for member states to discuss the root causes of anti-migration sentiments and develop a collective continental approach to preventing violence, discrimination, xenophobia, and other forms of intolerance. The need for this dialogue has become increasingly urgent. Migration is a continental phenomenon, if not a global phenomenon, whose consequences extend beyond the jurisdiction of any single state. The agency is further underscored by the recent research indicating that almost 6 in 10 Africans aged between 18 and 25 have considered immigrating, primarily in search of a better opportunities. At the same time, African migration remains largely intracontinental, with most African international migrants moving to another country in the continent. Of all international migrants originating from Africa, approximately 45% reside outside their home countries, and of that group, over 50% move within the African continent itself. Key destinations such as South Africa, Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire receive the vast majority of these intra-African migrants. Research also points to a growing negative attitude toward migrants across the continent and globally, driven in part by prevailing economic hardships. The recent report by the UN Refugee Agency that at least 144 people have been reported dead or missing off the coast of Mauritania in an effort to reach Europe, and the recent mass migrants that entered the small city of Ceuta in Spain points to an Africa-wide challenge than just a South African challenge. So just discussing South Africa when dealing with migration in the continent will not resolve the problem. It's a problem that must be engaged comprehensively with all its facets.
Minister Lamula also confirmed that government is reviewing diplomatic protocols after recalling the High Commissioner Anik Shukla from India.
We confirm that High Commissioner Anik Shukla has been recalled to the headquarters for further consultations. We have also submitted the recommendations to Parliament and to the Presidency to consider a new framework for protocol and to the Presidency to consider. We have also submitted that Shukla has India, High Commissioner Shukla, a negotiated settlement with all parties to the conflict having a seat at the table. An update on High Commissioner to India, High Commissioner Shukla. We confirm that High Commissioner Anik Shukla has been recalled to the headquarters for further consultations. We have also submitted the recommendations to Parliament and to the Presidency to consider a new framework for protocol and diplomatic support to former presidents and former deputy presidents during international travel. As part of this framework, the Presidency and DIRCO jointly established a mandatory disclosure mechanism requiring former presidents and deputy presidents seeking protocol and diplomatic support to provide full details of the purpose of travel, programs, activities, sources of funding, principal hosts, key engagements, and the capacity in which they will be traveling to enable an informed assessment of the appropriate level of support required and any associated reputational, political, and diplomatic or security risks that may be involved. This will help us avoid a situation where former presidents portray themselves as also representing South Africa's foreign policy, particularly when they have not been mandated